All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonderful day. It is June 23rd, 2026, and we have a very wild day on our hands. Korea has once again vomited. It does have to do with chips in memory. My idea is that this is kind of just bringing up and turning the Micron event into an actual event, because there wasn't really much volatility this week, but that's caused a huge reaction. They dropped over 10%. All of the chips in memory is down. The rotations are a little bit more choppy. We didn't have any other headlines to freak out on, and pretty much now you have one of these memory momentum chip days. Just after chip in the concentration was just leading, you are now watching this give back day. So NASDAQ futures are already down 3%. This is definitely already spread, and I do think the real question is this something we see all day, or does it kind of chill here and now we have anticipation coming in to Micron earnings? So other than that, we got a couple of individual updates. You got the IBM stuff, and we saw that there's a couple of other deals and energy deals and some government contracts, but for the most part, more people are reacting to this broader momentum and how we are feeling with the NASDAQ down 3. So Chatadonia, I hope you're ready for a good day. It is going to be wild, but before we begin, before we try to chase a dollar, before we try to enrich ourselves, we must pay homage to a very special group of people, one that has made a sacrifice that most of us never have and ever will, and I am talking about the veterans of the United States of America. On behalf of the cult, the people here, the people not here, want to give a huge special shout out, active service, past service, anybody who has served this great nation, contributed to our collective freedom. God bless you and thank you. I hope the long term could help. I hope anything we do here could help. But at the very least, man, we love and appreciate you, and thank you for giving us so much of something that is so easy to take for granted. But for real, shout out to the vets and the families. God bless every single one of you. And I don't know if the rest of y'all support war or not. Not saying that you have to, but I believe truly you could never take away the honor from those who have decided to serve and give up so much for people they have never even met. So God bless the veterans. Shout out to their families as well. And big shout out to everybody else out there giving back to their local communities. All the doctors, nurses, teachers, firefighters, police officers, the janitors, the coaches, the garbage men, everybody making their communities run, baby. God bless you and thank you. But ladies and gentlemen, please rise up. Place your right hand over your heart. Say it with me. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all, baby. Say the digits! Oh, it's game time, Chatadonia! Oh my goodness. Happy Tuesday. Happy Tuesday. Oh, brother. Listen, man. It's already, you got 3% down day on the NASDAQ to start off. If you ain't already hyped, my brother, just go to bed. Just go. I'm just saying, it's already getting crazy out here, man. It's already crazy. So, we got about 2 minutes. We actually have really good time. I'm going to be watching just a couple of things. IBM, INFQ, the quantum plays. Again, they have some upside. Again, even you guys are noticing that software is holding up. I mean, yeah, because software already crashed the last 2 days. But so think about it. I mean, if it already dropped, I mean, think about how yesterday played out. You had AI being the one leading and the other stuff down. So we'll see how those play out, but watch out for any of those. EPC, they rejected an offer that might be in its own little world. Zeta had a partnership there with a data center for Palantir. And then KDP, they had a business update, value, staple. They've actually been getting a lot of headlines. See if that could turn into staple outperformance. And then same thing with Target. They also got to upgrade. So we might watch some of the money flow there. But yeah, watch the leadership. I do think staples, unless you're going to get an awesome short and then it keeps going down, I mean, I think finding the leadership or the rotation winner, that's probably going to be your best bet. And then we'll see also, too, when headlines come out. I mean, just keep in mind, you know, we got lucky on those quantum plays yesterday, but that was a result of information coming out throughout the day. So we will see, but we only got 1 minute, so let's have a good day, Chad. Have some fun, like the video, show some love. Don't pump on the homie's head top. You know what I'm saying? Just good info, good questions, good commentary. Oh, it could go a long, long way. It could go a long, long way. But where is it, bro? I can't find it. I can't find it, you guys. I can't find the iCap. Oh, my gosh. I failed. Where is it, bro? Contracts free. Oh, there it is. Okay, good. 40 seconds. Perfect time. Perfect time. Oh, thank you. So we haven't had an all-time high ICAP in so long. If you guys really think about it, it's been like 3 weeks. He wants to fight you, man. I think he's so sad. Go, baby. 15 seconds, Chad. Oh, you better wake up. Buku. They hate AI art, cause it's not really art. 3, 2, 1. Round 1. Fight. Alrighty. That's how you'll be real smart. Alright, I sold one of the IBMs from yesterday. 1,000%. Those filled at 1,000. Let me actually see. All right, well, we at least got one. And then again, a couple of the other quantum plays are opening up. Nice. I can't believe it got me that. KBR. Hey, bro, it filled me. I'll take it. I'll take it. Again, INFQ and then PayPal. Or excuse me, Meta. That was the one that was more surprising. What is it? Target. Where's the other staples? Damn, I didn't realize Target's at the high. And then SPY already opening up. Very weak, dude. You're down by 1.6. NASDAQ is down by 3.3. Woo! So a good thing we filled that other gap I was telling you guys about yesterday. We're now lower than Powell. So you've got to fill all these little gaps. I mean, you were lower, which, I mean, I guess could have been worse. But, yeah, now you have these two little gaps to the upside, which is kind of good. And like I'm saying, I mean, we'll see if we end up brushing off the... of what happened here in Korea. Again, we've done that before, but it was, I guess, more individually related to Korea than not. That's how you'll be real smart. Lit. Where's Quantinium, actually? I think that one did not do as good, all things considered. Again, a lot of the quantum, literally quantum is literally qubits on the high, all of them. SMCI, so I think those got washed after yesterday, but that's climbing. There's Procter Gambling. MO is up 2. Get IBM again. Very big gap, Habibi. Very, very big gap. IBM is chilling. I didn't even look at the Intel yet. We'll take a look and see how day one. I mean, again, it helps that we sold and then it sold off. SpaceX falls 3.9, dropping below trading debut price. Uh-oh, hot dog. Wow. Yeah, it hit 148.57. Habibi. Oh, what happened to GFS? Those didn't move. Oh, I guess GFS got hit with all the chip stuff. So yeah, that overlap with the overlap with all the chip side of that ended up killing it. The dollar, I think it's because of Japan. I think it's Japan, India, and some of that. Otherwise, I couldn't tell you. That has been one of the more baffling parts, both what the dollar is doing, but then also the what the bonds are doing. Even the fact that this was the first time in a while where we've watched bond volatility decrease, and the market has practically ignored it, where usually bond volatility going down is usually an amazing thing for stock markets. Again, SPY's still holding up here from the open. Like we're saying, you got to keep in mind how this dynamic's going to play out. I mean, chips are getting a bid. They're all still down 5%. Again, software somehow up. But yeah, they're all still moving there. Again, we still got a lot to work out from this little Korea move. SpaceX starting to move. Again, a couple more industrials. Palantir on the low. They started off good, but they're going down now. So again, like I'm telling you, software is up. I mean, Microsoft's even up. So if you start to watch some of these bigger sells in software, just keep your eyes out for it. Again, XLF, they're up. XLV is up. XLP is up even 1.2, but come on. These are targets, brother. Didn't Walmart do a data center deal this morning, actually? Why terrific? Because low bond volatility is it's an easy environment. You know, when bonds aren't volatile and fixed income, it doesn't affect as many things. You know, stability, lack of uncertainty. Those are things the markets really like. Meta. No, Meta is doing great. Oh, where's Oklo too? Didn't we get those headlines? So those all opened down too. Didn't you have like $17 billion of like government funding? We had a bunch of low interest loans. Zillow, don't, he's gonna just come down. DRAM down 13. I'm disappointed in Global Foundries. I should have caught the fucking hype. But the IBM, it didn't fill anymore. I put more offers above the 1,000%, but it refused to fill those. Actually, where are the bids on that? The bids are up though. This is Lord. All right, well, SPY's starting to go down. XBI again. Remember biotechs. Well, there's Target. That's the early runner. Boo. Yeah, I do not like those. Oh, where's Banks actually? And then IREN starting to move up. So again, I mean, some of these names that gap down heavy, like you could see the straight cash bid on some of these. Qubit's going up. So that's another quantum. IBM chilled out. Now Microsoft and now Roblo. So again, it's software. I mean, software is going to be, if it's going to go up and not be deep in the red, it's going to be software. Otherwise, if it's going up and it's a chip, it's still probably deep red. There is a General Mills. Blaze, is that the one that did the Palantir deal? Blaze had some sort of deal this morning. And then J&J on the low. Procter Gambling. Habibi. Now Apple. Oh, my VWAP. AT&T again. IREN still, that's moving around. FIG is NVO. Remember, NVO did great yesterday, too. What price do you find Pfizer appealing? The low 24s. That's kind of a rate that we talked about. That's why I said even then 24 would be the like minimum I'd be willing to. So I kind of like the bad news today for him. And with all that cash, kind of compelling. Ionic, Meta, Microsoft. So watch any staples, or you could go for some of these bounces if you think they'll actually continue. But yeah, Meta's looking good. Now Microsoft, finally. So like I'm saying, watch Palantir just because IGV. But yeah, IGV's up 1. Meanwhile, it's not. This is a terrible rotation, though. I mean, chips are down 6%, and then you barely have 1% on software. So to give you an idea, like, so some people are buying and rotating, but generally, I mean, it's a very, very big skew between the two. And then there's Meta, now Korea, again, ServiceNow, I know SAP. Again, there's a lot that are up 3-4. Intel, down 5, but it's coming up. Oh, Zeta did the Palantir deal. You're right. Blaze had something else, though. Blaze had a deal. I looked it up this morning. But yeah, you're right. It was the other one was Palantir. Blaze, what did they did? They did a $335 million deal with CoreWeave. That's Blaze. So yeah, I knew they had some sort of real announcement this morning. SMR, so the nuclear plays, like we said, there was a government deal on that this morning too, and those didn't really react. ASP SpaceX. No. 148, bro. I guess it was trading lower than that before. It's kind of crazy to think about. SMR. And then, dude, yeah, so Intel, on the big account, Intel is down $1,600 today. And then the covered call got you back like $900. So, see, it gives us some preservation to the downside. But we will see. GDX, Riot, a couple of the NeoCloud plays. VIX is on the low as we're into that. So yeah, we're either gonna rip or that's your top of the day. So get ready. But yeah, you're doing the little VIX thing, and then more chips, more memory on the low. Meanwhile, everything else trying to catch a bid. Airlines and travel on the high. USAR, some of the other ones now, ARC, again, even Apple. But yeah, like I'm telling you, the VIX, that says a lot. Again, you got Microsoft, Meta, you have more Big 7 helping you out today. That was non-existent yesterday. But then, yeah, it just doesn't help. NVIDIA's down 3. And then Roblo, that one's still kind of rocketing up here. Again, SanDisk on the low. That's kind of the thing that's getting rocketed right now. IGV on the high. Well, you're just going to crash again. I know what you're going to do. I know what you're going to do. Yeah, these are kind of expensive. Let's see. QNT and Inf. I like them both. I mean, for like a flip. I mean, please. I know the next question will be like, should I add it to my long term? So no, but yeah, I mean, as long as those, we get the momentum. And it's good after a day like today. Both of those are holding up. And then I have one more for you. I was going to do one with longer time, but just, I think you might get a delayed reaction to all the government headlines this morning. So not a recommendation. I'll tell all of you, I won't give you the exact play because I hate the options on this one. And then Net is on the high, Tesla on the low. A couple of things. And Goldman, S&P Services, this is a big deal. S&P PMI, 55.7 versus 54.6. And then manufacturing, 51.3 versus 51. So data was good. Let me check the other stuff. 52.2 versus 52.1. But yeah, I did a play on SMR, the nuclear. Pretty much, I think you might, everyone's just distracted by all the drama today. But you might get the, we may just hear people pumping the nuclear deals a little later. We might. That's what I'm saying. I'm not too confident on those ones. So good luck. NIVDA pop. Let me get the full data on this. I want to see the employment and the pricing on it. Oh, there's not even... Yeah, it's just decent. It's actually recovering a little bit. But there isn't... I'm looking for a manufacturing employment component. But yeah, for now, though, good. I don't know how it's going to affect the market, but you just got out of the... that literally, up until this morning, if Korea didn't freak out, that would have been your most important event. Which, again, like I'm saying, is kind of crazy. What did Quantinium hit yesterday? 77? Yeah, we just got to get past there. Quantinium. That's good, though. That one lagged. That one was not moving. Then IBM starting to move up to... Let me see. And then Ford, banks are still going up again. Like I said, those started off a little slower. I mean, even SPY is not even up that much. That's the craziest point. I mean, we've went up that same 0.3 that you gapped down with. I mean, overall, you're still down 1.2. But, yeah, we're kind of in this weird... There's time that's gone on, and we made somewhat of a move, but you're still overall in the same setup. But you guys are seeing it. The first move, cash open, a lot has gone to recovery. And there's NVIDIA now. So you have a lot of Mag 7 playing along today. I mean, NVIDIA is still down 3, but that's going to help out. Meanwhile, Apple's up 1.3. Meta's up 0.7. They're not up too much. And then Google's still down. Remember, Google, that's 2 days in a row. Google was down 6 yesterday. And now Intel... Okay, yalla. Yalla, habibi. Yalla. All right, well, new high. Even CBOE's up a little bit. Again, NVIDIA and the chips coming up. That's what's going to help. But, like, IG or SMH isn't moving. It's odd. You got IGV moving. There's financials breaking out now. So, again, that's one of the more choppier rotations. XLP is still up over 1.5. The 57 isn't showing. It should take a day or two. It should show as pending activity. So, mine showed as pending activity yesterday, and now it shows up as my cash. Yeah, make sure it filled it too. Again, Core Weave. Who was the other one? Blaze? I was the one that did a deal with them. Again, we're moving up here for now. I mean, a long, long way to go. Like I told you, we've filled all gaps. You are much lower than where Powell was. This is actually the lowest you've been since Kevin Warsh. But yeah, you filled all the gaps, and now you got to get... You're actually, what, 3-4 points away from filling the gap to the upside. A little pop from the bones. Oh, a little bit, actually. Yeah, TLT's going... Again, Amdizzle, Intel, Nvidia, they're trying. I mean, even fucking Korea. And then City. And the Banking of America. Broadcom. Okay, more CBOE. All right, a lot of things are waking up. What time is it? It's only been 20 minutes? Habibi, good morning. It's very, very early. So Dow Jones, 17 green, 13 in the red. NASDAQ, 45 green, 55 red. And then SPY, 250, 260 green, 240 red. Visa and Robinhood on the high. I feel like more financial plays, and then Quantinium's about to hit a new high. Yeah, where is Intuit? Intuit don't want to play along. Microsoft did a little today, and then Palantir for a second. But yeah, like I said, this is still pretty fucking lopsided. 0.5 on software. It's good that it's up, but chips are down 6. But yeah, SPY's still working its way up. SoFi on the high. More value plays. Again, even Verizon actually taking some bigger candles. AT&T lagging a little bit behind. Like I'm saying, staples are already up there. Your staples, healthcare, they're both 1%. And again, XLF. You made the IBMs free. Risk and rewarding. How many? Where is IBM Mizzle? Let's go, Habibi. Yallah. I sold a couple more at like 800%. I want to speed this up. Yeah, see? That just jacked up all the contracts on there. Let's see if this works. Yeah, that filled me at 1,000% now. It literally wouldn't fill me prior. That just jacked up all the prices on it. I mean, it does help it's hitting a new high. But yeah, I made more IBMs. I'm taking more off the table at 1,000%. That's on the short-term ones. I don't know where the ones with July are. I have a lot of those that were dirt cheap yesterday. That's what I'm saying. I mean, we were playing IBM a lot, and then we already had plays before it started moving. So then right when it started like moving, like there was a headline, I grabbed a lot of the short-term ones. The July ones are up 233%. So not too bad. Micron now starting to go. SMH, again, more of the, even like the quantum index. I just saw one of them on the high. FQ, there's Tessie and Intel. Again, SPY 737. I don't know. I don't know if this is good or bad. I mean, you were just at 732. So you've moved this same little move you've done in 20 minutes. That's what we need to fill the gap. Iran, Oman, discuss Hormuz shipping fees. U.S. officials have seized 300 drones near World Cup sites since start of play. Is that a new high on Quantinium now? Almost. You're right there. So again, the more breakouts on an IPO, the better. All right, well, now that finally ticked it, I think. Yeah. So new all-time high for the IPO. Take two on the pre-orders. Yeah, didn't they say it was like $60 yesterday? They're actually starting off good. It just sucks. There's a lot of things that have this setup where they look so killed yesterday, and then they just have this cash open move. But unfortunately, it's only been 20 minutes. I don't know if I don't know what of this shit is gonna actually end up holding. So again, it's like we could ignore Korea. That'd be nice, or otherwise, like I was even telling you how Korea played out yesterday. Korea wasn't bad until the last like hour, and then. Yeah, before we knew it, it just got ugly. Intel! Look at Intel. That's a $10 move, bro. That's 50% of our cost basis. It's amazing. It's amazing. AstraZeneca. And then HYMC. It's not going to fail. And where's CBOE? I don't know if the leaps. I don't think they've moved the bids yet. They're just jacking up the ask. Yeah, Cerberus does report. That'll be exciting because it's like the first IPO earnings so far of like any of these recent runs. Speaking of IPOs, SpaceX $5 above opening price. No? Nobody? So yeah, I can't believe it. Hit 140, what, 147? The 210s came out on Intel? Fuck out of here. You're kidding me. Boo, you're lying. Bro, I waited that whole time for a fucking 200 and then they dropped the 210s? Dog. Oh, they got 210s! 210s, bro. Not even 205s. 210s. Oh, I should have waited. You would have got back less premium, but you know, an extra $10 more to the upside. Damn, son. Haters. You sold your QNTs. Let it rip. Thank you. I was considering doing it just to watch it rip. You know what I'm saying? I feel you. So thank you. It's a good gain. I mean, the leaps went up 50. Anything shorter of that, you did good. What the fuck? Clove? Oh, Clove even intraday. Those would have been good if you held. I ripped those ones already. IBM volume pump. I mean, see if any of the other quantum moves. Again, IBM was higher pre-market. I was just saying, even Infiniq and all the other ones, actually. I think Quantinium was the only one lower pre-market. Yeah. SMR, that took off. Those plays, there's a wide spread. On the low end, it's 6%. High end, it's like 30. Why'd they do this? Yeah, man, if you could do Intel 210, I mean, you get less premium, but yeah, I like more. The more, the merrier. Yeah, there's a fat gap still on the SPY. I mean, even then, the SPY and NASDAQ, long way to go. Just remember, I mean, we gapped down 3% today. We're still down 2.5%. I mean, this is not... So I don't know, guys. Keep your head on a swivel. I wouldn't feel too comfortable yet. This is only 0.5%. So, unfortunately, you gapped down 3%. NASDAQ went up 0.5%. I mean, SPY went up about 0.5% too. But, yeah, this isn't like... still kind of the same morning dynamic, and it's still pretty ugly. I like Nike. It's maybe something I'll buy with this cash. But yeah, we talked about it last night on the watch list. China official Airbus executives discuss expanding investment. Hot dog. See if Boeing moves off of that. But yeah, I was talking about it through yesterday. The thing was that the because now dude, I'm telling you guys, do you guys not realize how crazy it is? I have 4,000 in cash on the small account. That's over 1 year of deposits. APLD taken off. I mean, again, high ticker and then drugs, XBI, and a few others. Again, even like CBOE. There's just some stuff doing good. And then the NeoCloud. NeoCloud has literally ripped from negative to positive. So that's one of those, like, you wake up with downside on these chip momentum days, and they just ripped the cash open and people bought it. $19 million barrels flowed out of the Hormuz yesterday, all-time record. President Trump. Well, well, well. But yeah, like I was saying, for the long term, dude, having more than a year of deposits is crazy. That's crazy. I don't even think we've ever had that much capital to deploy. Do you know that? Because think about it. We've been saving and then using the money, but on this account, we've never had just $4,000 sitting there to use. So it's a lot. I guess, or maybe with, what's it called? Maybe with Intel. No, I think even Intel, we only saved like 1,000 or 2 before we bought it. So yeah, but long story short, this is what I was talking about. My goal will probably be with this capital, because if it's $4,000, if I just get 5% return on that $4,000, that's gonna jack up my yearly dividend to about $900 a year, and that's what I want. So I don't know what I'm gonna buy, but I like this idea, because this is something I've been telling you guys for a while. The idea is that, you know, if I get $900 in dividends a year on this account, that now means 3 months out of every year. 3 months out of every year, we are getting for free. I'm getting just straight deposited. I'm saving now 15 months a year compared to just 12. The weeklies aren't going up on IBM anymore. They're still stuck at the 1,000%. But yeah, those July ones keep ripping if you have those. That one I should have made it free too early. But yeah, those are just under 300% right now. Woo! And then in the FinaQ, what is this guy doing, man? And then SPY. Yeah, and again, like I told you, this thing hit 17 last night. But yeah, those are starting to go. Both IBM, all the other cryptos, or quantum. It's pretty much all I have up here. FCUV. Again, software is trying to work its way up. What's FCUV? Up 700%. Is Focus Universal. Looks like another foreign runner. Could I not repurchase the 200s and get a slight profit and then sell the 210s? I could, but I'm not. You guys know I'm not trying to like day trade in my long term. Just thought I'd throw that out there. But yeah, the yield on cost is a lot lower, or it's a lot. I mean, technically higher. That's what I was looking at some of those numbers. There's a lot of plays that we got them at such good returns, and they went up so much that you know, and then we've been dripping for so long that the actual like cost basis doesn't reflect our initial investment. Like I'm saying, like IRM, it says that we bought it at $90, but like that's because of all the drip, and then we've gotten back like 30-40%. But then like go based on the current values, it's like even the current value of those drip shares, it's worth more than what we put into the stock to buy all the shares to begin with. So yeah, it's about, I think it's a 5 or 6, maybe a little higher should be the yield on that. But like I'm saying, if in general, if I could use now the Intel, this cash, we've already have a lot of growth. That's why the portfolio is doing so well. But it's like if I could snag a solid dividend, raise my yearly dividend up to $900 a year on that account, I would be very happy, both short term and for the future. Because like I'm saying, I mean, $1,000 a month or $1,000 a year on an account where we're saving $3,600 a year, that's again on autopilot now. This account will be producing 3 months of deposits on its own, which I like. Oil's coming down. Again, you just had that White House statement. SpaceX coming up. There is Call Weave. IBM again. All the quantum plays, that's all I'm pretty much keeping up. They're holding. Again, IBM's actually still kind of lagging from its highs, but yeah, it's not bad. Food ingredients. I like McKesson or McCormick. That's the one I think is a little bit more stable. Or I can understand their business more than like the flavor and other like food ingredient chemical suppliers. But yeah, I do like McCormick. SGI. CCJ now, more of those nuclear plays. Did SMR, that one hit a high. Again, those premiums moved a little bit. Oh, they're jacking one of the IBMs if these fill. Microsoft completes construction on data center in Wisconsin. AT&T, remember we just saw Verizon kind of run a little crazier. So see if that starts waking up. Kimberly, TAP is on the low, or TAP? Yeah, TAP's on the low, Dio's on the high. UWMC, no, I'm not liking their balance sheet. Like, ideally, I want quality. It sucks because when I play this dividend game, I'm going to get tempted to buy some high yield, low quality. But yeah, ideally, highest quality is kind of there. But that's why, too, what I showed you guys, my goal, it's like if I even want to just get the $200 extra a year, all I need is 5%. So there's a bunch of good quality 5% names that I think are fine. If I want to get more than 5%, then we're going to be playing a quality negotiation, which I would try to avoid, to be honest. Nothing happened. I mean, this morning we had, again, very bad Korea. There was a couple things that played out, really dampened momentum. And then we just kind of woke. We got data. The data was good, too. That gave us a little bit of a lift. But you just had a cash open buy, but we're still, you're still down like 2.5, 2.25. And then you actually have Mag 7 playing along today. That's the irony, is that even though chip momentum dropped, Korea was bad, it's not like that affected the Amazons and Apples. All it really affected was NVIDIA, and then everybody else not chip related actually did better than when the chips were going up. So that's what's giving us this weird breakdown. And again, Staples still holding, XLV, XLF. Again, whatever FCUV is. So much equality, Habibi. CCJ, more uranium. Yeah, we had those. I like those. I hope they continue. Like I'm saying, you had those headlines in the morning, but everybody was just focusing on everything else. Scam that split today. Yeah, I see the low one, and then usually it's like when I see the 6K. When we find out they're foreign. Reverse split, foreign issuer. Those have been the... I don't know how. I don't know how people play these, though. And then AT&T, like I was saying, that one, the Verizon move was pretty big. But they chilled, but now AT&T is going a little bit more. I know, Microsoft. Again, IGV too, but like I said, very, very lopsided. Chips are still down 5.5. Including my covered calls in my APY. You can, but I'm not. I'm just looking at my dividend yield. And then hopefully I could put it to work. SPY, a new high. Microsoft estimates 4.7 spend in Wisconsin. Jets, our defensive names going up. I mean, again, we are, I think today or tomorrow, we're going to hear from the defense contractors. Brent crude is on the low. That could be it too, you guys. Oil is still near the lows. So even though we have this little Korea freak out, again, a lot of people used it to buy the dip. You are still rotating too, might I add. So it's just, again, they bought Mag 7, and while they sold off the chips are still down even though they're getting a recovery, and then you're still rotating. So honestly, not too bad for broadening, even though today's been pretty ugly. You're only down 0.7 now on this SPY. That's recovered half of the loss, and we've been here for less than an hour. NASDAQ's still down 2.1. NASDAQ was down 3% at one point. XLE. It'd be good to flip. I mean, we had, so it was about like, what, a month, 2 months ago? We talked about energy, where I said, I'm like, if you really want to top blast it for like long term, I would just I'd be finding the laggers. Otherwise, I don't really like energy for the long term. I never did. I do like this infrastructure build out and what it's leading to, but that's what I was saying. If like you really want to do it, you gotta find the lagger in that space. But I don't know if I'd play the XLE again beyond any sort of momentum and flips. But yeah, that's my take on it. I think the bank stress test I think it's today or Wednesday, but I don't think it'll be too much. I mean, they might outline some scenarios, but yeah, we're kind of over the days of freaking out of the banks, as odd as that sounds. Somebody asked me yesterday, they're like, why is like the assets, if you look at the book values and the assets on banks, they're extremely high, but then these stocks are trading, you know, even if they're up, they're trading at a discount to their book values. And that's just, don't forget, 2-3 years ago, we had everybody freak out on these banks, on the assets they hold, the treasuries. Remember, a lot of these banks still own treasuries. Do you guys remember when bond yields would go up? Why would people freak out? Because it would literally cause unrealized losses to the banks. So everybody forgot about that. So that's what I'm saying. It's like we have got used to it. We've had what's it called? We've even had like liquidity facilities created for it and all sorts of stuff. So that's why I do think, more. Speaking of a bank stress test, just people's concerns towards some of the things in financials have been much alleviated or ignored over the last couple years. And Nibis, so again, NeoCloud went red to green. TRV, again, AT&T still. High ticker is fully maxed out, you guys. I don't know if you noticed. There's a couple names moving on the low, but yeah, you're starting to broaden out here on the high ticker. Kind of awesome to see. It just sucks we're still down 2% on the NASDAQ, so this could either pull either direction still, or all it takes is one. The moment this little cash open stops, it's been less than an hour. So, but other than that, though, if this could actually hold up, get us into a nice middle ground. Like I said, though, just head on a swivel all day today, because you still got to take this into the close. Like I said, there was a chance we could ignore it, but this is how Korea felt yesterday, and then end of the day, that's it. So we could ignore it for a little bit. If we ignore it by the end of the day, awesome. If not, then we run into a problem. Palantir. Dude, come on, bro. I'm confused, though. I thought Benjamin Netanyahu controls everything. How come? And then I thought Palantir works with Benjamin, so how come Palantir? I don't get this. I don't understand Palantir. Yeah, you ain't getting no love. Even that army contract yesterday, again, ain't no love in the heart of Palantir. Ain't no love with the Alex Cobb. Who is it? When we sell another IBM, they keep coming down. I could try. They still got great bids on the weeklies. I haven't touched the July ones yet. And SPY's still going. Again, Palantir, 52-week low. SMR. Kimberly running like quality. Indeed. Core Weave. I think Core's too. And then airlines now. JetBlue, UAL. Again, oil is still hanging out near the low. Pizza. Micron now waking up too. Okay, hello, Habibi. Yeah, I mean, Micron's still down 8. Blech. And then, yeah, there's NNE. That's waking up now. Yeah, Kimberly, again, staples. It's actually XLP's chilling. And like I'm saying, the XLF, XLV, they're all just holding. Again, they're choppy. But they're in the game. IBM chilled out. Now Chipotle, we're about to get a slot bowl turnaround. Coin, is Bitcoin up? No, gold still all washed, dude. Where's the dollar? Oh, Chad! So like I was telling you, man, if the dollar, and then got a big crap on Korea. So yeah, this is not good, man. Like I'm saying, if we start bouncing, I would start saying inflation, but yeah, I don't. That's the one thing I don't like. Everything else I like. I mean, besides the fact we haven't broadened out, but even then, we didn't necessarily need a broadening out. But yeah, that's the only thing I don't like is the dollar. That's it. That's the only fucked up thing right now. Because that's saying momentum over. I mean, think about it. Bigger high on dollar, Korea down 10. Those are the things we do not want to see. Dollar trading like NeoCloud. The Korea sell-off, it was a couple of things. The first one was SK Hynix was talking about shifting the type of RAM they're going to make. Instead of like data center RAM back to consumer RAM. So people didn't like that. And then one of the Korean regulators for finances, he was talking about how he regretted approving the single stock levered ETFs for Samsung and Hynix. So pretty much he was like, yeah, we regret allowing people to have 3x leverage on a single stock. It had some unforeseen consequences when we look back at it. Dollar General now, and then more of those travel plays. SPY just holding up here near the high. Again, Micron's still going, and you had a SanDisk move. High ticker's still very active. And then Dick's Sporting Goods. Oh, not bad. Let's see if we change this set. It's so weird, though, because even today, it's not like it was, like, deep red and besides the amount, but it's not like you had a massive amount of names in the red. So Dow Jones, 19 green now. Actually, Dow is green. Dow is literally up by 0.1 right now. NASDAQ, 48 red, 52 in the green. SPY, 280 green, 217 in the red. So about 40 names or 20 names went green. But yeah, unfortunately, like I'm saying, nice move, but you're literally halfway between the gap down and the gap up. Or pretty much filling both sides of this. Now STX and then MT. Trade weekends. I mean, that's the deeper level of it, but I was just pointing out, like, you know, last time during these like momentum bouts and even some of the little boom and bust bubble we had last year, it started and ended with the dollar moves. So that's what I was saying, just even exactly how last year played out. We didn't necessarily go down, but we got stuck in the little momentum box once the dollar started breaking out of that 3-month high. And unfortunately, we've done that. There's still a chance the dollar could come down, but yeah, if it doesn't, I mean, it's just going to be, my idea is that a strong dollar makes it harder to have this crazy momentum you've seen in the last couple of months. SPY, Habibi. Okay, yeah, again, it's better follow through on the chip recovery mixed in with everything else. Like I said, maybe 20, 30 names have gone green here, but I mean, it could be worse. Again, NASDAQ has recovered 1% from this 1.5% decline. NASDAQ's down below 2 now, 1.98. How does the Korea news impact? A lot and not a lot. You know, that's what's happened before. We've seen it where, you know, it's the doom loop where, like, pretty much Korea reacts to us and then we react to Korea, but then, like, we could ignore it too. That's what we've seen happen before. And that's kind of what I was talking about all morning here, where I'm saying it's just see if we follow Korea, and then also just keep in mind we could also ignore Korea as well. But it's this weird back and forth. But this idea of chasing memory momentum, I mean, unfortunately, yeah, it makes momentum. I mean, unfortunately, it makes Korea more important. Zillow? What the fuck, Zillow? Mozilla and Palant. But yeah, I mean, software. We got 2.0. End phase now. Envay's still down. I mean, it did this last couple days. NVO, VKTX. Now Verizon's doing it again. Round 2, dollar on the high. Ugh. That's the only thing I don't like still. Again, bonds are doing good. Bond volatility is low. Oil is low. Yep, literally, UUP, 52-week high. So not only did we break the 3-month level, we hit the 52-week high. I don't think you even did that last time. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Last time, oh no, you had a long way to go. So that's what I'm saying. We broke out of this 3-month box, and now it is elevating. Oh, get elevated. Ladies and gentlemen, speaking of elevation, lift. Oh, it's here. Bradley Fraser lend the peach on a Tuesday. Chatadonia. NASDAQ was down 3%. Now it's only down 2 as the peach arrives. Peach Nation, get your ass up. Good morning. Oh, Bradley, we needed you, Bradley. We needed you, Brad. What's up, baby? Good morning. Oh, Peach Nation. So we tell Xi Jinping, so he stops. We want these, what's he doing? Trying to do a deal with Airbus? So we got Bradley in the house now. Can we get this deal with Boeing going? WNC, Wabash. Intel, SanDisk? SanDisk moved pretty good. I swear it was just on the low. Yeah, Intel came up a lot too. More Kimberly, more Bradley Lee, more Palantir and Zillow on the lows. IGV is just oddly in the middle. It doesn't know what it wants to do. And then SMH still down 5. And then dollar at a high, bro. That's the one thing I don't like. NVAX now moving up. Didn't Chata. We're getting a couple of broadening out moves right now. Yeah, the Westinghouse is the one that got... Westinghouse isn't public, though. But they're the ones that got more of a benefit off of that deal stuff yesterday. Palant. Yes, there you go, my friend. The random yelling is annoying. I know. That's not why you're leaving, though. You're just taking it out on me. You said yesterday you held 60,000 of Intel and sold for $40 to break even. Don't get mad at me, man. Don't get mad at me. Actually, your chat fax is terrible. That should be more annoying. Claude has a major outage. What can cause dollar to come down? Japan. That's what I was saying yesterday. It's at some point, I'm just starting to think this could be some of the Japan and the India currency effects. But yeah, that's the problem. Oh, Westinghouse is public. Camco owns 49. I did not know that. Oh, well then there, I should have went for them in the morning. That's why I took the SM. Remember, I was telling you guys the SMR. I told all of you. I don't really like the plays as much, but those did go up. But yeah, and then USO on the low, AJG, and then CL, and Kimberly. All right, well, first two little I mean, again, we've kind of just been melting up, dude. So it's been 1 hour, or just under that. DFTX, that was the one from yesterday. About Charter, they look like a good price and value. I'm just not too excited about some of the comms, but in like communications, but it's decent. They had that meeting with Japan yesterday, and that's why too, like, we saw the dollar started moving from there. But yeah, that's why it's like just the weaker the yen goes, it's naturally making the dollar stronger. Then there's a couple of other currencies all kind of doing bad. Again, from the pound and the euro, but mainly like India, and then now the yen. Now isn't a long-term play because it's kind of expensive still. So even then, I mean, if it gets into the 80s, I would consider it. That's where the last time we had this discussion. But yeah, even at $80 now is still, it's not necessarily cheap. Like, it still has a lot of premium baked into that price. I think they're great. I think they're tied into the right into the ecosystem of all this AI stuff. But yeah, at the same time, it's not that's why I'm not too crazy over it. More Microsoft. Well, I told you guys, so with the cash we got from the covered calls, That's a lot of cash that we could put towards yield and dividends, which I love. And I told you I have the, if I could get 5% yield on that, I could bring I could accomplish a yearly dividend goal like that, which would be awesome. Or we take 1 year of deposits and then we just fucking blast it all into it in Microsoft. What do you guys say? See, I don't know. I'd be lying if I said I didn't consider that. I did. It was probably my third thought. I was like dividends, I was like midterms, and then I was like fucking throw it all into growth. Let's just fucking throw it all into Microsoft and into it. So I thought about it, but yeah, I mean, I do think the dividends would be the best move. If there's a nice rebound, we get upside and yield. If it does nothing, we get the yield, and then the growth keeps continuing. Claude is down. It's all over. Well, listen, until software starts ripping, I don't believe it. Because that's what I'm saying, bro. I don't know if do you guys feel the deja vu? I don't like it. It's very deja vu, and I don't like it. You literally had Apollo gate a fund today. Software is down 20% in 2 weeks, and everyone just keeps regurgitating AI, Mythos, GLM. It's the same. We're doing the same AI CapEx. So we're doing the same circular AI worry thing. And then again, credit funds getting clapped. Meanwhile, software down. This is what I was saying. Unfortunately, believe me, I would have loved, and I still think we got time on them, but it's not looking good now. But I'd love the Palantir and the Zillow. But look at what the fuck happened to software, you guys. Software died. And that's what I'm trying to say, because I'm like, bro, the last time you went from 108 to $86 was literally at the beginning of the year when we had the fucking SaaS apocalypse. But that did it in a month, not in 2 weeks. So yeah, I mean, all of this though is just we are at a very deja vu moment, it feels like. So, and that's why too though, it's like maybe we get better deals for better growth, or maybe we just go with our dividends. So, but yeah, I got ideas. I got cash. We still got the end of the year. We're still in the lead. I mean, we're firing on all fronts. So we have some options. Let's just do it the right way. DOJ unveils $6.5 billion healthcare fraud crackdown. Hot dog. UNH got a baby candle. See if you get any follow through. And again, SPY stopped the melting up. We're kind of just chilling near the high. Playing or just an option. I would chill for a little bit on them until we literally, because it's either software is going to just fucking die further and go back to being one of the top laggers, or it's going to find a way to catch its footing here. But that's what I'm saying. So it's like, give it a little bit. I'm not against the average down on Palantir and Zillow, but realistically, this is what I was trying to say yesterday. If software gets worse, so like hypothetically, if IGV, some of you are going to hate me for this, but unfortunately, this is how I play. Take IGV, right? Let's say it drops to $83, $80 even. Let's say it drops another 5 to 10%. And then if IGV drops another 5 to 10%, what do you guys think Zillow and Palantir are going to do? They're going to go down with it. Because remember, we bought those when it was at 108. We were buying the laggers. So if now the thing that we were buying that we were trying to catch the lag on, if that is now lagging, do you get what I'm saying? Like, you should be able to see the writing on the wall. But here's the deal. If IGV starts going down another 5-10%, before I would average on Palantir and Zillow, I would start making new plays on IGV and Microsoft. That's what we did last time. That's what I'm saying. When last time I played Microsoft at 350, 360, that was a 1,500% play. Again, same exact thing with those IGVs. We hit a lot of nice IGVs at the low. So pretty much anything worse from here now after a 20% decline, I would average down by increasing quality. And that's what I'm saying now. So instead of going for the laggers, I would go for the leaders in that space. If the leaders start underperforming, if we could get the whole IGV for cheap enough, or I could get Microsoft for cheap enough, I'm going to run that one instead. So that's how I'm thinking about those plays for now. But unfortunately, they're not working. But hopefully you could see the options. It's, you know, if things bounce back, we got enough time, you'll get some of your money back. Maybe you get lucky and get more plus a gain. You guys saw how CRM and other software plays played out. Otherwise, it keeps dropping. Those plays will get washed, but then we should be able to get a better opportunity with IGV or Microsoft. But again, it just depends how software plays out. That's kind of been the thing. Although we have ideas and we could have laggers and leaders, it's ultimately going to boil down to how software actually moves, though. That's what I'm saying. If it gets manic, it gets crazy, or it gets obliterated, that is going to affect these opportunities. Well, Microsoft is in a bear market, I believe. I think Microsoft's down 20%. I have a pretty picture, actually. Let me see it. A dollar cost average for Head and Shoulders pattern? Oh, I don't know. I've never done that in my life. So, like, I've never made a financial decision based off of, like, the pattern, essentially. So, I don't factor it in. Okta? Oh, what's up, big dog? Rubio comments. Or no, Russia Novak. Rubio, 5 Cuban firms designated. Oh yeah, here it is. So this is crazy. Just looking at like the valuation of Microsoft compared to the QQQ. This is the lowest Microsoft has been in almost a decade. So pretty much Microsoft has never lagged. In the last 10 years, this is the biggest that Microsoft has lagged the NASDAQ. QNT, SpaceX. Again, Okta, that caught my attention. I mean, see if cybersecurity gets a run. I mean, software is getting a couple candles. Mujtaba office releases poster showing proxy groups holding hands. Nice. The AI slop from hell. Now TEM. And then SMR, you're getting a candle. SpaceX going up too. Hi. I don't get, what's the price on these? Okay, INFQ. See if IBM does it now. So Quantum started it first. IBM is just chilling, and then INFQ. Again, software. Rubrik, Snowflake. I don't know if Crowd is. You got Capital One up. Microsoft, I do. I mean, none of this is a recommendation. I only show you a model of what I do, but yeah, I bought Microsoft last week. That's what I was saying. I mean, I just bought it, but I would even be considered adding more. That's what we were just saying with some of this cash that we got. So yeah, I actually do like Microsoft. I've been playing the market for too long. Too long. I don't even... 17 years, maybe? I don't know. Too many years. Look at oil. So oil with a couple of straight up candles. I mean, it's $1, but yeah. I mean, again, we pretty much were just trading at one of those, multi-month lows. Yeah, service now waking up. Again, that's up 5%. So even though software, I mean, you had Palantir hitting 52-week lows. You got a couple of big software laggers, but yeah, it's not doing too bad. Do I like Bill Gates? What do you mean? Like morally as a person, or like the aesthetic of his man boobs? I don't know what you're asking me. But generally both, I would say no. I'm not the biggest fan of said man, or whatever he is. Huge call, put delta flow divergence. Yeah, this is what happened with Korea though yesterday. You had like a gigantic move, then you had like this like bounce and chill, and then everybody just kept betting like crackheads on both sides. But then yeah, I mean, again, today's a weird day, but first time too Korea fell below the 21-day moving average since all this started. You're confused, wouldn't a strong dollar help inflation risk? I could give you info. I have a really good video that I posted at the beginning of this year. Believe it or not. So if you go to the trading fraternity, I'll explain some of it to you now. But I do want you guys to see this video because it's important. I really think it would have been really helpful at the beginning of the year. But where is it? The dollar debasement lie. So I made this at the beginning of the year because this was what people were talking about. But one thing I talk about in the video, and this is what I'm even saying now. I said it the other day because I'm like, well, shit, if the market stays up and the dollar keeps climbing, that's actually going to make me worried about inflation. So think about that. You guys, if you've been listening to me for several years now, or even recently, the last couple of years, I haven't really been worried about inflation. I don't even, again, as the media, tariffs, you name it, I haven't been freaking out about the inflation topic. But that's why I'm telling you, ironically enough, you don't think that's ironic? That the dollar getting strength, that would make me believe in inflation, just with how this is setting up. So again, I know it might sound weird, but you've already lived through this. So you're even asking me, you're like, wouldn't a strong dollar help with inflation? In theory, yes, to a certain degree, right? Your dollar's stronger, brings prices down, but, you know, the way the economy is, the connections, who we trade with, it plays out a little different. And this is, and that's what I'm saying, like, a lot of people were asking me today, they're like, why is the dollar doing this? And what did I tell you guys? I'm like, dude, it might be Japan, it might be India, it might be the euro. It's these other global currencies. And guess what? That's exactly what happened last time. So what I'm talking about is 2020. So the last time in your life that you saw a real currency debasement and you saw the first ever real inflation in most people's modern day life, unless you're a boomer, what happened? 2021, what did the dollar start doing? As inflation hit the highest point ever, the dollar rose with it. And then the inflation went down, the dollar actually started going down eventually too. But this makes sense with what I'm telling you, because what happened during 2020 to 2022? Not only was it the inflation and all of it, but think about, this was the part that I've criticized some people politically because it's just kind of naive. And and a lot of people are like, we're the good people. We're the good people. Everyone wants to be the good person. But ironically enough, like our inflation and some of the decisions we made were terrible, and it affected Americans and communities and a lot of things. But ironically, why did this happen? Why did we get 9% inflation, worst inflation in 45 years, and your dollar went up in value? Why? Can you answer that question for me? It's easy. Super easy. Why? It's not printing, not this I want, but what's the real physical reason that why would this happen? Why would this phenomenon occur? How are you paying double for a graphics card in a house, but your dollar is stronger? How are you paying $7 a gallon, but your dollar is stronger? How am I getting less and you're telling me my dollar is stronger? How does that happen? Ding, 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 ding. Exactly. The rest of the world was worse. That's it. That's it. That was the part, that was the elephant in the room. That's the part everybody ignored the last couple years, last 5 years. Because it was bad for us, but we were fucking up the third world. We were fucking up Argentina. We were fucking up Turkey. Anywhere that wasn't with the dollar was getting destroyed. You had it bad. The rest of the world was getting fucked up by this dollar printing valuation. So like I'm saying, I think it makes sense right now if you're looking at it, because like take a look. The dollar, it's going up, but what's happening now? India's low-key having a currency problem. The yen is low-key imploding. The euro is getting clapped by the war. So you see what I'm saying? So right now, even though we've had good things that would bring the dollar down, all of a sudden the dollar just keeps rising up. I don't think it's because of the dollar. I think it's because of everybody else now. And if they get weak, unfortunately, it's going to make yours stronger. And that's what I'm saying is like if we keep going up and the market's able to hold and we're like, well, yeah, everyone's weak, we're strong, we might be able to go up. But like I'm saying, at some point, if the market starts running from here, but then the dollar starts climbing, I am going to start leaning towards, oh shit, this is now overheating inflation. We might run into that. But other than that, though, it's like if the dollar could just come down from here and then the market rips with the dollar back into this range, I think we're the same that we have been. So yeah, I hope that helps. I'd watch that dollar debasement video. I think it was very timely. Well, you don't get the stagflation until you get the stag. You need that's why like the GDP and some of this economic data, like the PMIs right now, it's there. India is having a horrific currency problem. It's worse than you think. Yeah, well, at least I'm thinking about it. You don't hear people talk about it too much. So I'm very aware it's going on with India. I may not understand the full scope of it, but my problem with India right now is I just don't know if, we don't trade as much with India. We do and we don't. But I don't know if it's going to, I don't know about like that real like global dollar economic impact of India if theirs gets clapped too much, essentially. So that's why I'm like, Japan, they're going to have more of a weighting on us. But India, it plays out a little different. But I think it'll affect other people more than them. But yeah, it is one of those things that, like I'm saying, is like if you are paying attention just beyond chips and S&P 500, there's legitimately, we're watching one currency. There's at least 3 different major currency moves right now, with 2 of them kind of being a little bit more extreme. And that's why it's like, and then we're watching the dollar start to kind of dislocate from what we're doing. And I think it's just all pointing to this. But yeah, I mean, all takes patience. Indonesia is not getting clapped. Theirs is copper. Indonesia is limiting copper output. But I don't think their currency is getting clapped. video of Tesla crashing into the house. Oh, dude, I wanted to see this. Oh, shit! Okay. I don't know why. Why did I think it would be calmer than that? UBS says near-term rate hikes are unlikely. RMD, have a good day. Have a good one. Good morning. Good morning. We're chilling. We're in the middle. You're down 2.5 on the NASDAQ. You've only recovered 0.5%. So again, you bad Korea, very major gap down. Yeah, a little bit of cash open bid, but then yeah, we're slowly fading. Oh, those are still jacked up. Well, well, well. You can't hit any of these. UBS says markets are too hawkish. Again, MT, that was running up earlier. Net, again, cybersecurity names. Some of them are starting to go up. Some more than others, but they're at least holding pretty well. Vance Rubio reaffirm U.S. support for Lebanese state authority with call to Aoun. Sirius Radio for all the Buffett fans out there. KKR on the low. Banks, bro, they're killing it. And then Wix, kind of a decent sell-off. Big volume, 4-1. That was 2%. It already recovered a little bit. And then FedEx on the low too. But yeah, Wix with the little candle. That could be something. They have confirmed self-driving was not responsible for this unfortunate crash. The driver manually overrode by holding the accelerator at a maximum of 73 miles an hour. Cintas, DraftKings. DraftKings starting to run up a little bit. Threat actors selling TripAdvisor records. It's $12 stock. See if they react. We saw a delayed reaction on one of those hacks the other day. And no, yo, Dell. Hi. This is kind of in its own little world. Yeah, Dell has recovered barely even gapped down today, if you really think about it. How would I invest if I'm starting out at 30? I got my life together, landed a great job, I would do exactly what we're doing, man. That's like one of the most encouraging parts about what we do with the long term here, is that it doesn't matter if you're just starting. That's where people hate it too, though. You got to realize this is why people hate me sometimes, because they want more. They want more for their special scenario. But unfortunately, I believe it's the same thing for everybody. Whether you have a lot of money, whether you have a little money, I don't care your background. I don't care if you work from home, if you work for a job, it does not matter what, anything. All that, it's all the same thing. Whether you're starting early or starting late, it's all going to be the same exact strategy. So like I'm telling you, if that really, you're 30, got good money coming in, you're getting your life in order, it's going to be this. I would tell you to do the exact same thing. I would tell any beginner or anybody advanced, anybody with $1 million or $10,000 or $50, I would tell them the exact same thing. And that's the beauty, because it works. It works at every single level, and it's scalable. So like I've been telling people as of late, what you should do right away, and then we don't have to think about this. We don't have to, this isn't like, oh, that's a great idea, let's fucking think about it and do nothing. No, go right now to Schwab, go make an individual brokerage account, go attach your bank account, and start setting up once a month deposit of 10% of your income. And then boom, right away, now we're going to get that account funded. And now we start shopping. I'd watch some of the videos. You could watch the latest long-term ones and then pick a couple of stocks that we know and use, the ones that aren't up. Pick a couple of them and then keep adding every month. And then every month we slowly start adding. And you could follow along with some of what we're doing. And if you understand the rules, the 10 years minimum, the quality, you'll be able to start adding your own stuff and go from there. But sadly, what you do in the next couple of months is not going to matter. It's not going to change your life. Start a long term today, make a couple of plays. It's not going to do anything dramatic. But if you make it past the first like 6 months to a year and hold consistency, that's where it starts to go a little crazy. That's where the timing becomes very effective. Kimberly, focus on growth and dividend. I would do both. So it depends how old you are, but you're still a little younger. You would probably want to bias towards growth in the long run. But yeah, you could do a little bit of both. Like I started out like 60-40, or you could do 70-30. So I'm saying start with like 3 or 4 names that you decide. You could start those as your anchors. Again, maybe 3 of them could be growth. 1 of them could be a dividend name. Most of the good deals right now are dividend names, so that's both good and bad, because it may not be as exciting, but that is where you can get a good deal right now. And then by the time the good growth deals come, the other ones will do their own thing. Again, Dell keeps running up. I think that one's kind of unique. The other one, IB Mizzle. I don't know if Claude is still down. And then we're right at VWAP. But yeah, no, I'm telling you though, the hard part is the timing. The long term is easy, bro. I'm telling you. I mean, especially some of you guys have, like, you're getting to watch this every day. And like that's where people run into problems, bro. Like some people, like I'm telling you, bro, I've seen some. I don't know. I think it's just this bubble in momentum. I've seen some crazy stories in the last couple of weeks, but I think a lot of it too is just like, is this impatience, this waiting. That's what I'm saying. Like, some people, they want to do big things in the market, and then they would start off long term, and then before you know it, they abandon it. But they just didn't want to wait. That's it. Like I'm telling you, give me 1 to 3 months. I mean, I'm gonna give you a very easy model to follow. Like, it's pretty fucking easy. It's, you know what I'm, but the hard part is waiting a month. Imagine stocks move, you depositing, everyone's talking, all these things. It's like the hard part is waiting, and then the hard part is deploying the capital, and then waiting after you deployed the capital. It's so easy, because I'm just telling you, the hard part is doing nothing. But truly, the doing nothing, most people can't do that. That's what I'm saying. Like, your long term right now, bro, first 6 months, a year doesn't matter. But the real gains, it starts happening once we start turning these little drops into a river. It just, before you know it, that consistency takes on a life of its own, and that's where your money starts working for you. That's where you're like, holy shit, it's doing what I would have done in a month, 3 months. Oh, wow, now I have a year of savings now. It's like that's not going to happen after one play, one stock. It's not going to happen after one deposit. It's how this all culminates. That was something I was saying the other day, because, like, this account, bro, it's like, this was our small account. This was the first one that we started for YouTube. Again, Dell and airlines, as well as a couple of banks on the high. But I'm telling you, bro, this was we started this account with $500. So we took put like $100 into a couple of stocks, and then $200 a month deposits. We've finally raised it to $300 a month. But I was looking at this, like, look, bro, imagine, dude, this account was sitting at $20,000 in 2024, right? This is Josh, election. You thought I was going crazy. I said this shit was bullshit. I said, tell me. And then remember, beginning of the year, and I said, if I'm crazy, I'll be crazy. That's fine. That's it. But I said, you got to talk to me at the end of the year. And some of y'all need to convert now. We made a deal. So I said, if I did any worse, I'll change. I'll become a conformist. You know what I'm saying? But nah. So that's why I need you to get a long term now. But long story short, look, I'm telling you, from like end of July 24 all the way to January, this shit was at $20,000 to $24,000. Fast forward Liberation Day, a year ago, a little bit more than a year ago, this thing was at $23,000. That's why I'm like, dude, 42 grand now is kind of crazy. But guess what? It's a year. And do you see how I'm showing you? How am I showing you this example right now? I'm showing you by going back and then scrolling over a chart. I could scroll over the chart in a couple of seconds, but we actually had to go through all of that day after day, week after week. Do you see what I'm saying? That's the hard part. Justice Department. What is this? Oh, this is live right now? But yeah, do you see? That's the hard part. Like, you see how, like, before you know it, that 20,000 turns into 30, 30 goes down, and then before you know it, 30 turns in. This takes 6 months, 3 months, a year. You get what I'm saying? That's the problem, is that it looks quick when I show you it, but ask the people who've sat here with me for this whole time. Like, you have to go through these days. You have to put in all of these weeks. You have to get through every single day. That's why I'm telling you, if you're the type to only deposit when it's up, run away when it goes down, only when people talk about it in the media, you're going to do terrible. If you're going to be the type of guy, I'm going to see you in 2 years, and you're going to be like, oh, hey, Josh, I'm back. Now that the market's at all-time highs. Oh, yeah. I used to watch. I watch all the time. I just didn't do any of it. That's not going to cut it. And that's what I'm saying. It's like, you got to really, if you just stick with it consistently, month over month, and put in that investment of the consistent time, oh, you're going to do phenomenal. But the hard part is doing nothing. The hard part is actually burning that time, and burning the time in a productive manner so that we make these advancements, but not hurting yourself while you're waiting, not hurting it by gambling, not hurting it by doing low quality, a bunch of trades, just doing because you're excited and want to rush into it. The hard part is getting through the ups and downs, getting through the 4, 5, 6 months in a row of doing nothing, sitting in the box. That's the craziest part about this account. We were complaining about it. I was saying it at one point at the beginning of the year. I even put it in the long-term video. Because at one point, bro, look at from September, we get from like 30,000 to like 33. From September 25, hit 35, and then go back down to 31 by March. Bro, even then, July, June, July, October, November, December, January, February, March. It didn't get over till April. That's 7 months. You see what I'm saying? The account did nothing for 7 months. Can you deposit for 7 months? Imagine if you were disappointed that Zillow did not go up in a day and went down. If you shook it out after 1 week of a paying. Oh, that one's really, didn't we have a headline on paying before? I remember Tyree would be on that one. Paying. Oh, there is no short-term options on that one. Expensive paying. More like a pain. What is this? Yeah, paying 2.5% pop. It's kind of priced out. That's what I was saying. This thing's balling, dude. So you trading this the whole time? It's kind of weird for a $70 stock. Those options are extremely expensive, but then again, it did go 14 to 70. Penguin Solutions becomes NVIDIA AI Factory Specialized Partner. That's coming out right now. I have that confirmed. DJ Institutional News and Business Wire. Yeah, they put out a thing. They recognize Penguin's capabilities. A select group of NPN solution providers. Invitation-only AI Factory Specialization. Completing training and relevant competencies. Yeah, so NVIDIA deal with paying. It's just up a lot. And these options are not cheap. So yeah, like I'm saying, even recently, we went through 7 months of the long term doing nothing until it doubled again. So yeah, that's what I'm saying. If you have the discipline to keep adding, stick to the plan, if you can't always expect results to show up immediately in the long run. That's what I'm saying. Over time, it'll be amazing. But if you need it immediately, it's not. You're going to just give up the moment it slows down. Or the moment you run into your first hiccup. That, I believe, is the sad reality.
Strengthening enforcement and pursuing every credible allegation of fraud. If you exploit patients for profit, if you steal Medicaid or Medicare dollars, if you treat taxpayer dollars as your personal bank account, we will investigate you, we will build the case, and we will bring you to justice. We will find fraud, we will stop it, we will recover taxpayer dollars whenever the law permits, and we will restore integrity to the programs that millions of Americans rely on for their care. Thank you, and I now want to introduce Colin McDonald from the Justice Department.
Thank you, Secretary Kennedy. Today's record healthcare fraud charges and arrests makes clear that there is no case too big, no scheme too complex, and no hiding place too remote for our fraud-fighting team. In just 14 days, 455 defendants have been charged across the country for schemes involving over $6.5 billion in fraud. Under the leadership of President Trump, Vice President Vance, and Attorney General Blanche, the Department of Justice is aggressively scaling our offensive against anyone using healthcare as a front to steal from the American people. But today's cases allege more than the theft of taxpayer dollars. Many allege the theft of human dignity. Our sick, needy, and elderly, placing their faith in the gift of medicine, were neglected, ignored, and used for personal profit. For example, one defendant is charged with conspiring to submit approximately $89 million in false and fraudulent claims for cardiovascular tests. This defendant allegedly used marketing tactics designed to prey on fears that student athletes could die from sudden cardiac arrest. He then allegedly rubber-stamped test results as normal without reviewing them. Despite one patient's test results showing an enlarged heart, the defendant allegedly signed off on the test results within approximately 11 seconds of accessing the 63 test result images. As a result, the student was cleared to play, and he suffered sudden cardiac arrest and died on the basketball court just weeks later. That is why we cannot and will not tolerate fraud in healthcare. How are we going about targeting fraud in healthcare? We are following the data. Data talks and data doesn't lie.
I don't know. My favorite part was if you
identifies
tried to
where fraud
talk
is
about it,
happening
you
and
got
unmasks
demonetized
the
and banned.
perpetrators driving it.
I still think
For
that's my
example,
favorite part.
Our data analytics
Wasn't
team
that some of
observed a
your guys'
dramatic
favorite
spike
part?
in payments for allografts.
Yeah, I remember some people
from
were
less
really
than $1
supportive of
billion
it.
in 2021
They
to
were
over
like, wow,
$14
fuck
billion
yeah.
just 4 years later. Our resulting investigations have led to criminal charges against 11 defendants across 6 districts for allograft fraud, including a company executive and 8 medical professionals. What happened here, to be clear, was not medicine. The defendants in these schemes purchased allografts for
Utilities.
$30 to $75
And staples on the
inflated
high.
the price up to nearly 50 times that cost with the tab picked up by the taxpayers, and then secretly gave lucrative kickbacks for allografts applied. Marketers and nurses who took kickbacks targeted vulnerable hospice patients, making in many instances over $1 million per patient. These allograft fraud charges are the result of just one of our many data-driven initiatives. We are announcing today the first prosecution arising out of our Financial Intelligence Review Team, a cutting-edge effort to combine traditional data analytics with financial information. In less than 7 months, after identifying a suspicious behavioral health provider in Illinois,
World.
we brought charges against a defendant
I'm
for
gonna
a
actually try to go
$67
poop
million Medicaid fraud scheme.
While this is playing.
The defendant allegedly billed Medicaid for
Yeah,
providing
keeping
behavioral
UNH
health
up. Again, we got
services
the headline
to
early,
patients
and it
who received
kind of been
no
dumping
services,
since then.
and were actually even
I don't know if they're the
hospitalized
exact target
at
of this,
entirely
but-
separate health
Yeah.
facilities at the time of the billings. Today is just the beginning of a new era of healthcare fraud enforcement. The Fraud Division's Healthcare Fraud Unit, which led today's nationwide takedown, is one of the best investments across the government, saving $106 for every dollar spent. And with the whole of government laser focused on rooting out fraud, under the leadership of the White House Task Force to Eliminate Fraud, we are rapidly enhancing our fraud fighting capabilities. Today, we are announcing an agreement with the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid Services to obtain dedicated cloud computing space in the CMS's cloud environment to run real-time advanced analytical models to detect fraud. We are also announcing agreements with the Federal Trade Commission and Customs and Border Protection to eliminate data silos and enrich our algorithms. And we're coordinating with prosecutors, agents, and analysts from across state and federal government at a scale and scope that has never before existed until today. The era of getting rich off America's healthcare system is over. If you defraud the American people and put profit over patients, we will do everything we can to put you in prison. I'll now turn the podium over to a critical partner in our fight against fraud, Director Kash Patel.
Thank you. America, you should take a look. You should take a look at what leadership from the White House and the President Trump's prioritization to go after and combat fraud looks like. America should take a look at the Vice President's task force and the initiative by the Justice Department here under AG Todd Blanche and AAG Colin McDonald. Fraud is no longer being tolerated, it is not being put up with, and you've seen the staggering numbers that in just the last 2 weeks, that's all we're here to talk about today, is just the last 2 weeks of fraud, of perpetrators and criminals who have been arrested and apprehended from around the world, totaling over $6 and $7 billion in fraud, in money stolen from the American people, our precious taxpayer dollars that are supposed to service our seniors and our kids were being stolen outright by individuals who thought they could get away with it. But thanks to the Trump administration and the Vice President's task force and the White House task force and the Department of Justice's courageous prosecutors, we have now been able to charge a record number of individuals. I just want to go over a couple of things. One such individual, the FBI is responsible for what we call foreign transfer of custodies, FTOCs. Last week, the FBI executed 4 FTOCs on 4 separate continents in 24 hours. We did this because we had the backing of the White House and the U.S. government and the Department of Justice to go out and apprehend criminals wherever they are. One such individual related to fraud was apprehended in Turkey thanks to the relationships and partnerships between Ambassador Tom Barrack and the Turkish government. Mr. Hilmi was arrested after perpetrating a multi-billion-dollar fraud in Turkey, apprehended and transferred back to the United States of America while he faced prosecution. I also want to highlight the Vice President's brilliant idea to put together a most wanted fraudsters list. The FBI has always had our top 10 most wanted fugitive list. But in 2 weeks ago, I think we were all in Ohio, where we announced our most wanted fraudsters list. And in just the last 2 weeks, thanks to the help of the American people and the world, we have apprehended 2 of the most wanted fraudsters already. One of those individuals, Herbert Leon Kimball, was apprehended in the Philippines. He's an American citizen. He had been bilking, allegedly, the system against Medicaid for billions of dollars since 2014, $1.2 billion in telemedicine specifically alone. That individual was apprehended in the Philippines and transported back to the United States of America, where he will now face justice. This is the reach of the United States government. This is the reach of this team, the interagency and state and local partners focused on one mission and one mission alone: to combat fraud and make sure the American public's precious taxpayer dollars go where they're supposed to go, to the American people that need them the most, and not to these criminals who are stealing from us day in and day out. Those days are over, and this should showcase to the world the length that we will go as an interagency and as a task force to apprehend and arrest and bring to justice anyone who steals our dollars that are meant for our most vulnerable citizens. We're also going to ask what we did in Ohio a couple of weeks ago, and we'll circulate it on social media later. We're adding 2 more individuals to the most wanted fraudster list. I said then, and I've said it before, the American people in the world are our best sources of information. There is no such thing as bad information. So if you have any information on Khalid Sitari, who is wanted for a $547 million genetic testing scheme and we believe to be hiding in the United Arab Emirates, call 1-800-CALL-FBI, 1-800-CALL-FBI. Let us know. You saw what we did in just 2 weeks by apprehending 2 of the most wanted fraudsters. With your help, we will apprehend the rest of them. The last one is Emily Tai, who's also wanted in connection with a genetic testing scheme for allegedly stealing $90 million. And she was previously on an ankle monitor and fled, we believe, to Vietnam. So if the American public or anyone in the world has information on Emily Tai, please call 1-800-CALL-FBI. We need your information, we need your help, and you have now seen what we can collectively do as an interagency under the Attorney General's brilliant leadership and the prioritization at the White House, that fraud will not be tolerated, that fraud perpetrators will be apprehended not just across the United States of America, but from the 4 corners of the world. So we plead with you to give us any and all information that you have. And again, the only type of bad information is the one that we don't receive from you. So please call 1-800-CALL-FBI with any information on any of the fraudsters on our most wanted list. And this should be a clear message to the world that the FBI, along with our interagency partners, are not tolerating fraud anymore. And we will chase them down just like we chase down terrorists, narco traffickers, gangbangers, and those that wish to do harm to our communities, because this type of harm is equally as harmful to our most vulnerable. Thank you. And I now turn it over to our brilliant partner, Dr. Oz.
I'm going to put my doctor's hat on here. There's 2 issues that we have not gone into in detail, but they've been mentioned by many. The first is affordability. The $100 billion that Secretary Kennedy mentioned is stolen from Medicare and Medicaid. If we were able to just take that out of what's being stolen from Medicare, would double the life expectancy of the Medicare Trust Fund. It massively changes what people pay when we tolerate this kind of fraud. The second big message, again, is that costs matter. They matter a lot. And they're measured oftentimes in ways that we can put on signs. But the actual cost is that of human health and the lives of humans hurt by these fraudsters, because they don't care about you. If they're willing to steal your money when you're down and out and struggling and you're vulnerable, they will definitely take your health and take your life if that's required. Today's actions are the results of months of painstaking collaboration by law enforcement agencies represented on this stage. The U.S. Attorney, of course, the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force, the FBI, HHS OIG, CMS colleagues, all of us worked tirelessly towards one goal, making sure that people who steal from Medicare and Medicaid face real consequences, because it scares away future perpetrators. As Secretary Kennedy mentioned, the general approach has been
a little bit
slow,
below VWAP.
meandering, and non-consequential for fraudsters, which is why after COVID, they rushed into this space. CMS's role in this partnership has fundamentally changed because of the nature of the fraudsters. We now use techniques that historically were never thought of. Instead of just flagging problems, we build cases. Under the leadership of Secretary Kennedy, we've created a stellar team at CMS. Fraud fighters, including Kim Brandt and Janine Ugo and others, who brilliantly reinvent how we catch these criminals. And by the time our law enforcement partners are ready to move, we aim to hand them a file that is already complete, already ready, supported by payment suspensions and provider revocations, funding deferrals, real-time fraud detection that never existed before. Now, the numbers tell the story. I'm going to give you two really important ones. The first is, in the first quarter of last year, we revoked billing privileges for fraudsters of 1,006 providers. Pretty good result, we thought, at the time. This same period this year, the first
Sprouts
quarter,
has been
we
getting
made
a couple of weird candles
That's
here.
a 40% increase
It's up 4%,
over last year.
not in one
so
candle,
40%
but
more revocations.
this
We also
movement
have
looks a
payment
little odd.
suspensions where we just don't pay the bill because we don't think it's legitimate. And this is impressive. The first half of this year, we made 1,000 Medicare payment suspensions. 1,000. That's a lot of people. Nearly 800, by the way, from one state, California. For a similar period last year, we made 219
HPE
suspensions.
now.
So a
Again, you had Dell
five-fold,
running earlier.
500% increase in payment suspensions because we're using tools now that historically had been used marginally. Now, these efforts brand all kinds of new tools for Medicare and Medicaid. The fraud war room that has been put together is a purpose-built tool to identify, track, and neutralize bad actors, often from foreign countries, much more effectively than the old system. The formula is straightforward. The DOJ brings a prosecutorial firepower, law enforcement brings investigative tools, CMS brings data, the analytics, we use administrative muscle to push things through, and we are closing loopholes that fraudsters have avoided and been exploiting for years. Those days are over. Fraudsters, your time is up. Now, speaking of fraudsters, I want to highlight an important case that drives home what everyone on the stage really feels deeply in our heart. Kim, if you can be, this is Kim Brandt that I mentioned earlier. Just bring that poster of the young man up. This young man has been referred to already. His name is Caden Francis. I spoke to his mother last night. Kim, just bring it up if you don't mind. Looks like a pretty good athlete. This young man was involved in a scheme run by fraudsters, including doctors, a cardiovascular testing company whose
Oh, shit. My bad.
and echocardiograms, as was mentioned earlier, by Colin, in as little as 11 seconds. That was this kid's case. The EKG was taken. His parents were told he was fine. The doctor, we believe, from the moment he got the image to said it was fine was 11 seconds. The parents who had been marketed to, claiming that their kid might be at risk, were therefore told the kid was fine, when in fact nothing had been done. The October EKG was read as normal. The kid was dead a month later. Now, I talked to the mom, of course, still in pain. The family was told the tests were normal. Unfortunately, and despite all these internal communications that we revealed, which acknowledged by the company that they knew these were not normal tests and they had done something terribly wrong, they kept doing it. So that kid was hurt irreparably, passed away because nothing was done about these fraudsters, and they went right after it. Their company billed over $90 million while a child was buried by their family. No remorse whatsoever. Caden's mother wanted me to give you a quote. I'm going to read it exactly as she gave it to me. The doctor is as bad as any greedy criminal who is killing people in the streets. I hope he rots in jail so no one else is hurt, but my son will never come back to me. That's the real human costs that we were speaking of on the stage. Julian, the mother, shared the autopsy and revealed that her son's heart was 2.5 times normal. Instead of being this big, I'm a heart surgeon, that's a normal size heart, the size of your fist, 2.5 times larger than that. There is no way you could miss that, except they didn't care. That's why mom runs them to rot in hell. This is not a diagnostic company, it's a predatory scheme dressed up in medical clothing, and we're gonna treat it as such. We've got a couple big breakthroughs. Let me put them in some of these numbers to at least give you some confidence that the pay and chase model that CMS had relied on, that Secretary Kennedy spoke to, has been abandoned. And instead, we don't want the money going out the back door. We want the fraud detected as soon as it happens, and we can stop it that way. In original Medicare so far, in the year of 2025, we've done a remarkable job. In 2024, before he came in, we saved about 60% less money than this. So total amount of money saved last year, $42 billion. That's a return on investment of $22 for every dollar that we pulled back for the American taxpayer. 2/3 of those savings, $28 billion, came from simply locking the front door, never letting the money go out the door. That's provider revocations, automated claim denials, all the things that should have been done years ago. No longer will that money be taken out of your pocketbooks. We've achieved this with only a 5% increase in Medicare program integrity spending.
Spy, we're just coming back to where we opened. Again, we had a really bad opening with Korea.
The Medicaid side is more difficult because states run Medicaid, but we've been on that as well. Savings reached $4 billion last year. That's a 165 increase over the prior year, and that we did that actually by spending 7% less money. So we spent less money, brought in more fraudsters, saved you a lot more money. These results don't happen by accident. They reflect a deliberate strategic shift in how CMS operates, and they show what's possible when agencies stop working in silos and start working as partners, like the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force has been able to achieve. Jetson leader Lewis, Jake Foster, OIG leader March Bell, Rebecca Yuan. There's lots of other people in the room right now who deserve a lot of credit. All of us agree with the president and the vice president that the best prescription for a fraudster is prosecution. The era of champagne on private jets is over. No longer will champagne and private jets be paid for by the American taxpayer.
Alrighty.
Andrew Ferguson leads that White House anti-fraud task force together with Colin McDonald and the vice president. I asked him to come up and say a few words.
Thank you, Dr. Oz. The president said he wanted a whole-of-government approach to combating healthcare fraud and fraud across all our benefits programs, and this is the result. Every major leader in this space, the federal government is standing up here, and all have contributed in critically important ways to this effort. Investigators, prosecutors, healthcare specialists, the leadership at HHS and at CMS have made today possible. I also want to thank Jake Foster and his team, Justin Woodward and Rebecca Uya at DOJ at the healthcare fraud.
I mean, it's the cheapest they've been all
records with
month,
today's
pretty
effort,
much.
not just in their own prosecutions, but in harnessing the
don't
power
go too far
of
out.
the U.S. attorneys
Again, like I
and
said,
state
there's
attorneys
July
general
and
to
August.
make today possible. The vice president has always said we have to take a two-pronged approach to this.
But
we
they
have to
should
stop
all have
the
negative
money from
change
getting
close.
out of the agencies. Administrator Oz and Secretary Kennedy have talked about that, and then we have to impose consequences on
Cisco
people
now.
that have defrauded the American government. And we've been saying that we're doing this to save these programs from the fraud that is bleeding them dry, that will make them unavailable in the future for future generations, to protect the investment,
Peng had an
the
NVIDIA
trillions of dollars of
announcement
investment that every American taxpayer
didn't really
makes
go up much
every
from there.
single year to help their friends, their neighbors, and strangers in times of need. But I also, like Dr. Oz, I want to talk about the real human toll of this for a minute. I want to talk about skin substitutes or allografts.
Excuse me?
5 years ago, Medicare was paying out less than $1 billion every year in allografts and skin substitutes. By 2025, almost $15 billion. These programs were riddled with fraud. And yes, that's a problem because it takes money out of all of our pockets and puts it into the hands of the worst people on the planet. But this doesn't just affect all of us. These frauds affect individual American citizens in horrifying ways. We saw this, for example, in Minnesota, where a program designed to protect veterans from homelessness was so attacked
low
by
ticker
fraudsters,
picking up.
they had to shut the thing down because they couldn't afford it
Oracle
anymore.
and a couple of
I want to talk
other,
about a particular case that the department has indicted today out of the
TXN.
District of Nevada,
But then even like
where a
solar
nurse
plays on the
practitioner
low.
is accused of having bilked Medicaid for almost $1 billion in skin substitute allografts. But this isn't just filing fake claims and trying to take money out of our pockets. She was performing these skin substitute procedures on vulnerable elderly Americans in hospices and in nursing homes, and then submitting those claims. She was using human beings, American citizens, as living piggy banks.
That's kind
and then
of
she
crazy.
took the money she got from those living piggy banks, and she bought $865,000 necklaces that the department seized. She bought a almost $500,000 Ferrari that the department also seized. We've heard a lot about the numbers today. We've heard
feel
how many
bad I'm
records have been
laughing,
broken
but,
by
like,
the
it's
Department
kind
of
of funny.
Justice's and HHS's incredible efforts today.
You got
But
this
the
lady
numbers
just
shouldn't
like
be treated as an
scamming the
distraction.
fuck out
This
of
doesn't
medical
just
procedures,
affect
and
the
she's
whole
like, I need a
country's taxpayers.
$500,000 necklace.
Real human beings, American citizens, are physically maimed because of this fraud.
Like, I need a
So
new
shutting
Rari.
down this fraud, killing these incentives for people to commit fraud, putting people in jail to commit these frauds, aren't just about protecting the fisc. They're not just about protecting the program. They are about protecting our fellow American
Max.
citizens from the worst of us. That is why this is so important. That's why the vice president assembled this task force at the president's direction. And this is the result. The entire federal government deploying all of its resources at home and abroad to end the fraud and to protect American citizens. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to DEA
Bro, the
Administrator Terry
812s,
Cole.
why did those go up in value? You guys remember last year I was like, I'm not going to eat the seed. And I was like, I'm not going to get an 812. Tell me why the
Thank you,
812s,
Mr.
the
Attorney
cheapest
General.
one, is now
Good morning,
100
sir.
grand more.
We stand here today united to share the
I
commitment
should
to
have bought an
protect
812,
Americans
bro.
and save American lives. It's
Well,
been
once
said,
again,
but
in
bears
this modern
repeating,
world, the right
healthcare
decision
fraud is not
makes you
just
feel
a
like you made a
financial
wrong
crime.
decision.
It's a public safety threat,
I know.
a public health threat, and a direct threat to the trust the Americans place in our healthcare system. Let me be clear. Medical providers
let me
who
be clear.
fuel addiction, endanger lives, and profit from pain they cause are no different than any other drug trafficker. DEA occupies a unique place in this fight. We sit at the intersection of healthcare, regulation, and law enforcement. Our
Humana's
job
actually going
is
up
to
on
protect
this.
the controlled substance supply chain and stop those who seek to exploit it. The CSA created a closed system of distribution, one designed to keep medications available for legitimate care while preventing diversion and abuse. Every link in that chain has a responsibility to protect patients and to preserve trust in the system. Being a DEA registrant is not just a privilege. It is a responsibility. It is a promise to patients that medical decisions will be based on clinical judgment, not financial gain. While the vast majority of healthcare professionals honor that promise, criminals have found ways to exploit the system for personal gain. As both a law enforcement and regulatory agency, DEA sees things others don't. We connect the dots between drug diversion, fraud, and criminal activity. And when we find those abusing positions of trust, we act. We use every authority available, criminal, civil, and administrative, to protect patients and preserve trust in our nation's healthcare system. In this takedown alone, DEA developed 18 criminal and civil cases in coordination with U.S. attorneys' offices and issued a record 928 administrative actions to prevent future harm. This includes 205 orders to show cause, 53 immediate suspensions, and 642 surrenders for cause. In one case we worked with our partners, we uncovered $36 million in Medicaid fraud, resulting in the seizure of $15 million in U.S. currency, 6 aircrafts from a single physician. In another case, we identified a pillar of a pill mill, clinics operating, that were issuing more than 2 million oxycodone prescriptions and over 900,000 hydrocodone prescriptions. Each scheme chips away at the safeguards put into place to ensure every patient gets the medication they need safely and lawfully. Americans should never have to wonder whether a prescription was written because it was needed or because someone saw an opportunity to profit. Our message to any medical provider who abuses that trust is simple. If you choose personal greed over professional responsibility,
we'll find you and kill
DEA
you.
will hold you accountable.
I think this would be way more effective if
American
Liam Neeson.
Lives. We will not
You know what I'm
stand
saying,
idle
bro?
while criminals exploit
I say we get rid of
patients,
half of these people
abuse
and have
positions of
Liam
trust,
Neeson say the same exact
and put
speech.
profit.
Well, the
over
fraud
people.
will go down 50%.
Thank you. And now I'd like to
She's like, I developed a
welcome
certain set of skills
HSI Matt Mulholland.
working with Dr. Oz. And we will find you. I don't know who you are.
Good morning. My name is Matthew Milholland. I'm the Acting Deputy Executive Associate Director of Homeland Security Investigations, the principal arm, investigative arm of the Department of Homeland Security. Today's announcement marks a pivotal moment in our nation's ongoing fight against healthcare fraud. A crime that steals from American taxpayers, it puts vulnerable patients at risk. As part of the Department of Homeland Security, HSI is proud to stand alongside our partners in this historic effort. HSI's mission is clear: to safeguard the American public and economy from criminal organizations and individuals who seek to exploit our benefits system for personal gain. Healthcare fraud undermines trust in our healthcare system and diverts resources from those who need them most. This year's National Healthcare Fraud Takedown is the largest in history, with 455 defendants charged across 45 states and territories, and more than $6.5 billion in alleged fraud uncovered. HSI plays a critical role in investigating the transnational criminal networks behind this fraud, identifying and apprehending fugitives overseas, and disrupting schemes that span across borders. Our special agents, working closely with the Department of Justice, HHS, the FBI, the DEA, our local and state and international partners, demonstrated extraordinary dedication and expertise. Using advanced data analytics and financial intelligence to follow money, seize assets, and ensure accountability at every level. Their commitment, collaboration, and innovation have made today's results possible. Together, we've shown that no criminal, no matter how sophisticated or well hidden, can evade the reach of the U.S. government. HSI remains steadfast in its commitment to protecting the American people, defending the integrity of our nation's financial infrastructure, and ensuring that those who abuse it are held accountable. Today's actions send a powerful message. If you target our healthcare programs, you will be found, you will be prosecuted, and you will be brought to justice. Thank you.
All right, thanks everybody. We'll take a couple questions on what we're here for today. If you want to hear from somebody in particular on stage, just feel free to lead with that. Any questions?
Yeah.
Alex?
Yeah, last year's announcement, it was $14.6 billion of intended fraud loss. This year you said it's $6.5 billion. I'm wondering, can you explain the discrepancy there? Is this as a result of fewer prosecutions, less money, or is, as Dr. Oz mentioned, the idea that you guys
there
are
wasn't news
catching
on
this
it, but they
before
just kept
money
going.
goes out the door? Is that
I think
having
it's
an
both
impact?
like recovery.
Yeah, look, I
They
think
didn't
it's a
react as
combination
much, and then
of
getting
everything
ready
you just
for.
said. It's a combination.
I think it's just
there were a couple cases last
sympathy
year that
more
made that
direct to
number
Micron.
that high, and so this we said this year. We have been doing an extraordinary amount of work, and when I say we, I'm not saying the Department of Justice, I'm saying everybody on this stage and the folks in the back, and part of that work includes turning off the spigot, that's right, and so it includes more detection early on that stops the claims from even going anywhere near a payment being issued, and that's part of the reason, and so yeah, we had a great year last year too when it comes to combating fraud. If you are an American taxpayer, you should be extraordinarily happy with what you see on the stage right now. Not only because of what we're talking about today, but because of what we were talking about a year ago when we had a similar day. And I expect that you're going to hear more from us over the next several months, because this, for the first time, at least in modern history, everybody is working together. When we talked about state AGs, we're talking about Republicans, Democrats, we're talking about New York, we're talking about Florida.
I keep forgetting
about that. This is a chronic problem that was actually hurting so many people, not only financially, but thievery, but also hurting, like you heard today, the stories. So look, I think we had a great year last year, right? A phenomenal year this year, and I expect there'll be more happening over the next year, the rest of the year.
And then just an off-topic, if I could.
No off topics. Next question. And we got a lot of people here for this reason. So we got a lot of people here for this reason. And they're giving up their time. So next question. Yes.
He gets to ask his question on the topic that he chooses. We're not here as spectators. So.
Are states, with both Democratic and Republican leaders, working with federal authorities to identify these cases or investigate and provide facts?
I think, Colin, you want to handle that?
Yes, thank you for the question. And just to clarify, last year, which was a great result by our department, there were 324 defendants that were charged in last year's takedown. Today, 455 in the last 14 days have been charged with fraud offenses. And to your question about the state participation, we have, last year I believe there were 13 states that participated with us in our takedown, and this year we are in the high 40s of those who have come to the table to add their resources to come work with us, because this truly is a national problem that demands a national response, and that's really driven by the White House Fraud Task Force, which is bringing everybody together to say, hey, if we don't solve it, no one will, and folks are coming to the table to ensure that we do this work against the fraudsters better than we've ever done it before.
In the case involving the basketball player who died, and I know Dr. Oz, you were highlighting that, was that resolved and solved through sort of old-fashioned law enforcement work, or were there techniques and tools that the Justice Department or other agencies employed that resulted in that $89 million fraud being detected?
There was boots on the ground. Individuals went, they got the records, they could tell how many seconds transpired between when the actual EKG was sent to the doctor in question and when the readout was delivered, so saying that it was normal. And again, I'll speak as a heart physician. There's no way you could miss this diagnosis. This child's heart on autopsy was massive. And if it's 2.5 times bigger than your fist, it looks like that. And then the child had echocardiogram and EKG, also had Dopplers of his carotids and groins.
Bro,
and
Verizon AT&T, that did very well all day.
Which is one of the things doctors do to hide.
Yeah, Low Taker
their
has a
path.
couple,
They can stick
Baba,
around.
52-week
And
low,
the
and
mom is
a
in
couple of
Florida.
Asian names.
And it's
Duo,
really
52-week
tragic.
low,
And that's where I
and
highlight this is
JD.
a dead child is a dead child. Red state, blue state, it doesn't matter. And that's why I think so many states are participating, because Medicaid is a program that is run by the states, and having them all on board, I think, is a reinforcing element to the White House Anti-Fraud Task Force.
Are you getting cooperation from the healthcare corporations in terms of detecting this
I've seen that a
fraud?
couple times. I just
What's your
pulled it up
relationship
finally.
with the healthcare corporations? Are these one-offs that are just individuals that are kind of, sneaking through the getting around the controls, or are the companies helping to detect this fraud?
That's a good question. Who's the best to answer that? You want Colin?
Yes, we have great working relationships with healthcare corporations who are required to be
even the Mag 7
alert
chilled out.
to
So again,
instances
part
of
of that
fraud
run,
across
like we
their
were talking about,
programs. And
you got a little bit of relief in the morning, but that was just the money going to Mag 7. But now,
across the healthcare
same
fraud,
setup,
healthcare
laggers and
portfolio.
leaders, and then
And we encourage every healthcare
Mag 7
corporation
gave
to
up half of the
come
move.
work with us.
right below
to root
VWAP,
out
and then
those
barely
who are
above
seeking
open.
to defraud the American
Nasdaq's still
people,
down
by
3%, you guys.
exploiting our healthcare programs.
Blech. I do have Kimberly in the long term, yes.
You gotta take an
And then
Any other
Sharif,
questions?
Pakistan, Iran to work together for mutual
All right,
benefit.
thanks everybody for
MOU
coming. We
does
appreciate
not
it. Thank you
mention
very much.
ballistic missiles. Thank you. All right. Yeah. I pulled that up. I had to go to the bathroom, and then literally as that started, like within 30, 40 minutes, it moved UNH. And then, yeah, I mean, I think Tyree said it. It seems like they started recovering when people now, I mean, it just sounds like the government's going to do their job. At least that way, too. It prevents them from holding the burden of the fraud or getting clapped a little bit more. But yeah, the insurance companies started off bad on that, and then they all flipped. Remember, there is still a pending like Medicare investigation on UNH. That's what kind of clapped it there last year, mixed in with some other things. But yeah, other than that, Chad, I hope you did some push-ups while that was playing. I mean, we've only been here for 2 hours, 15 minutes. It's still mad early, and like I'm telling you, the problem about right now is just, we're still down 3%. Again, Korea was really bad last night. That killed the AI momentum. Again, it's pretty much turning Micron into the main event this week. Like I was telling you, the weird part coming into this week is that most of the volatility was on the PMI, which isn't that important. But now, you know, after this, getting people on ice, now people saying they're getting ready for it, mix it in with everything else, you are getting, I think it's created Micron, and as it's created it as the top event so far of this week. So we will see. Kimberly might just come back down depending on momentum. You know, remember, Kimberly, it does good when people want staples and if they're rotating the value, but then if we go back to momentum, it'll come down. That's why we could be patient with a lot of these long-term plays. That's kind of the beauty, like we were talking about. It's a month-over-month time. Again, you guys even got to see it. I bought Microsoft into it, and unfortunately, the day after I bought it, it went up, and it was up 5%. Some of you were like, oh, I want it now. Can I get it? But and I was saying you don't want to buy plays that I'm up on. If you waited 2 days, you could have got it at a discount. So remember, you don't have to react into the emotions of all of it. And, you know, these prices do move around. And if you're on a longer time frame, you know, you could don't get too caught up in the emotions of it and, you know, play that to your advantage. 10B, another cybersecurity play. So Rubric, 10B, I think Octo is up in the beginning. Yeah, 10B just took a candle. You might have dementia, but is Oracle in the long term? Yes, it is. So the best thing you could do is go to one of the long-term videos, and that has the whole entire long-term. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I hope you're having a wonder. So I love you, but I will ban you guys if you keep asking me this. I don't want to. Last year I would. I don't want to, but what I'm trying to tell you is so you don't fall behind, all of the info is on the trading fraternity. So even if you go to the latest video of what I bought, wonderful day, it goes over Microsoft. So then, this one has never. Yeah, I made a point to give you some good full-size screenshots of the portfolio, because once you know what I am holding, this isn't going to change. So I'm telling you, if you could go to the video, screenshot this, I don't know, put it next to your bedstand, that'd be nice. It'd make me feel important. But yeah, save this, because like I'm telling you, the amount, the stock, the amount of shares, this doesn't change unless there's dividend reinvestment or unless I add something. So like I'm saying, my latest ad was Microsoft and into it, but this screenshot of the positions is very accurate. So that way too, all you guys got to do is, you know, if you follow this, you'll know exactly what I have, what I'm up on. You could go and see the price that I paid for it. And then from there, you could have an idea of what we're up and down on, and then easy to follow along. Because like I told you, it's once every month, once every 3 months. The crazy part is we did do a lot of long-term moves this month, which is kind of crazy. Quantitative, well, remember, this is still the previous all-time high. But yeah, that one chilled out. INFQ hit a high and then came down. IBM's chilling. There's one more, I believe. Yes, Oracle explains it. But even then, like I'm telling you, Microsoft, so you've gotten some recent moves on the long term, and that's what I'm saying, once every couple of months. But that last video should that has enough information to make sure you're good to go. Cyber firm Varonis said to weigh takeover. VRNS, they did a pop and drop. They're already up a shit ton. So yeah, all of cyber is going up on that. We're a little bit behind, but I've been liking cyber. We just need a clearing event though. Unfortunately, these are jacked the fuck up. Let me see if I can get any updates on that one or more details. But yes, that's why 10B, Okta, Sentinel, they're all running up with that. Weird. That one's not hitting the wire yet. Let me see their past deals. GitLab is moving too. Oh, they merged with somebody in February. I know they bought All True. They've bought in a bunch of companies lately, but no one's ever offered on them, ironically enough. Ralph Lauren on the high. Trump will host weapons makers and Oval Office meeting tomorrow. Cop, Kenview, a couple of energy plays. I mean, again, SPY chilled out a little bit. Still below VWAP. I do think the weird fun fact is that we are still down 3%. Zscaler, again, more cyber plays reacted. They're actually holding up a little better, but Varonis was already up 12. But yeah, I don't see any further detail. Microsoft announcing general availability of Azure Copilot Observability Agent. Hack to make them cheap. Well, that's what I said with the Deja Vu. I think it's the software stuff. It's this Mythos, the Anthropic relations, these new DeepSeek models. There's one more thing, but it's like, yeah, it's kind of playing this. We've done these fear concerns once again, but you just need like a partnership opportunity where, because again, even on Mythos, it killed cyber, and then that actually ended up leading to the bottom when they partnered with them. So I do think if you could get like a clearing event where they're like, no, we're working with all the AI, and then everyone in harmony, you know, risk and reward, and then that's it. MDB. All right, SPY a little bit. I see a lot of value, and then again, a couple of these areas with like tech and software and cyber. And then Cisco, then BDX, again Zscaler, and a couple of airlines in Dollar Tree. I mean, you got a couple random ones in there. Ronaldo, what time? What time is he gonna play? HPE, RCL, UAL, all travel plays now. Literally travel plays and staples. Oh, at 12. At Power Hour. And then now there's Rubrik. So again, the Varonis thing caused more moves for everybody else, but Varonis was already up 11. Now there's Kroger with a decent candle at the high. Again, another one, Rubrik. Another cyber. The bans. I think it's just them responding. I mean, China right now, unfortunately, it's following software. But yeah, China just needs to kind of shake this 5-year decline. It was looking good in the beginning of the year. And even last year too. I don't know if you guys recall. I mean, this is the second year in a row now where they had everything in the store for like a recovery, and their economy still hasn't picked up. But yeah, I just think they're playing a tit for tat game with us. I mean, we did something similar to some of their companies, and then they did the same to us. And yeah, we're just playing that game until we have a real deal. I mean, remember, we are going to get Xi Jinping at another point in America. All right, now Fortinet. It's all cyber, dude. At least for right now. That little Varonis headline woke some things up. And then SPY's just at VWAP. I mean, not bad. Down by 2.7 now, not 3. Not bad. 1.1 on the SPY. It's 8:50. We've only been here for 2.5 hours. Oh, Chad. Happy Korea crash day. That's it. The Koreans, bro. Just been freaking everyone out. But we did this already, too, though. You guys don't remember? Like, what, 2 weeks ago? Like, literally 2 weeks ago, Korea was down 18% and then hit a new all-time high last week. So, yeah, that's kind of the idea. OMDB. All right. See if we can work our way above VWAP. VWAP, wop, wop. Again, Zscaler. That one I think is printing more. You remember days we didn't move 1% multiple times in a week? I know, and everyone would complain about how boring it is. And then now we get excitement. It still feels boring. And I was like, I don't like the stability. I love it, though. Don't you guys love it, though? I hope you guys, I love the emotional swings of the market. Like, I don't like going through it, but I do find it very humorous. You know what I'm saying? Like, you don't think that's, like, funny? That, like, you know, when there's no volatility, we want volatility. And then when there's volatility, all people want is stability. I think it's one of the funniest dynamics, right? It's like the moment it goes up, we're like, oh, we need to buy something. And then it goes down a little bit. They're like, it's a crash. It's so that's what I think we're dealing with, in the sense of, you know, it's going to feel very extreme, but yeah, I don't think I do think we got real volatility. This is something that's been exciting over the last couple weeks, but yeah, you know, just once the market shifts, you may look back and be like, I missed the days. I missed the days of real movement and real panic. Yeah, Kroger still. Again, Kroger and Sprouts now. But yeah, Kroger got a little bit more wiki candles. Wiki, wiki, wiki. Kroger maintained a neutral. Again, Snow, Rubric, Net, Zscaler, Sentinel. Holy shit, 10,000 of those Varonis contracts went in? It's kind of nuts. Trump White House on rainy Tuesday trip to Macungie, Pennsylvania to visit a Mack trucks plant. Don't they have a stock? I think you guys showed me one of these the other day. Is that SpaceX now? So SpaceX hit below offering price today, and then 160. That's fun. And again, more cyber. Again, that Varonis thing, it's actually hitting a bunch of things, man. It's only like 2%, but yeah, a lot of them are actually like it's continuously dominating the high ticker. It's owned by Volvo. Who's the other truck company? Packer. Was it Packer? I think it is. And there's the one that sounds like a rental company. Is it Packer? We'll see. That could be a sympathy to all that. Again, SpaceX through the high right now. And then more healthcare names, Cardinal Health and HCA. Actually, those are just starting. And then, yeah. On HPE, it went negative to positive. That one's still going. GG, I made the grinding look easy. You're a buyer of SpaceX if it dips below 135. Well, not bad. Just, I mean, like yesterday though, like I wasn't trying to like shit talk, you know, because somebody was like, I bought it really high and I want to like average down. They said it was for the long term. So whether or not you decided to put that in your long term and buy it at a high price, what I was trying to say yesterday is like, you want to give yourself time, you know, in between. Like, so if you are really going to try to hold SpaceX for 10 years, like I wouldn't be thinking within like 5 days to deploy all my capital. You know what I'm saying? So just give yourself, yeah, Penske. That's who it was. Penske. Oh, Tim. Pag. Yeah, that was the one. Penske. That reminds me of Mack Trucks. Yeah, Penske. Good call. And Packer owns Kenworth and Peterbilt. But yeah, like I was saying there, so just time. So like even if SpaceX just if you guys are gonna hold for 10 years, just you have a lot of time to build a position. So remember, that's like one of the things I say. Even if you have a lot of capital, or again, once you buy something, what are you gonna do after you buy it? You're gonna sit there and wait. So it's just like keep that in mind as if you're really trying to plan around it. Because like a lot of these moves, that's what I'm saying. Like even Microsoft moved up 5%, came down 5%. I mean, SpaceX is literally moving, 50% up, 50% down. It's like these are big swings. So I hope you guys are, you know, reacting appropriately and not getting too emotional, and don't let too big of swings make you go too fast and then not be planned enough for the future. HPE, SpaceX. All right. I mean, if this could turn around and hold up good, we'll be good until the end of the day. But if this just like gets up here and then fades again, we're going to still waste a lot of time. But yeah, like I was telling you, I'm still playing the Korea setup where it's like, okay, we don't have to follow Korea. We could stabilize a little, but like you're saying, if that last hour turns sour, this, you know, we're still not necessarily out of the clear. Still down 2.6 on the NASDAQ. Oh, Duolingo. Get a little software. Duolingo's not doing too bad. Yeah, wasn't this thing at $80? Lilac. And now GH. A couple more medical plays. You know, XBI's not going. And Shentel. 3.5. There's just a couple of random poppers right here. And then GM and Ford started waking up. I think all of those cyber plays are still going, dude. Except the big guys. Crowd went up with it and Snow, but Palo Alto didn't. I hope you're paying attention. Water. I've not heard one mention of Prime Day today. Oh my gosh, is it really today? That's sad. Dude, there was a time, you guys missed it though. That's what I'm saying. I don't want to bring it up because then people are going to turn into doomers. And they'll be like, this is why I'll never buy a house! I hate it! I blame Netanyahu! I blame Biden Trump! And like, you know what I'm saying? But like, there was a time, you guys, where like Prime Day was a fucking holiday. You guys don't understand. It was like year 2015. 2014, 2015, bro. Prime Day used to smack. Y'all had no idea. Dude, I'm telling you, bro. Prime Day, you be getting monitors for like $20. They used to actually like discount stuff. Oh, dude. So that's what happened, though. Like, Prime Day just fell off. They just started doing the discount front run where they would like raise the price before Prime Day and then just lower it to the original price. But yeah, it's just not that is sad though of today's Prime Day. I mean, again, China had one of those like shopping consumer holidays recently, and it did pretty bad. I don't know, maybe the era of the good deal shopper might be over. Does that, like, the shopping holiday? You know what I'm talking about? Like, because they have that. Like, they have Singles Day in China. There's Boxing Day. There's, like, all these, like, I don't know. Maybe that's just for a different generation. Like, the older generations, they like a big sale. Everybody goes out and shops on a day. But I just don't think that happens now. I think I think the culture would support it, but they just don't. Nobody gives, like, stupid deals anymore. Nobody gives you like a crazy deal that would like get your ass up and get your ass shopping and excited about a discount day. Where compare that to the other generations, but it's like, yeah, I think it's a mix of the pricing and the culture. Same with everything. That's why I didn't want to bring it up. I didn't want you guys to turn into doomers. Just realizing. EVC, SpaceX again. Rubric. Fortinet. So watch, if the bigger cyber names go, those are the ones that didn't react the same way. And then again, a little Duolingo. It's like that in China. It is, but it's fell off. So again, like all of the China shopping days, they're just down, and it's nothing like what it used to be. Like, they used to go ape shit for Singles Day in China. Like, it used to be like a party, and people would go nuts. But yeah, you just don't. You're just getting less and less demand across these shopping holidays, all across the globe. How K-shaped it really is. It's funny. Do you guys want me to show you the K-shaped economy? I know a lot of you have heard this, but I have a chart that could show you it really, really well. Kind of a little bit. But yeah, let me see if I can pull it out more. But yeah, this is your K-shaped economy pretty much. You could kind of see how it was forming. You could see some of the breaks. But do you see it? These are the same company. HPE and HPQ. HPE, the one that's going vertical, they sell to businesses. HPQ sells to consumer. Notice how much lag the consumer one is. So that's kind of been the idea this last year. If you sell to businesses, hyperscalers, you know what I'm saying? You're selling to businesses, you know, building, spending money to build, your business to business, that's your client, you're making a fuck ton of money. You love this. If you're selling to consumers, you're probably slower at the lower end, or it's even then, even if you're doing good, it's probably not doing anywhere near what it would be like if you were selling to businesses. Google introduces new verification requirements for certain financial services advertisers. Huh. See if Robinhood or any of the financial plays move. You're going to China in August. Excited to peep the scene. China's dope. Is it besides like the communism? It's like it goes hard. Go stay at one of those like 24-hour spas. Bro, they have it. That's what some people do. They won't even book a hotel if you're not going to stay too long. But like, even then, I would just go. They have like these crazy 24-hour spas where they have like buffets. They got video games. It has everything, a sleeping room. It's just, that's the first thing I'm going to do when I go to China. FRPT now. Well, Sentinel. Okay, high ticker is fully gassed again. I don't know if you guys noticed. So we did that little pause, brief break below VWAP. But yeah, this lasts like what, 30 minutes or so, maybe a little less. That's kind of built pretty decent. Again, NASDAQ 2.5, so you moved just right there, another 0.5%. SPY below 1. Dow's the only one in the green. Russell's barely down. But yeah, the high ticker, that's what's catching my attention right now, is that you're literally almost fully maxed out. Again, got a couple of news headlines like the cyber that's affecting things. And now Cisco, HPE, couple more industrials. I don't know, Cisco. Cisco had something with networking the other day. I don't know. Who do they do a deal with? It's kind of looking like IBM, but Cisco doesn't move like IBM. What was it? Supreme Court overturns appeal court in torture claims case against Cisco? What? Cisco helped Chinese authorities identify and detain them by developing surveillance tech used in government's crackdown. They allege the company and 2 execs were responsible for aiding violations of international law, including torture, forced labor, and extrajudicial killing. What? That's the only headline I see on it. Market makers to add strikes. Usually if the stock goes up, you know, just kind of the range of the stock increases, the range of those options available will. CMI, Caterpillar, again, Cisco's going. Is IBM, I was gonna say, IBM kind of chilled. We still got a couple of the weeklies. Again, we got our 1,000%er for the week. The Julys are still around like 250, 260. Again, more Caterpillar, a couple of other industrials, and then APLD. And then the travel names like Vic. Could we get some slot bops? What's the best you could do for me? Uno Reverse. Do you have anything for me? Because, bro, you were asking me to sell IBM weeklies so the stock will go up. I already sold one. Now you asking me for slot bops. I don't know. You got anything for me, bro? Like, how are we looking on this Tuesday? This terrific Tuesday. Oh, INFQ at the again. The high ticker is still maxed out, dude. These kids pay top dollar for everything, only if you include LED lights and then say supply chain. I'm telling, I don't know if it still works, but man, that was a glorious time. Geo. Bro, let me check the breakdown. I don't know. I feel like a lot more is moved, but it still seems like the same breakdown. 20 green on the Dow, 10 in the red. NASDAQ, 52 green, 49 red. So NASDAQ has flipped more green. Sony's up on the high again. That had those pops earlier. SPY, 309 in the green, 192 in the red. That's actually great. So yeah, you have another, like, what? Another 30, 40 names went green. You have 300 green on the SPY right now. So even though we're down 1%, 300 names are green. NASDAQ has 50 names green, and you are down 2.5%. Can you find me homes for sale by owner? I mean, you can, but I can't really do much with it. If you want to, like, utilize your time to, like, make money with real estate looking, you should find those houses by owner and then get in touch with the homeowner. And if you could talk to the homeowner and figure out the lowest price they will take or the final price they'll take for their home, then you send it to me, then there's an opportunity both of us can make money. But just sending me for sale by owners, I mean, it doesn't really do anything. Oracle pump on laser. It's already moving up a little bit. Netflix. First question of the day for Netflix. I got a lot of it yesterday. I think Netflix is surprisingly cheap. It's kind of crazy to think Netflix is $300 billion market cap at these levels, which is still a lot, but compared to what it has been. But generally, though, I'm not really a buyer of Netflix right here. We bought it a lot lower, and I like the company a lot, but the stability, the other deals, the movement, I just don't think it's that, I don't think it's that low. There it is. Laser showcase Dow Pete Hegseth to Defense Secretary at White Sands. Very good call. You're figuring out the front run. I love it. That's actually really funny. Yeah, Pentagon demonstrates laser weapons for Hegseth. But yeah, Tyree had the headline and he knew the, yeah, you knew how the aggregators are going to pump. That's great. You can make a lot of money on that. You just need to find the ones that are worthy of it. So like I'm saying, the ones that one, I mean, again, if you could even just get the pump, that could benefit enough. But yeah, that type of info mixed in with the right one is going to make you a fuck ton one day. The stars need to align. INSM, didn't we see this yesterday? There's a bunch of Iran headlines. Yeah, I didn't. The war's already over. CFG, whatever this is. Again, I mean, we're kind of chilling down near the highs. Like I just said, that was kind of a nice little bout of momentum that built up there. And again, I mean, despite the declines, you have way more names that are up and then even barely on the NASDAQ. And then again, I feel like every 10 or so, every 10, 30 minutes, we've been getting a burst from one of these names. Just random industries. Even if it goes to October, Panikins have no composure. ODD, another one, Habibi. Got another 89 billion. I think they did it through the thing. Trump to headline McCormick Defense Summit, Axios. What's that? Well, it's only 9:30, still early. Peak demand for 89 billion for first high-grade bond offering. That's what I was saying yesterday, man. They've made, as everybody's like gonna be IPOing, all this craziness. I mean, Elon has made the mad dash for the capital. In the morning, I Freudian slipped McKesson. I was looking at them the other day. Have I looked at McKesson lately? No, I didn't. That wasn't a Freudian slip. McCormick. And I've been talking about it, and I'm just dumb. I think it's my ADD, but I commonly confuse the two because they're like one ticker different. But yeah, I brought up McCormick in the long-term video, actually. One of the ones I made right before I added Kimberly. Eli plans launch of weight loss pill in late 2026, early 27. CRM. You guys know CRM has been down 13 days in a row. It's like been one of its worst streaks. But yeah, you've literally dropped, I think, 30% 13 days in a row. Isn't that amazing? Alrighty. Early, Habibi. Early. But yeah, no, SpaceX is in this IPO rush. They're going to be heavily capitalized. That's the thing. I'm like, dude, I know there's a lot of money out there, but it's like, when is it finally going to, when is supply going to finally slow it down? But until then, I mean, that has been the fascinating thing since 2020. We saw all that money float around, the money markets rocketed, and ever since then, you've been watching literally the only time we have not seen the buy the dip with all this capital was literally March 29th with the war. That was the only time that you didn't get that reflex automatically going. So we'll see, but I am I will be looking for the day when we finally run out of liquidity or the money on the sidelines to buy everything, whether it's stocks, momentum, cryptos, down to random IPOs, even people buying bonds. I mean, even Robinhood. You guys, Robinhood even talked about that bond deal. Robinhood's offering bonds at 0%. This is where I was saying, like, even with like a firm and the buy now, pay later, I'm like, I don't even know, like, where the fuck is this demand even come from? But it's there. But then again, I'm like, this has to be some level of psyop. Because I'm like, who the fuck is buying billions of dollars of 0% notes? Who the fuck is buying these? Do you guys understand how, like, even crazy, how ridiculous the SpaceX, even the bond is? You have to understand that is a negative earnings company. Don't put Elon on a podcast, okay? Because this is just like when they asked Sam and they're like, how are you committing to spend all this money when you don't even make that much money? Like, do you realize that SpaceX isn't zero, Robinhood was zero, but even then, SpaceX, you're talking you have an investment grade rating on it, and now you're talking 5 to 30 years out, raising a fuck ton of capital on a stock that is not profitable, again, with an investment grade on the capital. That's kind of insane. So, like I'm saying, people are absorbing it. That's something you guys will learn on Wall Street, is like, and I hope you learn how to listen to me. I'm aware of what's insane, and you have to be aware of what's kind of cuckoo. But if the market absorbs it, it doesn't matter what the fuck you think. Does that make sense? That's where I'm telling you, I'm like, yo, this is kind of wild. It's a true anomaly. I don't think you've ever seen a company that far from profitability have that high of a credit rating and raise that much money in corporate bonds. I don't think that's ever happened before, let alone the size of the IPO. But yeah, that's why I'm like, it's bananas. It's kind of cuckoo, but it keeps getting absorbed. That's why I'm telling you, I'm like, well, yeah, with even the money markets, the supply, some of it seems bananas and it doesn't really make sense, but it's really, we're just paying attention to the day the market doesn't absorb it. Because for now, some way, somehow, all of this shit's getting absorbed. Some way, somehow, all the money's there. That's why I keep telling people with the, like, even what we saw at the end of March, I was saying it because people were tripping. Not only were people tripping on the war and being emotional and the long term and all those other things, I was telling people, I said, bro, this is fascinating. We just watched people sell instead of buying the dip on ETFs. We just watched option call volume hit a 10-year low. You say, this is wild, and everyone's like, it's because they're poor, it's because of this, that. It's like, no, dude, this is there's so much money around. That one was because of fear, but then that's why right away market went up. You just fucking blasted a bunch of cash, started setting records for inflows. The money is there. There's so much money just around. We haven't seen the phenomena yet. We're in the middle of the phenomena of that money still circulating and still just finding a way to get absorbed and meeting all of these different random areas. But yeah, we're waiting for the phenomena of the day that money stops moving so hot or stops finding a way to get absorbed and integrated into the market so well. I say well because, like I'm saying, it's been surprisingly absorbed. I mean, again, a lot of money buying a lot of stuff. I don't see how it could go wrong, but yeah, the market has absorbed this all quite well. So yeah, end rant. Sorry, you get me thinking on the SpaceX money. I have a lot of thoughts. Which one was that? Why don't these update? Is Palant going lower? I saw one of the ETFs. IGV's trying to climb up. Yeah, exactly. The money, it does have to do with printing, but like, it's not like we've been printing too much money right now. It's just that old money still needs to flow through and get absorbed. That's kind of what I was saying with the CapEx thing, because that's where I'm like, I don't think most people fully comprehend it, because I don't even fully comprehend it. It's hard. It's very hard to understand the sheer magnitude of $1 trillion every year. You know, 600 billion in CapEx, 300 raised to 600, 600 raised to $1 trillion. Like, that money has to flow through. We could process it right now and be like, oh yeah, they're buying this, they're buying a data center, but it's like, no, that's contracts, that's milestones, dates, distributions. Like, that takes, it's a long process, but then it's like, that's a big amount of money. The magnitude of that working through, we could hear it and we have idea, but that's even going to take a bunch of time to work its way through. So it's like, these are all some of the fascinating middle of the ground where we're at now, a couple years after printing all of that money. Cerberus, again, they have IPO earnings today. Are they at the fucking bottom? Oh, no way. Cerberus. Oh, they don't want anything cheap on that. Yeah, there's nothing cheap on there. AMT, American Towers. I'm just kind of random. And then SpaceX still going. Cyber's there. SPY chilled out, though, after that little stronger than not recovery. High ticker, it wants to go. Something's moving around. Something just got in the way of that. Like I'm saying, you're doing the high-low ticker. It's fully maxed out here, even the short term, the shortest velocity. But one of the big techs is either NVIDIA or somebody. Mag 7's not moving. Because individual moves are still kind of pumping away, but index is kind of frozen here. Again, we're still at 2.5. We're really close to 3% on the NASDAQ. Like I said, today's going to be an interesting one, and even comparing a little bit of how it played out with Asia. IVM, Habibi. Quant. FDMT, wasn't that a small cap runner? The wars are at Clavio. Yeah, well, that's the thing too, Warsh. That's what I was saying yesterday on the watch list, man. It's just like, we're day 3. This is literally day 3 following Warsh. So another part, even though Korea was the main reason today, and this like momentum freak out, another part of what the market is like juggling right now is this. Like, you're still 3 days, people are calling him hawkish. I mean, this is still all very fresh. Not to mention the guy, you could interpret it as hawkish, but then also the guy has a pretty extensive reform plan, which again, you know, did introduce some uncertainty. So that's the other part where it's just, we're so distracted by momentum, chips, hype, AI, all of that. But it's just like, yeah, that Kevin Warsh thing was very recent, and it had some weight behind it. Again, the high ticker is beautiful right now. Just index isn't moving. I do think your bigger names, yeah, I'm sure equal weight. Like, equal weight's near the highs right now. You see what I'm saying? That's why I'm like, look at this high ticker. You're doing good on the individual names, but yeah, SPY, NASDAQ, they're kind of pinned there. Again, more names are green than red right now. Zoom, zoom, zoom. Make my heart go long term. My super long term. No? Okay. I still can't believe they offered 210s right when we did the 200. Nine months in, life has changed drastically from Philos to plays. Woo! I like change, baby. Let's keep changing. Keep changing for the better. Cerberus on the high. So I'm talking about. Good morning. And then 9:30, would you guys like some push-ups? And then airlines on the high. Again, Hasbro just had a little sell there. No headline yet. White House publishes executive order on arms transfer strategy. Okay, Hasbro bouncing now. Hey, yo, something's going on with Hasbro. I think we're early. I don't know what it is. They don't have any short-term contracts. There's a 5 center, but positive change close. I'll leave it for you. Again, Hasbro. The plays aren't too exciting now, but I don't know why it's moving. My supernova stock. Eli Mizuo examine Walmart customer preferences. Would I do the Intel covered call if it expires again? Yeah, because then we just make more money. Because then that means it'd be 2 years. We get to hold Intel. If that covered call expires, I get to keep all of the money, and then we still own the shares, and then I could redo another covered call. That's what I did with Snapchat. So Snapchat, we got one big covered call, but over those years, I mean, we sold some other ones that generated some extra income. But yeah, that's kind of the best case scenario. A good real estate agent, you almost have enough for a down payment. I mean, sadly, it's not really about good real estate agent. It's more so, who do you like spending time with, and who listens to you, and then who's going to be willing to give you a little bit of a deal on the back end. That's pretty much how I view it. All right, I don't see anything on Hasbro. Whatever that was. About regular versus covered call. I can. You're going to have to remind me, though. But, yes, I do need to, what's it called? I need to go to the bathroom and do a push-up. And then we could answer some of these questions. You guys are saying covered calls. You buy a house. How do you do with the covered call? We'll talk about all of that. So, follow me on Instagram at The Trading Fraternity. But Chattadonia, you've been here for 3.5 hours. 3.5 hours left to go. A very interesting day. It's not over. I think even by the close, even by tomorrow, we got a lot in store. So I hope you guys are ready for it. I hope you had some other opportunity today as well. We got some decent plays. I mean, I can't complain. We got 1,000%er, so we'll run it. But that being said, get your body moving. Stand up, chest to the sun, flex the core, tuck the hips in, do 10 push-ups, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, anything. Relax your eyeballs. All of them. All of them. Those Intel leaps. I do still have them, but I don't want to flex on people. But then the leaps kind of make me mad. Because if you bought those Intel leaps with me last year, how come somebody hasn't bought me a house yet? I'm just saying, that's like a 80,000% play. Y'all fucking with me, bro. That's what I'm saying. How come no? I'm telling you, bro. If you put even like $10,000, you probably made $1 million or more. So where's my fucking house? Okay. So I don't want to talk about no Intel leaps, but yeah, I still got them. Thank God I got them. At least I'll buy my own fucking house. But nah, y'all playing me, huh? Yeah, they're like, oh, and then the delay. Oh, you changed, Josh. You gave us 80,000% play 3 months before locked in even existed. Oh, Josh, fuck you. Oh, yeah, Josh, you're going crazy, Josh. Oh, yeah, Josh, oh, you're a Trump supporter, Josh. Fuck you, Josh. Oh, you doubled the account? Oh, you doubled it again? Oh, Josh, oh, well, fuck you. I didn't want that, even though I found you through trying to get into stocks. No, but yeah, where's my fucking house, bro? You guys get into medical or something? You're like, oh, I made $500,000 on Intel. I'm going to go buy me a diamond chain. That's what some of y'all did, huh? So, yeah, but I do have them. All right, but let's do a push-up. Let's do a push-up. I got to go pee. I got to move around. Let's get you some political propaganda. And let's have a good rest of our day.
It's not for MAGA, it's for the money, not for the country. I do it for the money. I bribe Trump, now you can't touch me. Pile and market, cause I'm so lucky. It's not MAGA, it's magnificent. I just became a Catholic and just became a hypocrite. I love tax cuts
to make a meta prediction market.
We're not fascists, just paid to be ignorant. That's not true.
Hey yo, Meta. That's kind of crazy.
It's all about the Benjamins. Netanyahu is my other president. Iran, who I thought they were just Mexicans. We're the best in the world, but I never left my city. I hate the rap, but you gotta love Nicki Minaj. Trump is white, so how can he be Diddy? On the island, we love the fight, even if gas is $5.50. The war's already over, even if it goes to October. Voter.
Wait, I didn't even get to go pee, bro. Hold on, yeah, that meta news. Watch DraftKings to the downside, meta to the up. Alrighty, well, I got one for you. Watch the meta either weekly or tomorrow to the upside, and then watch DraftKings to the downside, but they already bounced. Yeah, I grabbed one of the metas, though. I kept it small. There's a really cheap one, but they wouldn't fill it. So I went one above, but yeah. That's just if you get lucky on anything on the short term. I'm already up 50% on one of them. They filled me pretty low. Make it free. Yeah, if you got those first ones, it's already flipped though, but so far it seems like big news, but the reaction is a little tweaky. Oh, Robinhood too? I didn't even think about that. All right. Well, let me finish this then. We'll finish it.
Yeah. I'm American, but love Canada. I'm a white guy, the one for Kamala. She's like me, she understands the love. No, she wouldn't have got us in a war. Who would have had price ceilings and pricing floors? Everything would be free in the empty store, and we'd ignore everything that would affect the poor, like the healthcare or the welfare. Mandate 5 more boosters and climate scares. I love her, not a worry in the world, cause opposition is silence. Tax your unrealized wealth and your mileage. Throw the Trumpies in jail if they get caught smiling. White guy for Kamala, my wife doesn't love me. White guy for Kamala, at least I'm not Trumpy. White guy for Kamala, armpit hair is not yucky for the ladies. I don't know what it'd be if she actually won anything but Trump, even if it's all dumb. Shout out to my daughter, I made her my son. I will still protest ice cause it's a whole lot of fun. White guy for Kamala, hope they take all our guns. White guy for Kamala, approved by the lesbian nuns. Give Kamala A-G-I and better run.
Woo! That was fun. Let's see. Which one was that? All right, didn't really react too much, but DraftKings going down or up? I mean, see though, because if it starts dropping, you might get, yeah, there you go. I think people are just tweaking. I think this is big news. I'm saying it just, it hits a little different. Meta delay. Yeah, it did delay last time. That's what my plays are still up on those. Those are still up actually just under 100%. I got a really good fill on them. But yeah, none of the short-term ones really budged. That first move gave them premium. The little $5 back and forth swing didn't touch it. But yeah, we'll see. See if it does have a delay. The meta news is them getting into prediction markets. Meta has not ruled out eventual use of real money betting. I don't know though. Anytime Meta gets into something with money, the government hates it. Because remember, Meta is massive. So you got to think about it with how many people that they have. So we'll see. We will see. Users would not wager money, would rely on a video game like point system. They had not ruled out the eventual use of real money. Yeah, this is what I'm saying. It sounds like Libra. The contracts, the change closed. That's one of those tricks I've given out. But, you know, again, that news just sounded very big and you already saw the sympathies move. So I go straight to the chain and I try to find the ones. But that's like one of the things I've been saying. Experience, I don't know how to I don't know how to teach the speed until, like, it's just one of those things. I feel like you get comfortable, you build up the instinct, and then again, you obviously, I think one of the better ways too is knowing what contracts to avoid. That will go a very big way. Well, we'll see. SPY's, again, the only thing that sucks is that SPY is very, like, Mag 7 pinned oriented today. We'll see. B-Fly, remember the other day. Yeah, a little bit on the SPY. Meta's chilling. Again, the premiums are all the same price. Those actually are not budging. DraftKings coming into the low. Again, another round of travel plays. You're trying to lower your limit. Well, that's what, go based off of the price you see. Go based off of the ask. So when I see a contract, sometimes I'll try to negotiate, but usually I miss it. That's why it's like, it has to still work even at the worst price possible. That's what I'm saying. Even that contract that I picked up, that was still 50% lower, even if I top blasted it. So that's kind of the idea. And then again, the first one I went for the ask and it didn't fill me. That's how I knew it might be a better idea if I could quickly move to the other one at the same price that I was eyeing. They're working on a new app called Meta Photos to generate new forms of medium. Again, Fivin just got a pop right here. MSTZ Biotech's IBB 52-week high. Again, you got a couple of names moving, but low ticker has some crypto, MSTR, finance funds, KKR. And then, like I said, if this is going down, that's probably NVIDIA or some other Mag 7. But yeah, low ticker stopped going up, fully maxed out. That was the good part a couple minutes ago. Is that why is Genie going up on it? Interesting. I'm gonna say that's a weird connection. Not just crypto. Tisha, more biotechs. Do. My community page would be filled with boomers asking what would be the highest temperature today. Like, oh man, that's terrible. All the Facebook grandmas and grandpas now just trying to fucking gamble. Yeah, you're gonna be 79 Fahrenheit. I've lived here for 47 years. I've never rains in spring. You guys are fucking idiots, bro. Fade the sunshine. Like, I mean, the tail risk is humidity. Fucking everybody knows that. You guys are you're not local. You're not from here. Yeah. Genie got tagged in an article. All right, Chad. We need this meta shit going. Wouldn't you say? Okay, I made some of the weekly free at 100%, but I'm just hoping that makes this pop. 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100% 100 I hope that helps. Like Joshua told a blessing. I sold the weekly up 100%. I still have some, but it's the best I could give you right now. I'd like to play. That's what I'm saying. I'd even look towards one with a little bit more time. But yeah, you need it fucking moving like those meta plays. You blame Love Island for this? No way. Well, what have I told you, bro? I don't know. You guys might not be down. But I got invited to go on Love Island. And I even asked my girlfriend. She said she's down. She said she'd give me the blessing. But I'm like, I don't know if I could do Philo and then also be a guest star on Love Island. So I don't know. Would you guys support me in my reality TV endeavors? She's not down. That's a lie. I'm pretty sure my girl's down with everything. That's it. As long as I'm down with it. That's what I've learned in life. Again, I don't know if it's like that for everyone, but really? No, not really. I'm not going on Love Island, bro. I'm just trolling y'all. Jar Tizzle's like, what the fuck? I was supposed to be on Love Island. This is bullshit. You're like, what? They're like, Josh is going on Love Island? No, man. I'm not going on Love Island. It's funny to even say out loud. No, I am not going on Love Island. You wouldn't doubt it if you got the invite. I did. I got one invite to it was like it was a weird reality casting thing. But I had a reality show. I don't think the show, it was just a pilot. But they wanted like something with people who like work a lot and then like have girlfriends that aren't married. And I'm like, what? I'm like, well, how do you even know about me? But yeah, there is a there. I got one reality show invite. I'm like, I'm not cut out for reality TV, man. Even though I'm live every day. Shout out to youtube.com/thestockmarket. I'm just not. I don't like the drama. I could handle the drama. I just don't like it, bro. I'm not, even though I tell you to follow me on Instagram, I'm not as big as I don't think I have the wholeness about me as some of these like the reality stars, bro. You gotta like love the attention. You gotta like know how to like spark it too. Why did you go to that island? I would wear the mask the entire season. Yes. With a heart rate challenge? What's that? Do they like put you up to that? But I don't think I'd be good. You know that? That's the thing. Because sometimes like I sweat a lot. That's the thing that God has cursed me. Because I could be really nervous, just people can't tell. It's even when I'm sick. You guys know, like when I'm sick, I'll be dying. And my voice to me will sound like I'm dead. And you guys will be like, no, you sound the same. It's actually fun. So I'd fail a heart rate test. If you see sometimes, like that's even, it's kind of like gambling. That's what I told you when I saw Lending Tips count cards. He'll look cool, calm, and collect, but then his heart rate will just be going crazy. SpaceX files offering 5, 7, 10, 20, 30-year tendered secure notes. Proceeds to repay SpaceX bridge loan in full. Remainder for general corporate purposes. Poly Market, 'cause I'm so lucky. Why the hell did you go to that island? It's essentially strip dancing and trying to get the girls to raise their heart rate. And you watch this? I'm just trying to get a handle on this. So you're telling me your segment that you like to watch is the men stripping to get the females' heart rates up? This is very, very National Geographic coded. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, look at that. The Love Island male, he's doing his mating dance. Look at that. Up. But he's doing a little twerk, hoping to capture the female's attention. Look at here, right here. Oh, wow. It's amazing. Entertainment at its finest. The MU earnings are much more important today than they just were. Expedia and Booking. Expedia is starting to pop. Booking kind of went first. Airbnb lagging behind a little bit. But yeah, so like the Micron earnings, you know, people knew they were here and people were talking about it. But then they just, after this Korea freak out, it just shows, you know, one bad day in chips could cause a 10% halt down in Korea. So yeah, what does that mean for Micron earnings now? But yeah, it's very important. It wasn't in the beginning, but yeah, it is now. That's not a bad idea. Prude Ranch. A reality show where you have to go to the ranch and be a prude, but it's full of temptation and vices. And if you make it to the end, you win a prize. It's not bad. You guys want to do that? You guys want to do Prude Ranch? And then I'll just we'll get a bunch of hoes and get a bunch of drugs, and whoever doesn't do any of them gets a house. It's terrible because I don't like this show idea because somebody would be like, well, fuck it, and then I got high. You'd be like, oh, well, I didn't win a house. Too bad. I gave in to temptation. Oh, man. I had so much fun. I'm like, damn, these guys. I'll be like, are you here to win the house? They're like, nah, I thought I'm here for the free drugs. Somebody said there's a bunch of hoes here. No? Oh, damn. Looks like I failed. What's on tomorrow's itinerary? It's funny because you guys are, it's a great idea, but this whole time I'm telling you, if we ever had an alien invasion, this would be my idea. I would just take the alien extraterrestrial and I put him on the ranch, give him a bunch of Nick sticks, you know what I'm saying? Introduce him to a couple Latinas, get him playing some 2K. Before you know it, I'll have this alien ready to assimilate. That wouldn't get any views though unless everyone folded. I think that would be the entertainment though. The entertainment would be let me be real with you. If it's a reality type show, you know what I'm saying? Is that I would cast it in a way where I would only pick motherfuckers that would fold but talk a big game. Do you understand? Do you guys not understand how these shows work? That's what I'm saying. That's exactly how I would cast it. Just so I could get one scene of a guy like, no, I've been disciplined my whole life. I would never. I have so much in my future, and there's all these things I care for. I would never do that. And then, boom, first scene, it just cuts to him folding. Like, that shit's entertaining. That's what the shit people would like. But yeah, you would have to strategically cast the people who talk a big game, but would definitely fold. Yeah, it's literally called The Show. I just, don't tell him. Don't tell him. What kind of Latina is my girl? Oh, my girl's not Latina. I just use the Latinas as the invisible third wall for, you know, if you're into that shit. But yeah. I'm funny today? Well, thank you. It was 2.7% down. I'm doing my part, man. Doing my part. Two-year notes, 4.189 versus 4.192. Nice. And Sentinel, again, 10B. Those are all part of the cyber. Did Veronis ever come back up? No, it didn't. It launched everybody else except for them. But then again, they were already up like 11%. Bud. Plug walk. Huh? I don't even understand how the long terms walk. What? Pick him up in the 10%. I don't let the trade talk. Huh? CD dubs. Cast just started pumping China play. China cast. Isaiah Habibi. Isaiah. Intaquayas? And Aquayas Aoi. Owie. $10B. That's the other one. All the small cyber. So even fucking Dropbox? That's not cyber, but yeah. Meta News is gonna hurt Hood. It could. I mean, that's a good... Dude, I even sold the fucking weekly. I couldn't help you guys. I'm sorry. Those plays are still up. It's disgusting. All those weeklies are still green. They're bringing down premium on some of the next week ones. But all the short-term ones that are, like, cheap but, like, kind of near the money, they're not. Those didn't even budge. Unfortunately. KD with a pop, 4%. No, that was like 1.5 on that one. And then Elf. Ronaldo just scored. I thought he's at 12. In different time zone. And a Koeyes into the Sakar. Wow, Habibi, Ishkorak. And he just said, I'm sweet like sugar. That's amazing. That sounds like an Arab Justin Bieber song. Oh, what were you saying? Didn't you guys have covered call questions? I forgot. So yeah, the people, was it Dago and Zulu? I don't know if you guys are still here. But yeah, if you want to talk about those real quick. And then we could get into Philo. Because is it 10? Yeah, it's 10:08. We chillin'. XLE on the high. And then MSTR is still selling. Yeah, so where you... Let me see where your question was. So let's say I go buy a house. Do I have to get out of the covered calls? You do. Yeah, and you know what the craziest part is? You guys got to watch me do this before. I did that with Uber. So remember when we sold the long-term for the farm, on the big account, I had Uber, and I had 200 shares, and I sold covered calls. So I had to close the covered calls, and then you take whatever the gain or loss is from the covered call. So if you're down on the covered call, you're going to have to give up some of the profit if you're, again, assuming you should have equity from the actual equity, the shares, but then, yeah, you'd have to sell both of them out and then move it there. But yes, that covered call, unless the covered call gives you the down payment, that's the irony. So like I'm telling you, with the big account, I got back 11, so like literally right now, you could see it. Let me log in. So like, yeah, take a look. So this is the other part. If your account is bigger or this works, whatever, depending on the budget. But like, look, cash held in money market. So I'm generating return on this one too. I have $11,696 in cash now. So theoretically, if somehow your down payment was this amount, I could just pull out the cash. So you could use the covered call in a weird way if it would give you the down payment. But now, if assuming I'm going to use the entire account for the property, I will have to close the covered call. See, so like today, my Intel shares are lower, but the covered call dropped in value. So I would make money on the covered call, but yeah, I'd have to do that. Yeah, I'm almost at 20% cash now. Isn't that funny? 8% on the other account. I've not had this much cash before, brother. Last time I had 12,000 in cash, I put it all into to Intel. Actually, I only had 4,000. I had 12,000, and then I used for property. I'd buy Uber again if it came down. But yeah, so same thing here. Take a look. So here's the cash. Oh, it doesn't show me the negative cost basis still. Boo. But yeah, I have $4,000 in cash in this. That's what I'm saying. That's over a year of deposits. That's insane. But yeah, I would. It's 8.6%. So again, I have a little cash. I got a little war chest building ahead of the midterms. So that's the good part. I would like to get some yield on it, but I don't want to blow my load too fast. But yeah, I would like yield, but that does make me. It's good to have that. It sucks that it's 20% on the big account, but yeah, I think it's all manageable. Yes, it does give you liquidity without selling. That's exactly what we did yesterday. That's what I'm saying. And then if you see it, it protects you from some of the downside. That's why, like, at one point, Intel, we were down like $2,000 on the shares today, but then I made $1,000 on the covered call. So it's gonna, if this Intel ever drops, it's making sure we walked away with realized capital, and then we still have the rest of the premium to collect. But then, yeah, if you needed cash, it literally is a piggy bank. It allowed us to pull out all of that cash. I just need to do something with it, though. It's clicking good. It takes, that's what I'm saying, when you fully understand options and what a share is, what an option is, you know, the covered calls, it flows very naturally and organically. You own the shares. Instead of buying the right to it, you're agreeing to give someone the right, but you're doing it in a way where it makes sure you win no matter what. You know, yesterday I walked away with more cash than I put into the stock, still got to own the stock, still have upside, and then, you know, still have all of this cash available to use. So that's the general idea of it, and that's why it was a win-win. It allowed me to take advantage of this Intel move, and then even if Intel died tomorrow, we're still walking away with 300% cash, which is awesome. cart. That's only in the big account? No, that's every account. Like I just showed the small account. I just did it at a different, what's it called? A different price. And like I only had one, but yeah. So like Intel. See, and you could see it. I'm down $300 on Intel today. And this is on the smaller account. I should have been down 600, but then we made half of the money back through the covered call. So that's going to be the same thing in reverse too. When the stock goes down now on Intel, you're going to lose half of the amount. But then as it starts to go up, you're going to make half of the amount until it gets to the break even. That's pretty much how it's going to play out. But yeah, same exact thing here. You know, negative cost basis, bought at 35 total after buying the extra 10 shares, and then I got back $55. So, ta-da! And then this count again, it has what, 4,000 in cash? I mean, technically 26,000. I just don't use the margin. 50,000. That's crazy. If I really, you know, that, but that's why. Sad. Chad. Oh, Chad. You guys want to talk? Can we have a talk before Philo? It's kind of like a Philo. Can I have a rant about what's going on? I would love to. But yeah, I don't know what happened, dude. Like, I know what happened. I mean, we pretty much went crazy. Had a nice run. The market was going crazy. I was telling y'all, you know, choose your frustration. There was a reason we ripped a lot of profits, and it didn't look good in the beginning, but ended up being perfect timing. And then, you know, we go back into this 2-3 weeks of not as crazy as the last 2 months, but bro, the last like 3 weeks, once a week, I have encountered a story of I say Chad. Some Chads, they've been around for a while. Some, I don't know if they just came. But yeah, dude, I'm watching one fold at a time, and it's terrible. It's terrible. And literally what I just did with my long term, I don't know if you just saw that. That gave me an epiphany. Because I realized, I was like, oh, no. Like, I'm telling you, bro, I had one Chad a week or two ago. Like I'm saying, they fell for the YOLO demon, blew up an account. They reached out to me. They're letting me know. I had another one yesterday. And, you know, so I'm not going to tell you guys the names. I'm not trying to embarrass anybody. The other person told me not to mention them or don't show the pictures, and I didn't. I'm gonna tell the story. I'm not gonna tell who it is, but it's just like, I say this so people could learn. And I'm, you know, unfortunately, some of these like mistakes, this is the problem that I have. These are mistakes that I am warning you guys on in advance. Do you understand? That's the problem, where it's like at some point, it's not like there's only so much that we could do. And unfortunately, I don't take responsibility. But like I'm saying, you guys, it's heartbreaking. I don't want to see this happen, but I know how this happens. It happens through a very systematic process of emotions. I'm telling you. And it's just like, if you're here, like when I'm telling you what's going to happen, you just eventually, like we talked about yesterday, you might need to go through pain to finally make a real change. But like, I encourage you to like seriously listen. Okay? You know what I'm saying? Like, seriously listen. So this was the one that I got yesterday. Somebody reached out to me, and then they were asking me for help. And listen, the thing is, I could help all of you with a long term. I don't think you realize. It's the easiest thing. The only problem is that if you have like these big desires and like you got something to prove, dude, and you can't wait for a month, 3 months, it's the timing that's forcing some of y'all to like jump into this unknown river this unknown lake, you're like, fuck it, I'll just get it. Where I'm saying I could guide you through all of this. It's just going to take time, not because we have to go slow. It's just because that's how it really works. It really takes time to really build something. That's what I'm saying you. I could show you 3 accounts all going straight up, all great gains. That takes time. That's why I'm not. This isn't a scam. It's not a pipe dream. No, it's all built on time. Are you guys understanding? That's why I'm saying it's like you don't have to be alone. But then it's like if I'm willing to help and I'm like, look, dude, you don't have to be alone. We're going to help you. This is, you don't have to fall for the same traps, whatever it may be, right? You're not alone. But then you're like, well, yeah, this is taking too long. Let me go alone. Like, you see what I'm saying? Like, unfortunately, that's the problem because I'm like, dude, it's timing. But long story short, Chad reaches out to me and he's telling me how his uncle or something, so a family member, he finally convinces his family member to get a long-term, right? So finally gets his family member to start long-term investing. I'm sure you sent them the spiel that I've sent. Maybe you showed them a long-term. But finally gets his family member to start the long-term. $50,000 in an account. Puts 50 grand in the account. Starts building a long-term for his family member. It starts working decently. Then about 3-4 months, the account goes down maybe like $1,000. AKA the doesn't move up, doesn't move down, slightly moves lower. Nothing happens. Right? And then, as he's slightly down, one of these days when the market was volatile, he was like, I'm going to trade one of these daily SPY puts. So then he trades a daily SPY put on the account in the long term. Again, this is his family member's long term. What do you think happens after he plays the daily? Does a daily SPY put? What happens? Does anybody know? Because I told you, I'll tell you what's going to happen. But I already told you all of these things in advance. From trading in the long term, all the way down to, like I even told you, with doing it for other people. No, you know what's going to happen. Come on. You mean to tell me you make a long term, start trading on it, you go down a little bit, get this idea, and you're like, let me trade an option, and you play an option. You think that first one is going to lose? First one's free, dog. Nope. First one was free. Easy 100%. And then it went a couple 100%. And then you know what he did? He did it again. Why wouldn't you do it again? The first one worked. So then he goes bigger, more. You got a Trump tweet? Or is he talking? People saying Trump headlines. Please hold. Nothing on Truth Social. And then Dell's still going. Trump is in Pennsylvania, but he's not talking yet. But yeah, he will be soon. So yeah, first one hits. He does the second one, and guess what? The second one hits too. So now that little loss in the long term turns into a little gain. So now he has something to show his family member. And he was saying, he was like, I love the feeling of it. He said, he was like, I didn't even want money from it. I just wanted to show my family I could do something and help them to be better off. And now the account was up. Account's green by like 10%. That's all. He said all he wanted to do was outperform the market. So now he has the gain. Right? Not bad. This isn't a bad story. That's why I tell some of y'all too, man, if you ever go through, even if you take the wrong steps and you make the wrong move and you're in the middle of it and you're aware of it, you could just walk out of the fucking casino. You know, I'm telling you, people don't get this one. This was one of the earlier mentors I had. I don't even call him a mentor. He was a shady guy. He gave me a marketing job. He ran an alcohol company. A big owner back in the day, and that's what he told me. He told me, you're going to get a speeding ticket. If you speed, you're going to get a ticket. Just make sure you go further enough so that the ticket doesn't really matter. That's what I tell for some of you. If you traded in your long term, you ignored all the rules, you did a bunch of degenerate gambles, and your account is still up, and you're not in a bad scenario doing a bunch of bad things, if I were you, I would fucking exit off of the freeway right now, take the win, and don't go until you get pulled over. No, that's it. That's what I'm telling you. It's very simple. If you have the awareness to be like, damn, whether I got lucky or not, I don't think this is going to be sustainable. Oh, when you walked away, you'll be amazing. You'll be amazing. Like I'm telling you. In this scenario, gets his guy, gets family member to make $50,000 investment, long term, spends almost 6 months. It goes down, makes all the money back on short term options. Now the account is up. Could have just walked away. But that is not what happened. Fast forward another month and a half of market balloons and then goes through 2-3 weeks of momentum doing nothing. That second play led to a third play, a fourth play, a fifth play. And then that account went from a gain to break even to a loss to down 30%, down 40%. And then all of the long-term stocks he said he bought, he said he would never touch them. He ended up touching the stuff he said he wouldn't touch and then sold that because he was like, yeah, I remember how I made the money back when I just bought the put. And then he was like, and I remember that feeling and then going through it all. And then long story short, that account now is down 99%. He has blown up the account for a family member that started as a long-term. So this is not the first story I have like this. Like I'm telling you, in the last 3 weeks, about once a week, I've gotten a crazy story out of people. What I've heard with what's kind of how they've handled some of this stuff, both long-term, short-term. Again, this was even shit I was getting pissed off at last year. That's why I told y'all with the gambling and again, I don't take responsibility for it. I'm just genuinely, I give a fuck about your guys' futures. And that's why I'm trying, and like something like I'm saying, man, the easy ones where I could predict it and tell you what's going to happen, don't fall for those, please. Fall for something new. But don't fall for the same emotional money trap at long-term, short-term, same one, the same getting caught up into the short-term, thinking it's going to be forever. And you know what I'm saying? That's why I've been reminding you. Summer turns into winter. I've said this at every corner, at all the day. Again, you guys, even this time around, you guys got to watch me sell so early that it's like, come on, bro. But like I'm telling you, everyone's going to go through this. But yeah, man, that's why when I looked at the account, that's why when I saw this 50,000, I'm like, oh, fuck. That's probably because, look, I'm telling you, bro, I am on a margin account on this long term. It's the same thing. They will let me spend $50,000 right now if I didn't know what the game plan was. Do you guys see what I'm saying? That's not even including options. So you're like, I don't even mess with options. That's good. And you know, I hope you have the knowledge of them, both to use them or not use them. But like I'm telling you, it's like this is just all trading. This is not even trading. This is just long-term shares. And even then, I have access to $52,000. If I deviate from the machine, if I deviate from the plan, do you see how much opportunity I have to fuck my shit up? That's what I'm saying. Just because you have a lot of money, and that's why too, even if someone gave you guys a lot of money, you don't, this emotion thing is real. It doesn't matter how much money you have. And that's why I'm saying, like, you have to really keep in mind and follow through with this plan that we have, because it's slow, stable, and it works. But it's like, it's going to make sure you don't wind up into this trouble. It's making sure that abundance isn't a bad thing. And that's where I'm saying, that's why I just thought of this story when I saw that, because I'm like, damn. Because I was like, oh, I got $4,000 in cash. Right? Imagine, that's what I'm telling you. I'm even getting excited about $4,000. Look at that. Meanwhile, technically, this account that I'm excited about $4,000, I have $52,000 in buying power. You see what I'm saying? They'll let me over-lever. They'll let me. And again, I have that capability. I'm not using it. It's been like this for the last 6-7 years of this account or whatever. You know, we've had margin, but I'm not utilizing it. That's what I'm saying. You need that discipline. If you're not going to have discipline, put it in a different account. And that's what I'm saying. Whether you want to gamble, speculate, you guys all must never put it into the long term. It's going to confuse you. Then it gets emotions. And then not to mention, you see it at every corner. Wall Street will gas you up and give you a bunch of fucking money. And they will let you click buttons and lose it all. They do not care. It is going to be on you to actually have this discipline. And the irony of remaining free is by limiting yourself. And if that's what I'm saying, if they will let you not limit yourself. And if you keep giving in to these little whispers, oh, he bought one, buy 100 of them. Oh, yeah. No, go margin on it. Yeah, you could do one trade. It's not going to matter. These are all the same little angel and devil on our shoulder we're all going to get. But you have to actually start responding to it with power and with the right way, or it's just going to run over you. So, yeah, end rant, but I don't know what's going on. I think it's the market and how the momentum's played out lately. But I'm telling you, bro, once a week, almost for the last month, it's just I've been getting these emotional blow-up stories. And like I'm telling you, I saw this happen last year too. I had Chads you guys were hyped on. There was Chads, they were making $200,000, made $200,000. Then they quit their job to do the trading, and then they blew it all up, pulled out $100,000 of credit card debt, and then lost it all. I'm not going to let you guys do that. If you want to do that, you can. But like I'm saying, that's eventually you're either going to get sick of me or you're going to ignore me and make a bad decision. I don't want you guys to do that. That's why I'm telling you, where it's like, bro, if you could just control the timing, put your dick in your pants, stop trying to have something tomorrow. Like I'm saying, if you walked with $50,000, $20,000, $100,000, anything, and we just put it in the right account and didn't lose it, you would have more money and you would get way more richer than you would ever expect. That's what you guys got to realize. Because that's what I'm saying. When these stories, whether it's success or failure, it doesn't matter. People are getting money and then they're involved in markets, whether it's options or long-term, then they start doing something, and guess what happens? They want it faster. They want more. I want faster, quicker. Let's do this. So I'm saying, I've told you guys have encountered Chads. They did amazing. Like I'm telling you, I saw Chad. This happened 3 times last year. I had multiple Chads build up 6-figure long terms, and then all of one bad trade led to another bad trade, and then before you knew it, they were either using their long term to trade, or they were trying to quit their jobs and then use their long term to trade. And then guess what would happen? And then again, in some extreme situations, some people even pulled out credit card debt. Every situation ended the same. You know that? Every single one of them ended up blowing up those accounts. Uprooting their long term, walking away with failed trading. Not one of them walked away with the dream that they started with, that they thought was going to happen. That's just in the extreme situations from last year. The ones I'm saying now, you guys don't even understand the rest of the sample size in this data. Remember, I've been ranting about the data, and I kept telling you I have all the data. I have the data from all the chads. I have all the messages. I have the stream alerts. I have every single set of data. That's why I was telling you. I could tell you what works and what doesn't. And that's why I was saying, going back and looking at it, it's like we know what's going to work. I know who's going to benefit and who's not. That's why I'm saying I hope you don't just smile and nod at me, because I'm telling you, if you're a smile and nodder and you're not really doing it, it's not going to make you money. You give me the right people who have, again, that align with the data. They already have their own being driven. They're going to do extremely well. I again, it's in the numbers. So, but like I'm telling you guys, this like speed and forcing it and just fucking this shit up for no reason, it's all a part of the same temptation, and it's kind of the same path. It's always the same path that gets them there. But like I'm telling you, I think it's the last couple of weeks, but dude, I don't know why I'm seeing this a lot again. So be careful out there, Chad. Okay? That's the best thing I could give you right now. Be careful. I hope you listen to what I'm saying, especially listen to what I'm saying and appreciate the caution more so than the FOMO and what you may have missed. Because that's all it is. Just listen to the caution and be wise, and you're gonna be fine. And that's how I've been saying this whole time. Avoid brilliant. You don't need to chase brilliant. Avoid stupidity. That's exactly what we're talking about here. You see what I'm saying? Even that example of the account with the guy and his family member. Like I'm telling you, avoid stupidity. All you have to do is just don't be a fool. Don't be a fool and mix long-term with short-term. Don't be a fool and try to speculate to recoup performance. You see them put them all separate. That's stupid. Again, I got to be the best. I got to make $1 million this year. If I don't make $500,000, I'll be in the permanent underclass. No, cap. If you just took 50 grand, 100 grand for the next 3 years and didn't lose it, you would make sure you're never going to be in the underclass. Like, you see what I'm saying? It's all a trap. But it's like if you fall for those, it's not. I don't think it's you're gonna have to either learn this or not. But there's an epidemic. It's on the rise. Okay, that's all that's the other part I could say. It's on the rise, my friends. Even after a bunch of good plays, even if I give you a sell right before it drops, it's the environment that we're in right now. Because I'm telling you, it's an epidemic. And it is on the rise. We're now, some way, shape, or form, more people want brilliance instead of avoiding stupidity. And it's causing people to make pretty big moves that's, again, just setting them back. I think all of these people, even some of the Chads from last year, they recovered. They got money back. They're not, they're not dead. They're alive. They're still even in the chat. But like I'm telling you, it's just a waste of time. I don't want you to waste your time. You see what I'm saying? I hope my advice could help you cut 5 years off your journey, 10 years, 20 years off your journey, God willing, but it's like we don't want to waste time if it's avoidable. Why waste 1-2 years of compounding when it's like we don't have to, especially to learn something that I'm telling you have heard many, many times, and like none of these are new mistakes. This is what people have been doing this from the get-go. The Department of War mentioned the directed energy weapons. That's why laser moved. A lot of people are afraid the bubble is going to pop. There'll be no gains. Yeah, maybe. But I think all of it comes from the same problem. Fear. Stop fearing everything. Don't be afraid if the bubble's going to end. Don't be afraid if you're going to miss out on profits. Don't be afraid. Just don't be afraid. That's it. And that's what I'm saying. This like weird fear plus lack of hope, and then all it takes is one bad idea, and then like we're saying, one bad idea leads to another bad step, and then we start repeating these slow momentum killers, and then before you know it, it's turned into this big hole. right, banks. Just get rid of all fear. All right, well, let's get into Philo now. Now that I got that rant out the way. That just, again, looking at just seeing at how much cash was available, I'm like, they really would let me spend this. But yeah, it reminded me. And that's what I'm saying. I don't know. I noticed the infections on the rise. The amount of FOMO infections and FOMO fatalities, it's up to like 3 or 4 in the last month. And that's not even counting March. And that's not even counting last year. That's why I'm saying FOMO, the FOMO epidemic, the FOMO infections are on the rise. No, that wasn't Philo. That was just me telling y'all game, bro. Excuse me. They warn and we ignore until we feel it. That's life. Eli Lilly and Bayer criticized Germany spending on innovative medicines. Philo, baby. All right, let's get it. Jesus. Praise God. Amen, amen. It's a cult, baby. Ay. Yeah. If we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there. I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared. Big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear. Oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Nah. It's done. Daddy said it's finished. Made me in his image, but that always made me timid. Wonder why we different, don't you ever get it twisted. It's the only way we get it. Set apart from the start, and the heart isn't ours. It's a hippie with the love, but it's David with the sword. I want peace, so that means you gon' kill me if it's war. Nietzsche, Trotsky, can't beach on the arc. Want it easy or hard, want a genie or a god, then believe me, lil' bro, you a child, you a son of the highest in the bud. Don't deny it, we don't like it when they tell us who we are. I can tell you who I was, I can tell you who he is. I can make another song that's telling y'all about the crib, but for a second, keep it real, it's not the reason they will kill. It's the freedom in believing, they want that to bring the will. But I'd rather have it now, and I ain't never backing down. Lion gonna eat me or turn his ass around. Either way, I will remain up in his name and say a prayer. Here, let's say it now. Jesus. I put Jesus on the beat so I can listen to it. I got reason to believe that we living in it. You could say it's one hell of a decision in it. Ay, if we talking plays, yeah, I'm in there like swimwear. I've been there, I've done this shit for 10 years. You could have it all, but you been scared, big scare. Funny part, there wasn't even risk there. My thoughts been my own, yeah, I've been clear. No fear, oh dear, who you try to control here? My God is the weapon, I ain't boasting. Amen. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, it is time for philosophy. So, I got a good one. It's simple. It kind of relates. I didn't really think about it until I looked. You know, I wrote some stuff down yesterday. It kind of relates to what we're talking about, but, you know, I don't know. There's one part, though. I'll tell you this. Let me ask you this. Would any of you, wouldn't it be nice? Like, would you want this? Like if an angel just came down and told you everything you needed to know. Or wouldn't it be nice if like an angel like came down and just like guided you through everything? You know what I'm saying? Like saved by the angel. Like I don't know. Are you envisioning what I'm envisioning? How many of you would want that? Would you actually want that? Like would you want the angel? Like imagine you didn't know what to trade. Boom, the angel comes in. Oh no, you got a flat tire. The angel come in. Anything. Would you want it? Imagine an angel could come. What if an angel could come down right now? I am an angel of the Lord. And just tell you everything that you need to change right now. And give you the truth of exactly what you will have to do to get exactly what you wanted. Would you want that? I don't know. Maybe I hope you could envision what I'm telling you. Because I'll tell you right now, I don't think any of us would really want that. I want to say everyone's a liar, but I think it's just the culture. And I don't think we really understand it. If you could have an angel come down and give you the truth, the utmost pinnacle of truth, of do this, do that, you need to do this, if you don't do this, oh man, it would be amazing, but guess what? We are all too scared. Oh, we're too scared amongst many other things. You want to know why I say this? I was thinking about this the other day. Because if you go read the Bible, anytime they encountered an angel, do you know what their reaction was? I don't know if you guys are aware. So every time in the Bible that they encounter, that any prophet, anybody would encounter an angel, there was a very specific reaction. Yeah, they were terrified. You don't think that's weird? You don't think that's telling you something? Terrified. They would fall down. They wouldn't even look. They would be too scared to speak. My guy, if an angel came down right now, you would shit yourself. I would. That's the whole idea. You know what the irony is? Here in Western culture, the thing in the Bible that every time they encountered, they were falling over, they were terrified, there was fear, all of this stuff. How do you draw an angel in America? There's a little baby wearing diapers flying with a harp. You don't think that's weird? I think it's really weird. And that's why I'm saying I started thinking. Because I'm like, wow. I think a direct encounter with the truth would be terrifying. It would be afraid. If you have somehow, whether it's an angel or what, if you ever encountered the utmost truth of what you should be doing right here, right now, I think it would be a terrifying experience. That's why I think some people get terrified even thinking about the future. It is. You know that, right? More people just get afraid thinking about the future because they don't know what's going to happen. The irony is that even if you got exposed to all the answers, you would still be terrified. Even if an angel came down, that's more likely in reality a terrifying process rather than it is, oh my gosh, everything's okay. So think about it. Are you encountering the truth, and how does it make you feel? So that's just the first part. But the second, it's funny we talked about, I gave you those little stories here before Philo, because it does kind of relate to this. And I have had a old Philo on this. But I heard this concept the other day, and it just unlocked, a lot of ideas. Because this is where it's at, bro. This is where it's at, and I'll tell you what it's at, what I'm talking about. I am talking about premature exposure. Oh, Chadadonia. If you could understand this in life, my friend, you will do a lot better. I think you will be at peace, and you will be able to handle things a lot more efficiently. By understanding how weird the world is. I want to call it weird, but it's not that weird. It's nature. Like, you got to think about it. Isn't it weird that the same behavior done too early creates a negative response? If I put a seed in the ground too early, it changes how that seed is going to grow. If that seed springs out too early and gets sunlight too early, it'll kill the whole growth of it. You don't think that's weird? You don't think it's weird there could be a fruit hanging from a tree? And if you just go and pull it, but if you pull it too early, the fruit won't taste as good. You don't think this is weird? Oh, I think it's a fascinating concept of life. Premature exposure. A baby. You go have a baby, wow, 9 months. Baby comes out too early, they say that's a bad thing. Premature exposure. Do you get what I'm talking about right now? The seed sees the light too soon. Pull the fruit too early. Get a lot of something, but a lot is more than you could control. So this is what I'm going to tell you. One simple line. And if this is what I was telling you the other day when I was saying with the whole, like, what you chase is going to run away. Start thinking about what you're really chasing, you know? Because if you could understand and, like, truly embody what I'm about to tell you next, and you truly understand it, I would bet on your future. I would have a lot more faith in where you're going to take things. Because the man or the woman who really understands what I'm about to tell you now, they're always going to be productive. They're always going to be in a certain mindset, and it's an amazing thing. It'll make sense. So this is what I'm going to tell you right now. And if you could truly, again, all of you right now, all of y'all with the little FOMO epidemic, if you're prone to go blow up an account right now, if you're prone to ignore the long-term rules, if you're prone to start trading with the long-term, listen to me right now. This might change everything for you. This might be the difference to turn some of y'all into actually what you want to be in the market. Are you ready? Not everything blooms on your timeline. That's it, dude. So simple, so easy. It's not the words. You need to understand it. Truly in your heart, do you understand? Look at your life, brother. Things have bloomed in your life at different times. There's nothing wrong with that. Something happened on your timeline. Some things happen later. Some things happen sooner. You need to understand that not everything is going to be happening on your timeline. And if you keep fighting with this, you are going to keep running into the problem of premature exposure. Like I'm saying, the fruit is going to be there. You pull the fruit too soon, it's going to be literally become bitter. That's what happens. You know that? Go take any fruit and pull it too soon, it comes out bitter. I think you could say the same thing with your dreams. Anything. Get anything too soon, premature in life, even if it's a good thing, it'll be bitter. You could understand this, that not everything is going to be on your timeline. It's your job. You still got to harvest. You got to plant. You got to do your thing. But you're not getting boggled by, oh, it has to happen now. This has to happen now. This has to do. This has to go quick. Oh, if you understand not everything booms on your timeline, that things are going to bloom, it just doesn't matter relative to the timeline you put it on. You truly understand that? Oh, you're going to move a lot easier. You are not going to run into some of the bitter things of being right there, but not right there. It's, again, too early. You know, there's a line, and I love it. Solomon line. Ecclesiastes 3. Solomon starts talking. He says, he makes everything beautiful in his time. Does that sound familiar? It says, everything is made beautiful in his time. You don't get it? The caveat is it literally says everything. So everything is going to be made beautiful. Everything is going to have a harvest eventually. Everything. That's what I'm saying. Some of y'all are worried about when it's going to bloom, ignoring the fact it's going to bloom as long as you just take care of the garden. Do you see what I'm talking about? Everything would be made beautiful in his time. Not your time. That's the whole, if you could understand this, man, oh, I think you're going to have some good harvests. Because if you know everything's going to be made beautiful, everything has its time. I just got to do what I got to do. Stop getting pulled into this premature exposure. Stop forgetting things bloom just because you want it to bloom on a certain timeline. Doesn't mean it's going to bloom or it doesn't just because of your timeline. Everything is going to bloom on his timeline. So, hold on, let me close this door. So, Chad, I'll leave you with the final part, and then I'll play you a quick Miles. Because all of this, man, all these little talks, and it's what I've been saying the other day, even what we talked about with yesterday's philo. Like I told you, man, I hope I could see you somewhere in the middle of what you're chasing. You know, I think you should chase God at the very least. If you don't want to do that, you shouldn't be chasing only money. I mean, again, it'll run away. But I don't know, man. I want change. I want change for myself. I want change for all of you, and that's what I'm saying. I think some of y'all need to get OD about change. I hope right now you get OD about change. I hope you realize as long as you keep changing, you're going to keep changing into something bigger, better, greater, stronger, richer, whatever you're looking for. And it's all going to be changed constantly changing, constantly renewing. Something stays the same, it's because we got to change. That's it. You stay the same, but we gotta keep working, changing behavior, understanding. That's what I'm talking about. And you know why? I'm gonna break out some Old Testament on you. The Old Testament God. Old Testament God, bro, he was killing everybody. You know that? You would think he was Pete Hegseth. The Old Testament God was ready for war no matter what. Wiping out people, Sodom and Gomorrah. You ain't do this, he'd stop you right in the path. They disobeyed, he'd take away their voice. You know that. You know how many Old Testament, you know how many people the Old Testament God wiped out? Come on, I love the Bible. You know why I love the Bible? Because I love how it doesn't edit the stories. I'm like, oh, wait, you're trying to sell me and then you're telling me all these details? Wait, you want me to believe this and then you're not even gonna touch it up and you're gonna leave in the things that I could say are contradicting? Because you don't get what I'm talking about? What do you mean, thou shalt not murder? What do you mean, God commands me not to murder, and then there's God over here murdering everybody who don't agree with him? Huh? Oh, y'all don't want this talk, huh? Yeah, y'all don't see. Are y'all really thinking? Oh, and that's what I'm saying too. You think I'm scared to think about my God in a manner that should be actually realistic and real, and we should understand what we believe? Think about it. How you tell me don't murder and then you go and murder? Wow. So here's the fun fact. Are you ready? All these things God would do. Old Testament God, vicious. Wiping people out. I know, I didn't even mention the flood, dude. I know. All of this. There is something unique. And I hope some of you recognize this at the core of everything we've been talking. And I hope none of you ever forget this, because I don't know when in life you're going to remember this. But I hope you do. Do you realize during that time, God had no problem with any of the people? Let me put it another way. The problem was never the person. When God was saying, I'm going to set out and destroy these people, it was never personal. Just business, baby. No, do you know what I'm talking about? He never had a problem with the person. It was always what they were doing. Oh, y'all don't feel me, dog. Y'all don't feel me, Chad. Do you understand? You're telling me that's not crazy? Have you ever thought about it like that? Like I'm telling you, it's if you're going to think deep enough and be like, damn, man, why was he acting like this? Do you not see the silver lining? He never had a problem with a person. He wasn't out here personally like, oh yeah, you disrespect me? I don't like you. Oh, Nineveh? Oh, I don't like y'all. Y'all haters. Nope, I don't care. Nope, y'all worshiping Baal? Nope, oh, I got a problem with you now. I'll never forgive you. No. You don't think that's crazy? The problem wasn't the person, it was the behavior. It was what the people were doing. That's what he had a problem with. That's the whole principle of God. He said, listen, man, I ain't got a problem with you. I got a problem with what you're doing. I still love you, but dog, I'm just saying, if you're going to do that, that's where my issue's at. God destroyed he destroyed people based off of behavior. It was not based off of the person. That's why I go through these stories. And you'll notice at every corner of these stories, anybody who ever changed did not get destroyed. Come on, Chad. Come on, Chad. Do you see the answer? You see what I'm telling you? Anyone that changed did not get destroyed. Anybody who changed did not get destroyed. Anybody who changed did not get destroyed. Do I have to say it again? Oh, I hope it gives you goosebumps. I hope it hits you. Because do you see what I'm telling you? Do you see why I'm saying what we should be focused on right now? My brother, if you're getting destroyed, you should change right away. You want to avoid getting destroyed. Change. All you need right now is the behavior. You're not the problem, my brother. This is what I was telling y'all yesterday. None of you are the problem. You know that, right? Look at that. You don't even have to pay me. I don't even have to be your therapist gassing you up. You are not the problem, dude. You know that? And now listen, I'm not trying to gas you up and feed you with some fake postmodernism. You are not the problem. There's a high 100% likelihood the problem is your behavior. Do you get what I'm saying? You could always be validated. You could always come back. No such thing as a big enough loss to set you back. Nope, you're not the problem. You have the ability to. I'm sure you could do way better. The problem isn't you. The problem is the behavior. That's why. You don't see the problem? You don't see the confusion that everybody gets into? That's why they're like, I'm a good person. I'm like, listen, man, you might be a good person, but your behavior is shitty. You might be a bad person, but your behavior is actually quite honorable right now. Oh, do you understand it? Oh, I hope you do, Chad. Anyone that changed did not get destroyed. Anybody who changed does not get destroyed. That's what you got to be thinking on right now. And that's why, too, if you want to remain stagnant, you want to not change, you want to just keep it the same, I mean, God bless you. You are either doing perfect with everything, or you are on a one-way ticket to destruction. I don't know which one it is. I won't judge you. Do you get it? So that's why understanding, behavior, all these things, that's why I'm saying, man, those of you that could really realize not everything is going to bloom on your timeline. You understand everything has a bloom. That's all you got to get ready for. And you keep focusing on change. The problem isn't going to be what the environment or the world throws at you. It's going to be your ability to change and put the right behavior in. That's it. And if you're not doing it now and there's something you're not getting now, not playing out how you want now, change. Change your understanding so you could change your behavior. And then go get a long term. But take that to the bank. That is your philosophy, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you guys are subscribed. We're live Monday through Friday, 30 minutes before open. Drop your thumbs up on the video. You're on mobile, press hot chat, X out the chat, hit the thumbs up button. Second link for the nightly watch list and main channel. First link for the Scream-a-lots.
Being a DEA registrant.
Oh, where is he? I think Trump is going to be live soon, but he's not. That was good. We delayed. We had good timing, bro. Amen. Amen. Change.
cold, baby. If a humble man tell you to be humble, he a narcissist. Tell that to the arsonist, the pharmacist. I wonder about the Stalinist, the Darwinist, I must insist. The things that we up against don't play defense. So next time that you take offense, my boundary just another fence. Don't forget, remember this, already lost everything. Don't tell me about a fucking risk. I'm humble but I'm powerful, but I don't have to tell you there's some moments that you can't forget. So if I'm fake, come and get me now. It's not a big head, I just know the size of the crown. You watched a lot of porn. Does it look like I'm fucking round? You didn't like me then, I didn't hope that you would like me now. You want peace, I want it too. You want war, I got a crew. But I won't lie, dog, I only need a few. So tell me what you really wanna do. Man, I swear I'm just like you. Cause the tongue brings life, but it brings death too. Please just move. Good advice is never taken by a fool. I took a look at life like a mechanic look at tubes. Cheap, fast, and quality, could only pick two. Mannequin, I'm rude, but in a panic, in a feud. Would you want it on your team, or do you want it against you? The humble made me hungry, I will eat any food. Humble made me better, fake humble made me confused. The truth is that there is a real humility typical of our time. But it so happens that it's practically a more poisonous humility than the wildest prostrations of the ascetic. The old humility was a spur that prevented a man from stopping, not a nail in his boots that prevented him from going on. For the old humility made a man doubtful about his efforts, which might make him work harder. But the new humility makes a man doubtful about his aims, which will make him stop working altogether. To the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. I ain't gotta see it to believe it. If it's signing and it's needed, then my eyes don't need a reason. I won't even try to explain it unless it say I got a feeling. I'm gonna sing my praise like David, but the king is still a killer. Listen up and go and get the troops. Hope you know you ain't scared of them, they scared of you. And I know you might be scared to take that point of view. You see them arrows in my back? Yup, son, that's gon' happen too. But the harvest's on the way, you gon' barter every day. That means you have to make a trade, either life or it's the grave. The result will not remain, every day will bring a change. Kinda funny and it's strange how the hope will pave the way. You hearing what I say? The only difference between you and them comes down to faith. There's a difference in the man who believes in a better day. Cause once you believe it's past, you willing to wilt away. We was never willing to be the same. We want it all in the long run, they want it all today. My father is really awesome, don't bother with giving snakes. Regardless, I can't control it, so either way, giving thanks. Yep, you could take that one to the bank. A leader without a rank, a speaker without a face, a people without a race. They eating without a taste, they scheming without a safe. The meanings have been replaced. Another time, another place, we could talk about it. Keep some oil in them lamps, don't get caught without it. Want them once, want them twice, they never talk about it. If you never get a second chance, then that ain't meant to happen. What I understand is you ain't trying to understand. Take 100 grand, then 100 undergrads. Pay them all to make a plan, but they couldn't comprehend what it means to never die, but somehow still be born again. It's a letter to the people, I'm penning it like I'm Paul. It don't matter about the evil, it matter about the God. It don't matter about the weapons, it matter about how you armed. All that matters is the weather, when weather to bet the farm. It's a call.
to hate the flesh because you feel like, man, this thing, it frustrates me all the time. Like, dang it, you thought about that again? Dang it, you doing that again? Dang it, you talking like that again?
Yeah.
Like, when will you grow out of this?
It's a cult, baby. Yeah. Hey, listen up. I won't say this shit again. You don't really love yourself. The flesh ain't your friend. I done seen the best band, best friends turn pretend. A little wind could change the trend. A little air could mean the end. I ain't doing shrooms. Life already tripped me out. Thinking about the little things and how it made me different now. Little bit of scripture bring me problems and they brought me out. Fearing about the future, only time you fear of missing out. Past think the present, but we say that it's a gift. That's ironic, that's like calling for murder to bring the peace. I heard that you don't agree. You heard it but didn't see. You learned it but wasn't free. The news of monopoly. Apart from these parting seas, my partner, please don't pardon me. I'm on the love for all my bras. I fucking love you, kill them all. Save a 10 of every dollar. Think the future, not tomorrow. What you do, not who you are, but how you move set you apart. Demons keep on knocking, but like Powell, I'm gonna close the door. People keep on talking, I just really wish they listen more. Born alone, die alone, don't care if you don't like me, bro. Enough of being core, I know you know there's more than just the world. Love what I create, so it don't matter if you hate. You can learn a lot in life, but you'll never know the day. Karma or a judgment, either way we meet in fate. And they say revenge is sweet, but at least we eatin' steak. Lord bless the me, no I ain't been meek enough. Sometimes I ain't been speaking up. My eyes would lie when seeking them. I died 100 times, but I'm alive is why I'm preaching them. I know it's by design, but I can't lie, I feel I'm free to love. Forgive me if I overshare, but why the hell you over here? I move my people over there. Been around the world and I seen lots, but I ain't seen it fair. The ones that's always listening, the same ones saying they don't care. Nah.
Just close the door. Close the door. Man. Let's go! I played an extra one already. My bad. My bad. I even forgot to play the miles. I guess I'll save it for tomorrow. My eyes would lie when seeking them. The eyes, bro. You know that? Maybe I might write a book, you guys. If I was going to write a book that's not like a book, I would write that book. You know that? It would be titled Eyes, the Great Liar. You know that? You know your eyes are a fucking liar, motherfucker? You know that? That's why people have gotten so used to liars, because our eyes lie to us every day. You know that? That's why your eyes, bro, you look at that option, they start lying to you. Your eyes lie by default. They're already upside down. The image you're seeing right now is upside down. It's just getting flipped. Your eye's just a lying sack of shit. Isn't that crazy? Then you see the option. That's why you look at Elizabeth Warren, you're like, she can't be that bad. This old little lady, she looks so sweet. And then she started trying to fucking minimum tax 90%, buy her a beach house, then Bernie come out. You know what I'm saying? I know that some of y'all be going through them girls on the mugshots. You like, oh no, man, she don't look that bad. I'm like, she got arrested for attempted murder, a felony attempted murder and manslaughter. You're like, oh no, man, she got them blue eyes. She got blue eyes. She look beautiful, man. I don't know. His eyes are a liar, bro. I'm telling you, dog. The great liar, the eyes. You know that? The eyes and Satan, dog, I bet you they homies. They both the big liars. Like, Satan, the great deceiver, the lie, but them eyes have to be second or first. I don't know. I'm just saying. White House feed went live. I have one feed up. What do I think about people who say they're a good person? You guys interacted with that? I think it's like people who say they have a big dick. Does it not? Like, if you walk around, you're like, I have a huge dick. I'm like, okay, why are you? It's like, 1, why are you telling me? 2, are you insecure about it? 3, if you actually did, would you really even have to tell me? And 4, the people that actually know, they're probably just going to be nice about it to you. So, yeah, I think people who say they're a good person is like people who tell me about their dick size. I don't know how it applies for women, but yeah, that's my take on it. The stream alerts link, does it not work again, bro? I mean, go to joshanswers.com. See if that works. What did the Apostle Paul say about good? Every time I try to do good, I do wrong. Yeah. He said, thank God for the thorn in the flesh. He said, thank God I'm a piece of shit so that I don't think I'm better than nobody. It's hard to believe what anyone says. That's true, but like I'm saying, it gets even weirder when we start talking about dicks, no? So same thing when it comes down to like, I'm good. I'm good, I'm bad. It's like, it's hard to believe anything in this world, but now the things that are more intimate and again, just have different interpretations, I guess. Just watch. I'm sorry for giving you this crude analogy, but it will help you. Because next time you like encounter somebody and it's like actually a conversation about like, I'm a good person, all you're going to do is imagine them talking about their dicks. And then you're going to laugh because then you'll see how humorous the conversation really is. It's a good inversion because then you're going to be like, plays. We made a couple today. We actually got some good hits. We closed out one of those 1,000%ers. I sold the meta one, didn't hit. I thought that was going to do better. Stayed kind of stable. I flipped one of them. And then SMR, that was a good I didn't make SMR free though, did I? Oh, those came back down. I didn't make them free. But yeah, other than that, that was it. You asked for a 7th time this year to build a platform to replace the MLS. Am I down to rebuild? It's funny you said that. Because after you said the first comment, I was like, fuck it. I'll have him build it. You were just saying, do a syndicate. You know, I told you, I just don't like, I like good ideas. And I'm so down to like fund and back something. It just, I'm sure you're aware of it in your line of work. It just, there's less people who are like actually motivated and excited and are gonna actually do something. But I'm down to back it with money and connects, and like that's what I'm saying. I'd prefer things that I couldn't do, and that's why I'm saying some stuff like that. Oh, it could be good. Trump will present FIFA World Cup trophy to winning team. FIFA president says. But yeah, I was always curious what the next level beyond Redfin would be. Like, that's what I'm saying. But yeah, I would like to do something. I want the next level though. I don't think necessarily rebuild the MLS, but there is something beyond it. Like, I was explaining it the other day. Like, back in the day when you wanted to find a house, you had to go through the penny saver, the newspaper, or you would drive around until you saw a sign, or open house signs. Open houses were super popular because that was like exposure. And then comes the internet. Even though it took 10-15 extra years, then these guys were like, yo, what if we put every available listing on a map on the internet? And then here comes Redfin and Zillow, and that changed everything. That's it. Isn't that crazy? That's your biggest real estate development. Don't listen to anybody thus far ever. That's what I'm saying. Real estate is old. The biggest like change in real estate, not talking money, not talking loans, any of that shit, is just purely being able to go online and relatively see every available listing on the internet from the comfort of your own home. That changed, and that created billion-dollar industries. That was the update. So that's what I'm saying. There has to be the next level is what I'm saying. It's disruptive, but it's simple. That's why I'm like, it's not really that crazy, but that's where we're at now. Right now, we're at the stage of now you could find it online, you could see what's available, and then you still have to go through the offer, all of that. If there's a way where you could bridge the gap with like tech and make something so easy and simple part of the process, just again, more accessible, or again, easily accessible or kind of aggregated in a way, that's what I think there's another level beyond the MLS, essentially, another level beyond Redfin, and that's going to be the, I don't know what it is, but I'm sure when it happens, we're going to be like, oh, so easy. Yeah, that is true. Many have tried to build their own MLS. It's about getting people to use it. 100%. It's a mafia. That's what I've always said about real estate. It's a fucking racket. It's a mafia. That's why they make you pay the commissions. You got to pay the realtor association, and then they all get people to use the same centralized system. That's why the MLS is so good, because it's not because it's like a technological advancement. It's because it's just everybody's on there. It's like Bloomberg. It's like the Bloomberg terminal to a degree. I would argue the Bloomberg terminal is a lot more advanced, but it's if you have everybody on there, that does a lot in terms of having certain info. You want to build one where it's Tinder for homes? They swipe right on an agent? That's crazy, bro. Everybody's going to have one of these bottle girl agents. They're like, yeah, I got my agent off real estate Tinder. You'd be like, yeah, but then the house too. You'd be like, I'm stuck with the $7,000 a month mortgage payment. Fucking the house catfished me. That looked. I swear that was a backsplash, and it had a backyard, but payment. Fuck me. The next level is tokenization. Maybe if it gets easier, but for now, like, again, real estate's already like complex, and like, although the idea of tokenization makes a lot of sense, it's just, if it's not easy, you're not going to get that crazy disruption, essentially. Like, you got to think about it. It's like, what made Zillow and Redfin so crazy? Anybody, all the old people, even my parents, they could just go to a website now and see all these listings. The thing with this like tokenization stuff, wallets, depending on the custody, it's all still advanced, and a lot of people don't know how to do it easily. And until there's like a method for that to happen automatically, easy, and the same level of safety, I don't think that one would be it. Number of startups in Dubai that are working on this, they failed miserably. Yeah, I mean, again, real estate's been around for a while. That's why you don't need to reinvent the wheel. You just got to make it squeaky and less squeaky. Take it directly to NAR. Couple clients who work with them. I mean, at that point, I would just get a prototype. Get like I don't know where to start either. I would say, unless you think about what I just told you with like that next gap in the disruption. But I would just make a prototype and then go to NAR. But other than that, because the success of it will depend on these associations and these groups like actually welcoming it, and then, pretty much not monopolizing it, but getting everybody to go there. Quantum and Andarin wafer will be launching in Albany. Is that the Global Foundry? Come on, yalla, habibi. Give me one. Trump will hold an equity stake in Anduril, but will not participate in governance. Anduril's a different company? No, Anduril, not Anderson. Meteor chop. No, I don't. I mean, it could be with how the dollar's playing out. Like I'm saying, last year when that happened, that chopped us around a little bit for at least a month. But then it kind of led to something bigger. I mean, I wouldn't say that's the guaranteed conclusion now. I actually lean towards no, but I mean, it's definitely a possibility. Violent minority seeks to disregard majority of Bolivians. Where's fucking Donald? You're all just staring at a fire truck. Open Claw? Yeah, but I've moved into like other agents, and then yeah, just the tasks. I don't talk to it anymore. I don't. That was fun while it lasted. But hey, aren't you guys glad I told you about that at the beginning of the year? That was the flip, and that was like the latest AI development of this year. Agents, the whole agent way. But yeah, dude, literally Meta buys OpenClaw, or OpenAI bought OpenClaw, and then that was it. We just stopped hearing about it. So they're like still doing stuff, but yeah, I mean, honestly, it's kind of even led to like motherfuckers are already selling their Mac Minis. You know that on eBay? There's still like Mac Minis that are like brand new in box. And people bought them for Claude bots and never did it. But yeah, it's still there. The market rapidly grew into it. I don't know if you noticed that. That's what I'm saying. Like you don't remember, bro? Like February, March. I've made the videos. Go look. It's on my Instagram. I'm talking Fastly, Datadog. We're talking about Net. All of those, because I was saying because of the Claude bot. And we were talking Claudebot the weekend. Remember, I showed up and I'm like, bro, this thing is crazy. But yeah, that was the first one. And then literally within a month or two, everybody started developing agents. That's why I started using even Manus. I started again, even some of the Claude integrations now. You didn't necessarily need Claudebot. But yeah, like getting and building, you're getting your AI to build an agent and then do these tasks just like OpenClaw. That pretty much proliferated rapidly. That's why Net and some of those other names, and again, this like bot traffic online, it's still up there. It's just not the same, like, yeah, people aren't buying the what's it called, they're not buying the Claude bots the same way. You listened on that this year. I'm about to roll out my business soon. Woo! I told you, bro. Some of you did. Some of you are already working in AI, and that's what I was telling you. I still believe the same thing. I really do. With all the future, the brain, I've been even saying this from last year. I was like, bro, some of you guys need to get into business. You guys need to use this AI stuff now. It's so, even if you think you're old, you're not. This just lowered the bar. If you could have an idea and verbalize it, type it out, you could bring it to life. And I'm like, dude, there's so many ways so many verticals you could build into, and you all have different gifts, you all have different knowledge, you are involved in different locations. So it's like, dude, you guys could you could really get a good jump right now. It's hype. Your bot died, Gemini, the API. I know. That's what I'm saying. I like Manus a lot, but Manus is expensive. But you just have to spend not a lot of money. It just depends. But there was that, operating cost. But yeah, it's just crazy though. Now you could without even a Claude bot though, you could have Claude. You could even have Gemini. You could get it working on tasks now a lot more effectively than just 6 months ago. No, the agents met the hype. Everybody just copied it. That's what happened. OpenClaw was truly innovative. That's what I was even telling you guys at the time. That's why I was like, yo, this is fucking mind-blowing. Again, it crashed software. That's what led to the freak out. 1 week later, it was Claudebot. And then we started getting these AI plugins, and then everybody started dying off of just these like tasks and agents. And it was 2026 was the rise of the agent for sure. So it's not like it didn't meet the hype. Everybody, just like I'm saying, AI went leaps and bounds, and everybody, well, it's not like it took a lot, but it was just everybody built around this agentic flow, and the market kind of just met it. So that's what I'm saying. Now you have maybe 20, 30 different agentic options outside of OpenClaw that are better or the same. And then again, OpenClaw was acquired instantly by OpenAI. Well, yeah, you do run out of things. That's why I'm saying it does whatever tasks that it was really effective at, you let it do that, and then that's it. There's only so much it could do, and then I've never been I don't like the ones like I don't let it schedule my shit. Like, I don't know. Some people are weird though. I don't know. Are any of you like that? Are any of you guys weirdos? Do any of you really got a bot out here like ordering you food and like scheduling your appointments? And like, do you give this motherfucker like the right to control your life? That's the part. That's where I feel like you could get more value out of it. But like, it's again, I don't find that valuable, me personally. But I could see how somebody that's where some people did fall in love, and they're like, they treat it like a personal assistant essentially. Yeah, and then do not underestimate, all of you, do not underestimate how many I hate it. Because I know too much. Do you know how many motherfuckers email me with AI? That's the biggest effect I don't think people realize. Dog, I would argue over half of your conversations on email are fake. They're real conversations with real people, but that person ain't fucking typed that shit. They hella, got an AI bot just doing all their shit. In FinQ, DAO, Quantum Developing Initiative to Revolutionize ISR. That sounds old, but we'll see. No, dude, it's crazy. You know how many emails I've gotten with like little brackets? And they have emails, and like some of them will be serious, even real estate deals. I've even had people, I've asked for an update on this property, and dude, and then they're like, tell him that this. I'm like, what? You're talking to me. And I'm like, oh, wait a minute. You had a bot go through this whole entire budget, huh? Okay. Well, I'm like, all right, at least it's accurate, but fuck me. And dude, I'm telling you, people will be like, respond, insert name. And I'm like, you're an AI, dude. Like, what? Just have a this is, man. Yeah, you would be surprised. BTQ, InfiniQ didn't move. SPY coming lower. Hey, yo, BTQ, bro. What's this? I saw that earlier, but that one's starting to run. It did that the other day. But it's up 20-something. BTQ. This is literally, they appoint Brand Pasco as advisor for post-quantum security. Oh. Yeah, it's a foreign stock, though. Another one. EU holds first talks with Taliban representatives in Europe since 2021. Nice. Give them a little admin prompt. I should, but eventually I just lose the motivation to deal with that. And then I'm like, it just sucks when I read an AI email and I'm like, I didn't know it was AI till I read it again. But then I'm like, yeah, that's something I think noticeably with like agentic AI bots, the agents, a lot of people don't realize, like, dude, there's so many people in like the corporate normal world right now just using AI to email. That's it. Just contact. Again, if you need to organize something, you need to update, just email, contact, bot. Micron dumping Palantir! Well, no brakes on Palant, dude. No brakes on Palant. Actually, China's even dumping too. SPY's coming down a little bit more. Remember, this was the big drop of the day before it was a very nice rally up there, but unfortunately you faded that, and I don't know if you guys see the problem. This is what I was telling you all day with how your boy Korea played out, where we were talking about kind of towards the end of the day, it just pretty much gave everything up. So that's not good. Then MO, more staples. %95 of my outbound emails are AI. Yeah, dude, fuck you. Yeah, Palantir's dumperooning. I don't think those will go. Oh, I have an idea. Oh, those expire soon. Hold on, I'm looking. Zeta reiterates buy. Or Rothschild. I know, the dollar is the only thing. Again, I'm just not liking... We're back below this low, but this is what I was saying. It's looking like Korea. Again, we're already down 3.3 on the NASDAQ, 1.4 on the SPY. Dow flipped back to red. But yeah, we're 15 minutes away from the last hour. But like I was saying, everything in Korea wasn't that bad until like the last hour. And then they all just vomited. So yeah, if that happens here, I mean, again, that 3.3 is a no pretty. CME's on the low. That's interesting. That's been like inversing CBOE the last couple days. 185. Spread, no good. All right, well, it's dumping. Micron. I thought Micron earnings is... Oh, no, today is the 23rd. No, to the 24th. They're tomorrow. I think. All right, well, low ticker is full. This feels like the exact opposite of up here. Remember, I kept seeing the high ticker run up, and I'm like, the index? So index is kind of moving, but yeah, low ticker is very active. Those went up 20%. I'll walk it back. No, I mean, I think this was expected. We're back to open. I mean, we should be familiar with 7 hours till nowhere, but, you know, you should be used to that. And then laser's still going up. But, yeah, this is just, I think we've been saying it from the morning, just the whole Korea vibe and seeing where we close. But this is exactly what happened in Asia last night. Like I was telling you, Korea wasn't that bad most of the day. It got a little bad and then got bad, recovered, chilled out, and then just that last hour of Korea was just absolute carnage. So again, especially people talking about leverage, margin, all that, we'll see. Yeah, Cerebos is today. That's the one. But yeah, I'm pretty sure Micron's tomorrow. It says 24th on TOS. CBUE. Yeah, again, but the low ticker, so NVIDIA dropped and a couple of big tech. You got Staples, Verizon, and a few others moving. Oh, ROIV up 3%. ROIV, Rovent Sciences. Dude, all these biotechs, none of them have any short-term ones. Yeah, they don't have any like cheap ones. Fill those. Well, I can't get filled on a good one. Oh, Trump is on. But yeah, ROIV is up 3. I don't have a headline on it. Doot. Is there not a headline? There's not even people on Twitter talking about this shit. Yeah, check ROIV. It's still going. The options aren't good, but the shares are up 4. It's part of the biotechs. Healthcare conference, June 9th. No, I don't know. I don't think they're on anything. They actually have a bunch of shit in the pipeline for second half 2026. But yeah, and first half, but they're already ripped. That's why no cheap options. Bam, bam. Well, Trump is walking out live now. I was just looking at this play. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Yes, hello people. Love this place. USA.
Lehigh Valley. And I'm also proud to say I won this state in a landslide. We won it by so much. And remember, I had the couple of little statements: too big to rig, make it too big to rig, because these people cheat like hell.
Cheat like hell.
But we won it by a lot. And
your wife's at a biotech conference in San Diego. Tell her to put us on game, dog. I have the biotech list.
But I got more votes than any candidate in the history of Pennsylvania. Can you believe that vote? You would have gotten more. And today I'm especially honored to be here in the place that builds some of the toughest vehicles on the road, Mack Trucks. Mack Trucks is doing a great job. All of the Mack people, the chairman, we have the whole group of here, all the leaders, the big guys they're building. They're trying to get a contract for 15,000 trucks. 15,000. I said, that's a lot. I said, how many are you looking for? 10, 15? No, 15,000, sir. That's a lot of trucks. For more than 100 years, this legendary company has been making trucks right here in eastern Pennsylvania, building the
ROIV ripped. Again, I don't have a headline on it.
Our factories moving and our industries roaring all across the nation. And you are the men and women who put your pride and spirit into those beautiful words, stamped on every Mack truck that said, made in the USA. It's made in the USA. And I want to
Bro, they're turning up here, bro.
Stephen Roy, who I just met, who's a great guy, a great patriot, very Republican too, which I like. He's a very strong Republican. Stephen, where are you, Stephen? Stephen. We got to get a certain very talented congressman reelected. You know that. We got to get him. Where are you? Where are you, Mr. Congressman? We got to get you back in. Thank you, and thank you, Stephen. But a very special thanks to every single worker at this fantastic factory. The job you're doing here is incredible. And I know you're applying for a big one. And
I did a ROIV, but I just wanted to see something. Somebody was at 5 cents, it wouldn't fill them. I wanted to see if it would fill above, and it did, but I don't think it's a good point.
Trucks. That's a lot of trucks. Yeah, that's what this is all about. It's greatness. You built this country, and you are the ones who are making America great again. We're the hottest country in the world for decades.
And SPY again, NASDAQ hit down 3.5.
Watch globalist politicians let other countries rip you off and close your factories, rob your jobs.
You're not even getting the Trump stall effect. Market is just literally in its own little world.
That we had a rigged election, but they were so stupid they kept everything going a little bit for us. And what we've done in the last year and a half, nobody's ever seen anything like it. They put America first, they put China first, they put illegal aliens first and everybody else first, but we put you first by a lot. But at long last, you finally have a president who is putting workers first, putting Pennsylvania first, and putting America first. We're doing that, and we're doing that like nobody's ever seen before. Starting on my first day back in office, and this goes all the way back to 2016 too, but right from a year and a half ago, nobody's ever seen anything like this. We're the hottest country anywhere in the world by a lot. But I stood up to the trade cheaters and abusers and violators of the world like no president has ever stood up before. And now I'm standing up again because Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon if that's okay. And we're doing quite well. I placed 50% tariffs on foreign copper, aluminum, and steel so they couldn't come in and steal your jobs. And sometimes even more than 100% tariffs. They weren't going to come in from foreign lands and steal your jobs. If they wanted to come in, they pay 100%, they pay 200%, they pay I don't care what it is. They're not going to steal your jobs, okay? And they stop. And right now we have more factories being built, and I mean car factories, AI factories, factories of every type that we've ever had in the history of our country by 3 times. That's because they didn't want to pay the tariff. How don't you pay a tariff? You build your factory here and you hire American workers. It's quite simple, actually. But as you know, I placed a 25% tariff on foreign automobiles, and very importantly, I posed a 25% tariff on medium and heavy-duty trucks so that Mack Truck could do very well with this factory in Pennsylvania. But all American roads will be filled with American trucks very shortly. Very few people are able to compete with us anymore. They used to rip us off. It was like we were a bunch of babies. American labor worked with us, too. I just met the head of your unions, and they've been terrific. They work with us, and they're fair. They treated us good. Maybe we can negotiate a little bit tougher. Where the hell are the union guys? Those guys are great. They're great. There they are. I want to just say hello. We gotta make sure you vote for our congressman here. I'm not doing this for my help. Music. We even have music. Within a single year of taking office, I slashed trade deficit with China by the largest amount in the history of trade. And we, by the way, have the biggest trade deficit cut in the history of our country, 67%. Think of this. We had a trade deficit. We cut our trade deficit. If you're a president and you cut it by 1%, they say, oh, you're doing a great job. 2%, you're a genius. I cut it by 67%. That's why you have all of these factories being built. They'll soon be opening. They're already opening, but when those factories are opening, I don't know what you're going to do. You're going to negotiate very good salaries, that I can tell you, because they need you. In many ways, they need you more than you need them. American exports to the rest of the world are up by $150 billion. You hear that, Bo? It's not bad. You're going to wrestle a long way to make that. Bo is going to have to win a lot of tournaments to have to make that money. Think of it, $150 billion up. We never had that. We always have losses. We take in much more than we send out. Now we're up $150 billion, and that's nothing, because when all these factories are opening up, Mr. Senator, another great one, what a great senator you have. Did you fight hard? David, did you fight hard? He was with me at, I think, every stop. I said, where the hell is David? He's right there, sir. And he's working hard, and he's a great guy, and he's working very hard for you. But a short time ago, we were a dead country. We were laughed at all over the world. We were a dead country. People were laughing. They were saying, what the hell happened to that country? The king of Saudi Arabia said it 2 years ago. I was over there. He said, you know, sir, 2 years ago you were a dead country, and now you're the hottest country anywhere in the world. It's true. And we're hotter now than we were then. He then proceeded to announce that he's investing $2 trillion in our country, along with Qatar, along with UAE. Bahrain is investing, Kuwait's investing, but countries from all over the world, they're all investing in the United States. 2 years ago, they wouldn't even think of it. They thought we were finished. When I went to China 2 weeks ago, I met with President Xi, and we greeted each other, and he looked at me and said, "Man, do you move fast." Because they thought they had us, but now it's really the opposite. We are doing numbers that nobody's ever seen before. So we had a great meeting. But as you know, we just achieved a historic peace agreement with Iran to end the conflict in the Strait of Hormuz. And by the way, yesterday, 19 million barrels of oil flowed out of the Strait of Hormuz. A very beautiful day. That's the most oil in the history of the Strait. No, it's never been any, you've never seen anything like that. It's called an oil gush, and most importantly, we are ensuring one thing very importantly, because this is why I did
I'm dressing up as a data center for Halloween this
year. We'll never have a nuclear weapon.
Wow. It's probably the best comment. I love it. You should just dress up, just wear a bunch of like NVIDIA boxes, and then walk around people's houses and just humming, and then just turn on people's lights.
They were the bully of the Middle East.
But then, did you hear the fun fact? They did like a research on it, and apparently, a majority of the complaints about data centers come from people who don't even live next to them. So even in the places where there's like local data centers and people complaining, the people complaining are legitimately the people that don't even live next to them, or like are not like local. Did you know that? I didn't. This was yesterday. That was in the morning news. If you were paying attention, I thought that was fascinating.
These people right there, look at all of them. Whoa.
Is there Democrats out there? If I look hard enough, I might see intelligence. Fucking idiots.
When he knocked out his opponent in the first round.
You're gonna get knocked out, buddy. I don't want to do it. One, two, right hook, left hook.
But the Iran economy has been crushed, and the
I float like a butterfly, better than any butterfly. I float with the best of butterflies, and I sting. And when we sting, I'd say it's like a bee, but it's a lot bigger, and we don't die. We don't die when we sting. How weak? How weak is that? Imagine we fight back and die. No, we live long lives afterwards. It's more like a wasp. But they don't like wasp has bad PR. We have good PR. We're the friendly bee who doesn't die.
It's very simple, Democrats. I don't know why I didn't think of that.
Fucking dumb Democrats.
I just thought of it about a month ago. They're Democrats because
look, their logo's an elephant. You might as well call them Dumbo. You know Dumbo, the elephant? Very fitting. Dumb dummies. They're so dumb. When you go to the dentist and leave, they give you a Democrat pop. A dum-dum pop.
It'd be hard to find a woman of your size.
They're silly. They're so silly.
If we did, I think you would have been okay. What do you think, Bo? Could you have handled it? I think so. What about you, Bo? Could you handle a woman of approximately, or what, 182 or something? Think there's a 182-pounder that could give you a little tussle? I don't think so. I don't think so. He's such a nice guy. Say, no, not really. I don't think so. When she looked at those ears of Bo,
I love you.
When she looked at those ears, she'll say, I'll take a pass. She'll say, I'm not going to fight that guy. The average price of gasoline nationwide is down 60 cents a gallon just from a short while ago. And remember this. We had to make this detour. We had to go to Iran. You can't let them blow up the Middle East and then us, if that's possible. We would have gotten them before, but they would have blown up Israel. They would have blown up the entire Middle East. You can't let that. You want to see a bad economy? That's a bad economy.
Data centers annoying?
Remember that.
Bro, I'm not gonna lie, like, I ain't never met a data center in my life.
And we're putting out a fire.
You know what I'm saying?
Clinton,
I've never been out at dinner and like encountered a data center. I've never been walking around looking at a property, and I've never met one. I've seen one, but I've never like met one. I don't have like I have a weird relationship with them. It's mainly on paper, like the rest of this scam. You get it? Most people don't even really know data centers. With how much money we're pouring into them, they're very uncommon, as common as they're supposed to become.
What we did to their nuclear capacity with those beautiful B-2 bombers, that was a hammer. In fact, we named it a hammer. Operation Hammer.
Hammer.
Levels the world has not seen before. I believe that, David. I think it's going to levels that nobody's ever seen before.
I told her, I said, you should start selling B-2 bombers at Home Depot.
It's going to be.
That's how good of a hammer. They probably sell out. Economy's booming.
Somebody's going to walk into office and they're going to have the most successful.
You don't believe me? What does it say? What the fuck does that say? What is that? How many thousand? 50, bitch.
In 4 long years of the crooked Joe Biden administration, they got less than $1 trillion of new investments. So think of it, Crooked Joe. What do you like better, Sleepy Joe or Crooked Joe? Ready? Sleepy Joe. Crooked Joe. I'm surprised. I like Sleepy Joe better.
I think at this point he's like actually trying to get data.
I use them both.
That's his new phrase. To like poll the crowd on the crooked versus sleepy.
So they did much
So like I
less
wonder.
than $1 trillion
There is probably some data on
from
it.
outside the world.
You know what I'm saying?
Much
No,
less
for
than
real.
$1 trillion.
Like
We
with
just
AI,
had
you
the
could
final
definitely
Middle
monitor
Admirals
the
in
sounds.
18, but we
And
just
probably
had
like
the
poll it.
$19.1 trillion in 12
I don't know,
months.
intern listening. You should probably do that. That'd be pretty fun for the nerds out there. This is like a real study at this point. I'm just saying, you guys can work with this one a little bit more. I mean, I would if I was the White House.
You all said, oh, look who we have, the Wall. Stand up, Wall. Look at this guy. I'm going to get a suit just like that guy. I'll bet he's been to 200 rallies. Him and, where are my guys? Oh, look at my guys, front row Joes. I got these front row Joes.
Front row Joe?
From
What
North
the fuck
Carolina,
is that
they're here. They travel all over the world. I don't know what the hell's
MRX
going on.
2%?
These beautiful women from North Carolina. They travel all over. They went
About
to
1%.
200 rallies. How many rallies have Front Row Joe's gone to? Hundreds. Everyone. And then it was very sad. My last rally, I said, I may never see you again, right? And then we won the election in a landslide. And who the hell do I see? I see my Front Row Joe's. So I'm happy.
Do you remember that? You remember when we fucking won the fuck out of that election?
And when they didn't make the front row, it was very demeaning to them. They were not happy, right?
Then you remember what happened?
Very famous, front row Joe's.
We won the popular vote. Kamala couldn't hang. No, not even close. You remember that? Maybe you forgot. I didn't.
It's up 44%.
I'll never forget it.
Think of that. Up 44%. Because, as goes the stock market, so goes a lot of your own wealth. And I tell about this police officer. I met a police officer first time, similar thing, but now the numbers are even more. I was in New York. I met a great police officer, New York finest. And he said, sir, I want to thank you. I said, for what? He said, my wife didn't think much of me very much. We were having marital difficulty, actually. She thought I was nothing. I'm a police officer. I'm a tough guy. I looked at him. The muscles were all over the place. He didn't suffer from that. But she thought maybe that muscle wasn't so good because he was always losing money in the stock market. And he said, sir, in the last
Did you listen
year
to
and a
it?
half,
Was
my
it?
401k is up
He's getting really
74%,
personal
sir.
about this
And she thinks
success
I'm
story
Warren
from
Buffett. She
failure,
thinks
but
I'm a
he's still.
super genius.
He was nothing. His wife thought he was weak.
He said, well, I'm not so sure.
I think his wife called him a bitch. I think.
I won't tell you that.
And now he got 401k monthly.
He's getting along just fine.
He sleeps fine. His wife loves him. I think she actually loves him now. I said, wow. Not a white guy for Kamala no more.
More
It's
Americans
amazing.
are working today than at any time in the history of our country, and we've created over 32 now. Think of this. 32,000 new
I mean,
jobs
usually we
starting
stall at the
in
bare minimum. We
Pennsylvania
kind of
alone.
stalled out a
Maybe
little
we
bit
can get
there.
credit for that.
But yeah.
And in the last few months alone, we've added 2,600 Pennsylvania manufacturing jobs, and that number is going to go much, much higher as the factories start to open. Because right here in Lehigh Valley, Eli Lilly has just announced, great company by the way, drug company, a $3.5 billion investment in a brand new state-of-the-art manufacturing facility right down the road. That's going to create over 1,000 jobs, just that one. Nokia is investing $30 million to expand its semiconductor testing and packaging operations, thousands of jobs. And B. Braun has announced a $20 million expansion of its medical device manufacturing operation in Allentown. I love Allentown. I love any place that votes for me, which is the entire state of Pennsylvania, the entire Commonwealth. Never make
We've heard this so many times.
Well, I'm not sure that people care.
That's what I'm saying. I went through the name. Even Nokia's moving for crying out loud. I don't know why. Maybe people are bored, but all of this stuff is.
And we're proud of you because you have got this man
my
that
face.
guts.
XLV's ripping. Hi, welcome to Power Hour.
He to a tougher candidate, and I tell him if he didn't win, his wife, who's a beautiful woman, would have left him. I'm telling you.
Told you she would have left you, loser. You better win.
He was a very successful guy.
Exactly, Donald. Destroy them or I leave you, Donald. Let them know, Donald. This message is brought to you by Melania in theaters now.
That was a tough race. He was running against a guy 24 years, and his father was in for like
That's the
30
trailer
years.
to Melania.
That's a long time, and he had to beat him knowing the pressure. That's called pressure. Knowing his wife was gone if he didn't make it. She was gone 100%. But he's married actually to a terrific woman. She probably would have stayed up.
So can I do that, you guys? Would you be
Last year I
back?
saved a great American company, U.S. Steel, and we're keeping its headquarters
At the next
in
meetup, I'm gonna be
Pennsylvania,
like, your wife would have left you if you didn't start the long term. But you know, thankfully, he started the long term. She didn't have to leave him. She was going to. I swear, by the looks of it. I think she said it. I know, but he got the long term. Now his wife didn't leave him. Sell the long term, she'll leave you. I don't make the rules. I don't.
Because they've fallen in love with this Commonwealth. They've fallen in love with your whole area, the people. I think they've fallen in love with the people more than anything else is what they told me, because they've done more than they said they would. And thanks to our great Republican majorities in Congress last 4th of July, I proudly signed the largest tax cuts in American history. We gave you the biggest tax cuts in American history. Not bad. Not bad. We delivered no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, and no tax on Social Security for our great Pennsylvania seniors. No tax. And our tax cuts are projected to boost take-home pay for Pennsylvanians by an average of more than $10,000 a year per household. That alone should win us the midterms. We got to win the music. We got to win the midterms. Music's another great guy. Stand-up music. It's with me forever. He was thinking about running for governor. I think he would have won, but he was thinking about running for governor. And they said, I want you to stay in Congress. I want you to stay. And we appreciate it. You've done a great job.
Lutnick signals possible action on Chinese robots.
Congress voted against our tax cuts. So think of it. All of those tax cuts and many more, they want to raise your taxes, not lower them. They voted against tax cuts. You know, all my life, I sort of been political in that I found it very interesting. I was a very successful real estate person, but I love watching politics. And my whole life, I watched politicians say, we will cut your taxes, we will cut. I never heard these people say, we will raise your taxes. This country has gotten very strange politically, especially with all the communists that are up for election. You know, you have communists. These aren't socialists. These are communists. And they're all up. How about the guy in Maine? He's got the Nazi stickers. He's got the whole deal that they're trying to say. So for 8 years, 10 years, They said Trump is a Nazi. Now they can't say that anymore because they have a guy with a tattoo on his chest. It's unbelievable. But they voted against no tax on Social Security. They voted against no tax on tips. They voted against no tax on overtime, and if they got into office, you will have all.
I feel like he hasn't done one of these like rallies in a
you're
minute.
saving, including
Everything we've been watching has either been some Iran shit or like in the White
You're gonna have to
House.
start paying it. They want to pay it. I don't know what's wrong with these
Like, it's
people.
been a
They
minute
voted
since
in
he's
favor
gone
of
through the
estate
speech.
tax or the death tax on your farms and your businesses. You know, farmers and small business people, they love their children. If they love them, it's
ready for
great.
midterm.
Most of the people love them.
Can't
Some
come
can't
soon
stand them.
enough.
People that can't stand their kids are not going to leave them 10 cents. But if you love your child, you want to leave your
I feel like
farm.
that'd be most vulnerable.
Especially from these farmers, it's born
But yeah,
in
I
them
mean, momentum's
somehow.
still
They
kind of
wanna-
subdued. You got a
they
couple
wanna
of pockets
have their children
with
on the
chips.
farm. The children don't want to leave,
Dell,
but sometimes
went up.
they're land rich
Intel AMD
and cash poor. You know, I've known that expression too. I've oftentimes been land rich and cash poor. It's not a good period of time. And you die and you have a estate and they tax you at 40, 50, 60%.
I don't think he's bored. I think he probably,
And they end up losing their farm,
the
losing
whole
their
like
small
Iran thing
business.
probably
And in
took up
many
some
cases,
time.
you don't read about this, they commit suicide.
You know, the
They
whole
actually go out and commit
Ayatollah.
suicide because they're forced off their farm by a bank. They have to go out and borrow money from a bank. And they're forced to go out, borrow the money. They're unable to pay the loan in the bank. Even if it's a nice bank, they give them a chance. They
This
give them another
started
chance,
4
and then
hours
they
ago.
ultimately foreclose. They lose everything.
So
and
he's on hour
in many
like
cases,
3 hour
they commit
58.
suicide. And
He's
they
just
said,
going
"We're
through
not
all
gonna
his
have that crap
accomplishments,
go on." So you have no
telling
estate
the
tax to
story
pay
about
on
the
your small
B-2
farm,
bomber,
small business, on your farms, your
Iran,
businesses, and you
taxes
can, if
on,
you love
no
your
tax on
children,
tips.
you
You know.
leave your farm.
No, I think it's been going on for like
to your child, and they're
20
not gonna
minutes
lose
maybe.
it. If you don't love your children, then don't listen to what I'm
25
saying,
minutes.
because it doesn't matter. If you don't like them, don't leave them anything. The hell with them. They probably deserve it. But think of it, the Democrats voted against the border wall. The border wall gave us the safest border. We have the safest border now in the history of the country.
U.S. officials are increasingly viewing China's state-backed robotics as a national security concern. Fear subsidized robots could dominate global markets before U.S. manufacturers could compete.
Correct. Correct. Where do I get that suit? One day, I don't know if it's very presidential. I'm going to walk up in a suit with the design of the wall on it. I don't know. What do you think?
Who's giving this guy ideas? I might even get a
I
grill,
have a very elegant wife, and she says,
diamond chain,
"Darling, please, don't dance.
and a suit
It's
made
not
of the wall."
presidential." I said, but the people love it when I dance. And she said, please, the men and women.
So he's
sports,
aware
please
how
don't do
much
the
we like the
weightlifting
dance.
thing. And don't do the swimming thing. You know, the weightlifter where he goes up. And the record stood for years and years. And this young lady, she's trying out for the Olympics, and she's
He
going to do
impersonate
it.
it. He's not gonna.
And the record stood for 19 years, and they put an eighth of an ounce on one side, an eighth of an ounce on the other. They have to understand. Melania, who's now a movie star, she got the #1. Can you believe she hit big with the ball? That's not good. There can only be one star in a family, please remember that. But they put a little eighth, like a feather on one side, a little bit, just to break the record. The parents are sitting right there where Big Bo is. He's a nasty guy, that punch he threw. Gotta be very nice to Bo. Gotta be very nice. Gotta make sure he's never angry at me. But she said her parents are right there in the front, and they're so proud. The father's not so proud because he knows she's not gonna do it. Because she's a woman. That's a lot of weight. The mother, though, is screaming, "Darling, I love you. Do it." And she gets over the weights, and she stays. Then she gets him, and she gets him. And the mother's screaming, "Darling, I love you, darling." And the father's looking, saying she has no chance. And she's like this, you see it?
Get it right. He just said, "Melania told me not to do this. Check this out."
And she's like devastated for the rest of her life. And then a guy comes along who transitioned. That's the term. I've gotten very good at that term. I used to take a lot of heat for my definition of the movement over. But he transitioned. He was a poor, very poor, bottom of the line, male, weightlifter, but now he's a female weightlifter. And he looked at the amount, I think it was like 210
Apple
pounds
is
or
kind of
something like
dumping.
that.
Again,
That's
I
a
think
lot for a
Mag
woman.
7 is what's moving the
But not that
index
much for
more.
a man. You could do it
But
with
the
one
low
hand.
ticker does have a lot of
And he
activity.
goes, looks down at the
Let me
weight.
see the breakdown.
I think he did a few things for emphasis. And he won the medal. And everyone said,
55 red on the NASDAQ now, so that flipped.
Men should not
SPY's
be able
still
to
300 names in the green. So this is mostly Mag 7, even though this is picking up a little bit.
That's a 99 percentage. You ever hear the fake news? They said, that's an 80-20 issue. No, it's not. It's 99-1. You know, I've been doing politics now for 10 years. Not that long, considering I've won 3 elections. You know, it's really not. But we did great in the second one. It was a rigged deal. But
Banks, I think?
pretty short. But with all of that, and all of the time I spent speaking to people, they say, sir, could you cut taxes on this? Could you get me a tax deduction on a car loan? I did that. By the way, I did that. If you borrow money to buy a car, you get it. All these things. They asked me for hundreds of things. Not once did anyone ever come up to me and say, sir, please, this is so vital. You have to be able to have men play in women's sports. Please, sir, could you pull that off? I've never had anyone ask me for that. So I say it's a 99-1 issue, not 80-20. The fake news back there, they say, oh, that's a tough issue. But I don't like talking about it because I want them to continue on with that. I want them to continue on with the, you know, they're in favor of the mutilization of your child for transgender purposes. The mutilization of your child.
But market's going down a little.
It
It is power hour. We only got 40 minutes left. Good evening, afternoon, Chadadoon.
We don't bring it up during off-political seasons, but we have a political season coming up. And then
We got a
do all that
political
nonsense,
off-season,
and they're
you
going to lose
said?
a lot of elections. And now, if you look in New York, we have all communists running. They're all excited. They're going to win their primaries, but I can't imagine they can beat a
Get some
normal
volatility.
Republican. So I think it's a good thing, Muser. What do you think? I think it's a good thing. Wouldn't you like to run against somebody like that? Well, Shapiro's not that much better, to be honest with you, but I will. They're all being forced. They're all being forced. A guy like Shapiro, he's going to be forced to the left. Otherwise, he's not going to get the nomination. But they voted against proof of citizenship. Think of it. We'd like to have proof of citizenship. You walk into the voting booth. Would it be okay, sir, if I looked at you and said, how dare you ask me for my citizenship? You know, in California, if you ask that question to a voter, you are criminally liable. In other words, they can put you in jail. If you say, sir, do you have proof of citizenship? They put you in jail if they ask that question. You're not allowed to ask that. Did you know that? It's the craziest thing I've ever seen going on. Hey, did they screw the kid, Pratt? Boy, he's leading, and all of a sudden he's lost. And it was sort of interesting. The election, you ever see an election where they're 2.5 weeks in? An election that takes weeks to count the votes? But after the evening, it looked like he was going to win, or certainly be in the runoff. And then I started hearing rumors as the days went by, days and days went by, that Pratt is fading. He's fading. I said, they rigged the election. And then lo and behold, he didn't qualify, even though he was so far up in the third place person that it was almost impossible, and he didn't qualify. And then it started happening with the next candidate, Steve Hilton, who's running for governor. He was up in front, just about leading, no problem. And all of a sudden, about 4 or 5 days after, this is after the election's over, they said, Steve Hilton is starting to lose votes. I said, here we go again. And I called up the U.S. Attorney in California. They said, we're going to have a number in the next week. Next week. I called up the very powerful, very good U.S. Attorney in California, and I said, do me a favor. Take a look. They're trying to steal that election, too. I guess they called up. They said, this is the U.S. Attorney call. We have your great U.S. Attorney here today, by the way, and your assistant U.S. Attorney. They're doing great. David, thank you. So over the next week, he was definitely going to lose, but the U.S. Attorney called. We wanted to check your votes. About an hour after the call, ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Hilton has won. So had I not made that call, Steve Hilton would right now be watching the election from home. So I don't know, he would have a great chance, but the election's totally rigged. California's totally rigged. All mail-in ballots, it's a disgrace. We got to pass the Save America Act, okay? You got to pass Save America, you, me. Look at these guys, it's what love. A friend of mine is a very big real estate developer, but he's got a problem with speaking in front of crowds. He chokes, you know, he chokes like a dog. He said, how do you do it? I say, it's easy, because there's so much love in the
Chokes
room.
like a dog.
There's so much unbelievable
I've
love.
never heard that reference. Chokes like a dog.
You know, he's got this tremendous fear of speaking. He said, the guy's a major player. Most of you have heard of him. And he's a killer. He destroys people for a living.
Murray just made a
Financially,
post
not
on the
physically.
symbiotic.
Financially, physically, he can barely walk. He's a basket case. But he's up here. He's very smart. And he destroys people. Very rich. But he can't get up in front of a crowd and talk. I said, what's wrong with you? He said, I don't know. I have a fear of crowds. You believe it? All sorts of people. You know, a lot of people want to do what I did. A lot of people, well, David did it. David was very successful, but he's a great speaker. But a lot of people, they say, well, Trump became president from being a very successful businessman. He became president. I want to do it too. And that's when they find out that they might have the flaw of speaking, or even worse, is a terrible past. You know, the past will come out to haunt you. It's not an easy thing to do, but I love it. You know, I say it's real easy to do when you have people that love you. I guarantee, who here voted for Trump? Who didn't? Well, this is dangerous, so.
It's interesting. You got a couple of random names starting to drop, like Ross and Spotify. Spotify's about to go red and green.
And they'll blame me for causing.
Again, IGV fell on that. You had the video going down, but I do think the majority of that move is Mag 7. Again, we're coming into close.
Young man, he wants to be.
As long as we don't plummet,
He's a young man. He thinks he's
fine.
pretty cute.
All gaps
As he
filled.
gets
Day
pounded
3
on.
post.
No, he just said no. I did. I was the first. He said I'm the first elect. But the Democrats voted in favor of Iran having a nuclear weapon, and they voted against military spending. But I overrode that. Let me tell you, if the Democrats get in, your 15,000 trucks that
He is
Mr.
actually
Roy is looking to
replaced.
get are dead.
He has actually
They're not going to have
replaced
15,000. They're not going to have 15 trucks.
the term in his
They'll be back to the
vocabulary.
number I originally guessed, right? How many are you making? 15? 15,000 trucks will be down to nothing, zero. And they'll make you put electric on it, you know, electric, so that when you're in the middle of a jungle someplace and you need a charge, where's my charging booth? As opposed to carrying a nice tank of diesel on your back, throwing it in and taking it off.
In the
right?
middle of the
Where's my
jungle.
charging booth, they'll be saying? They created the strongest, we created the strongest military in history, and you see that with Venezuela. Venezuela, one-day operation, like, great. Good on it. And now we're making a lot of money with Venezuela, and Venezuela's doing great also. We have
I mean, the high
it's a happy
tickers
country
picked
now.
up pretty good.
But it took us
Yeah,
exactly
I mean, at
48
one point,
minutes
this
to
was
win
that
that war.
lower
We're
level
the
from
greatest
earlier.
military in the world,
I
48
mean, either
minutes.
momentum either turns off or turns on around here. So, other than that, though, still within the range.
And we paid
What we've
for
been
the
doing
cost
this
of
whole
the
day.
war. Wait till you hear this. 28 times already. More, but 28 times. So the cost of the war, we've already, because we brought millions of barrels of oil out, and we're getting along great. The
guys
people
hear that?
running it, they're our people, they're great people.
Just in case you
and the
didn't, we
people
paid
are
for the
happy in
war.
country. They have smiles, they were
28
miserable, they were
times over.
starving. But they have a lot of oil under that ground. You know how
I
you
don't make the- I'm
find
just
oil in
saying,
Venezuela? Just look at the ground.
We stole
You'll
all
see
the
oil
oil.
bubbling up. They have so much oil. They don't know what to do with it, but they had a bad system. They're making more money now for the country than they've ever made before, and we're making a lot of money too. But also Iran, we knocked them out. 1 week it was essentially militarily over. Much bigger country, 91 million people. And much different ideology. The ideology of the Muslims is slightly different than the ideology of the Catholics. We have the Catholics and the Muslims, slightly different. But Venezuela's been great and Iran's been great. I mean, you know, if Iran's reasonable, if they're smart, otherwise we'll have to finish the job, which will take about maybe less than a week. But they're going to be okay, I think. They're going to do what they have to do because we want to have it done. But they voted against lower energy prices, the Democrats did, and then they went on to create the highest energy prices that we've ever had in the history of our country. People don't realize that.
It's a psychological warfare. We did not forget, brother. Fuck you. 60 days, 2 months.
They say 48 years.
Enough of your bullcrap.
As far as I'm concerned, and they were
Best Buy.
absolutely terrible
Price
on
match.
affordability. Remember I got
Geek
here?
Squad.
My first day,
Psychological.
the fake
No,
news
it's
is
gonna
screaming
fool
at
me.
me. What about
Fuck you.
affordability? I'm only here one day. Remember, eggs were up about 5 times higher than they ever were? And we have prices are coming down right now at levels that you've never seen. And now with oil crashing, you're going to see something really amazing. And to top everything else, they let 25 million people into our country, many of them criminals and thugs and people from mental institutions and drug dealers. They even let 11,888 murderers into our country. Murders, 11,888, more than 50% of which have killed more than one person. And I've gotten the worst of them out, and we've gotten them out, Tom Homan and our whole group of people. But the Democrats want open borders, and they want them all to come back in. You can imagine that. The people of this Commonwealth will never let that happen again. What they allowed to happen to our country, we can never allow it to happen again. As an example, the war with Russia and Ukraine. We can never let elections. To be joined today by one of those Pennsylvanians who's benefiting from the historic tax cut, Sergeant Sam Elias, with the Bethlehem Police Department.
This is crazy. Bro, we're going through, he's done this speech many times. And my Richter scale is fucked up after Praise Allah. So now I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like, crazy, bro, I'm telling you.
After our great First Lady, so Sam is
even then, bro, we've seen him be like, fuck that.
Extra because of no tax or overtime. And Sam, you want to come up and say a few words? Come on.
What did he say over the week? He said, if you fuck it, you're not even gonna make it fucking home. I'll blow up your plane. Fuck you, gala booty. You won't even make it fucking home. Where are you gonna go back? What cave are you gonna go back to?
Thank you. Good afternoon.
I'll blow them all up. I don't care.
I'd like to express my appreciation to President Trump, Congressman Ryan McKenzie, and the entire White House administration. As a father of 6 children in a single-income household, I can tell you the Working Families Tax Cuts is a policy that helps my family. Hard work should pay off, not get punished with higher taxes. No tax on overtime, no tax on tips.
I mean, dude, Trump did just say the long-term monthly story.
For my family,
I still can't believe that he said that. That was something new about the speech.
What was once a trip, a day trip.
He's like, I'm telling you, this guy was a loser. His wife hated him. He was losing money in the stock market. Now, 401k, this guy, he sleeps well at night. Goes to the gym now. I can't believe it. FAA grounds flights at LaGuardia. Hot dog.
Shortage in police recruitment.
I don't know why.
Our department depleted of officers.
Yeah, FAA grounds all flights.
All flights? For overtime to cover these shortages. Some pay periods, officers are working over 40 hours of overtime. That's why I'm grateful for no tax on overtime. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President.
I'm also thankful for the support President Trump and Congressman McKenzie have shown for law enforcement. You understand that communities thrive when we invest in public safety.
I don't know. I see.
Congressman McKenzie has stood strong with
I see something on
safety and
Philly,
working
but I don't see
families.
that anywhere.
And that's why he's been endorsed by the brothers and sisters.
Lack of route security.
Star Lot 20. Congressman McKenzie has been on the front lines in supporting public safety. He secured $700,000 for the Bethlehem Police Department for much-needed technology and equipment upgrades at our police department, along with bringing home $1.6 million in funding for volunteer firehouses and infrastructure. Thank you, Congressman. I'm a very grateful American. A son to Lebanese immigrants who came to the United States 50 years ago in pursuit of the American dream. My 80-year-old father is here with me today. He would often tell me, work hard and it'll pay off. Well, 50 years later, thanks to President Trump and Congressman McKenzie, my father's dream has come true. I thank you for that.
Chilling. Anyone's game. 25 minutes left. Staples are still going. I mean, high-low ticker's kind of balanced.
Additionally, thank
still
you to
more
President
names
Trump
green on the
and your entire
SPY.
administration. After
Dow's
more than
pretty much
50
at break
years,
even.
the
NASDAQ down
Lebanese
3.
people finally have an American ally who advocates for a sovereign and independent Lebanon governed by the Lebanese people. Thank you for that. Mr. President, you have the support of almost 20 million Lebanese people worldwide. Leadership is more than a title, it's action. I'm grateful for the actions coming from President Trump and Congressman Ryan McKenzie. Your actions have prioritized the American dream. Less taxes, safer communities, and America First policies. I thank you, President Trump. Happy belated birthday, and happy birthday to the United States of America. Thank you, and God bless.
Very sweet. Thank you. Thank you. My birthday. Great birthday. What a great guy. USA. 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 Bro, if I ever do a speech and I walk off, please end it with that.
Thank you very much. I looked at all these pages.
End it with USA. USA. US. I think we should normalize that more.
Good job.
You know what I'm saying? In like I don't know what situations, but
very good.
Like wherever we should like end with like USA. Like you know what I'm saying? I don't know. Maybe when you depart. All right, man. I'm out. I gotta head home. USA. Yeah, I don't know if that works. I don't know. Maybe at basketball games. Maybe at FIFA. Can we get those going
Another
at
group
FIFA?
that works a lot of overtime, and that's our great auto workers. We have a lot of auto workers in here today. Just as I promised the UAW workers, and we did great with them. You know, Republicans, I don't know, for whatever reason, they don't do like I do. But in the campaign, I ended Biden's insane electric vehicle mandate, that crazy mandate, which meant that in a short while, all cars had to be all electric, and many of them would be built in China and others in foreign countries all over the world. That's what was going to happen.
Then you would know,
And
bro.
I stopped that.
Have you
I ended
heard
my
some of
first
these
week in
like
office.
U.S. soccer
I ran
chants?
on it.
That's
And
what I was saying. I was like,
electric
man,
cars, I
imagine
think
if
that's great.
the
I
United
wouldn't say
States
Elon
really
was
got
thrilled
into
with what I
soccer.
did, but he understood that.
Because like, bro,
But
these
if you
U.S.
like
chants are
electric cars,
corny
I
as
think it's
hell.
great, but you have to have the right to
They're
buy
terrible.
regular.
They're like, we like it. We love it. It's like the beat goes hard and they do the drums, but after that, and before that, it's terrible. That's why I was like, man.
But I terminated Biden's disastrous fuel emission standards that would have crushed.
We need like a Michael Jordan. Like, you know, 'cause I want, you know, Michael Jordan, everybody like watched Michael Jordan. You guys know that, right? Imagine being political during prime Jordan. Y'all don't, that's how far we have fell as a country. That I don't think people realize. Because everybody watched fucking Jordan, bro. Didn't matter your race, ethnicity, your age. It was just like, it brought everybody together. But yeah, that's kind of what we need in soccer. NBO's still going. Fortunately, the SPY's going to move off of NVIDIA and Apple. Maybe a little better. Banner.
And bigger and better. They had one, a big one in a certain state that I love also. I love a lot of places. And they took out this old plant, but it was big. And I said, did you redo it yet? They said, we're not redoing it. We're ripping down and building a brand new one, a beauty. You know the one I'm talking about, Dave? But we're pleased to be joined today by Pat McHugh, a Marine Corps veteran, a great guy, who spent 28 years with Mack Trucks, and he leads the cab assembly and serves as new product line launch leader. It's a big deal. And Pat's grandfather worked here, his dad worked here, and now his son is working here and doing well. And they know how important it is to keep manufacturing
STX is
jobs
still
in
going
Pennsylvania.
too.
Pat's there for work.
Show height.
Wow.
20 minutes.
Good afternoon, Mr.
Wow.
President. It is a profound honor and privilege to have you here with us today to help celebrate the upcoming 250th birthday of our America. And most recently, our 125th anniversary of building Mack Trucks. My name is Patrick McHugh Jr., and I am a proud Marine Corps veteran.
Woo!
In addition to that, though, I am an even prouder
I
Mack
think
Truck
it's one
employee.
facility. I don't know who's here.
Standing here with me today is my father and my son, both Mack Truck workers. Together, they have a combined 78 years working experience building the greatest trucks on earth. You can say Mack Trucks runs in our blood. At Mack Trucks, we work hard to build the trucks that help build America.
They fell hard the other day.
And we are proud that those trucks are built in the United States of America.
Literally Apple in
With
the
our
video.
UAW colleagues, we're open for business, and we're producing the best quality trucks we ever have. On behalf
Google
of
did
our
drop
entire
though for
team,
day 2.
we warmly welcome you
Small
to our
though.
plant, Mr.
Like
President.
I'm saying, most of
home
the
of the
news
finest
is just
trucks in
Apple in the
America.
video.
Built
And then
by
a couple
the
other
most skilled
smaller names
and
dropping.
dedicated
And Russell
workforce in the trucking
did.
industry.
Russell went from like leader to still better than Spy, but yeah, kind of sour. USA, 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 USA,
So, Mr.
USA.
President, I want to say thank you for choosing to highlight Mack Trucks on your visit today, and thank you for supporting our American workforce.
Well, thank you, Pat. It's a good family. They're proud of your company. I want to also thank two people, very special people, because I know them and I know what they do, and it's not easy, but they've done a great job. David Durgan and Timothy Herzog of the UAW committee. Where are you guys?
I forgot to rip those at the high,
They do a good job representing you. Ease up just a little bit so
Software's
they can
doing
get the
decent,
contract.
but literally, even the chips too, they're not all doing
Thank
bad.
you, fellas.
You got some winners
Get
there.
this congressman elected. That's what you got to do.
And then
But
you have
we're pleased to be joined also
NIVDA
by
and Apple.
Labor
Does
Secretary
not
Keith
help.
Sonderling. Keith,
It could have been worse, still very worse, but still pretty much near the lows. Nasdaq's down 3.2. Low of the day is 3.5.
treating you guys good? Is he all right? He better treat you good. A very special guy, somebody that everybody wanted, I have to tell you, everybody wanted him. He's some person who was actually an astronaut. He went out, he made a lot of money because he's smart, and he's now the NASA administrator. You saw that rocket 2 months ago up and go around the moon in record levels, the furthest any ship has ever flown, and come back. And he's working very heavily on the moon, but what he's done with NASA is amazing. And he's a very special person and a brilliant one, Jared Isaacman. Jared, thank you. Great job.
What a bunch of ass kissers.
I introduced him a little bit only by the name David, because he knows me and I know him by David.
They should like come up. They should like get some more honest
He's a brilliant person, brilliant businessman.
Well, thank you, Mr. President, for having me here. I really hate everything you do. You've been terrible for this country. You did not follow through with a lot of your promises. I wish you did a lot better, and I get very overly irritated by a lot of the things that you say. It's even led me to make some bad decisions because I'm so focused on what you were saying. But thank you for this moment. I've been working here at Mack Trucks for a lot of years. It's good. I mean, everything's been terrible for the last 5 to 10 years. Nobody really listens and nobody really changes. But thanks for having me here. I hope everyone's excited. Yeah, thank you. Is that what you were looking for?
John Joyce is here.
Be a real mood killer, I think.
Dan User is here.
Dan's there. Like, look at it. Having some deals here.
And these guys are all in good shape. But we got to get Ryan McKenzie.
You have Jesus. Trump needs Jesus.
We got to get Ryan.
What would happen? This is my favorite thought experiment.
We got to get Ryan.
What happens?
Run up here, Ryan, fast. Nobody wants to hear you. Come on,
if you die one day?
Nobody wants to hear you, Ryan.
One day you might die. And then you get up to heaven.
Thank you very much, everybody. It's nice to be here. And everybody.
And then Donald Trump is in heaven. What are you going to do? Do you leave the party?
Well, Mr. President, I can't
thank you enough for coming here to the Lehigh
Valley, highlighting the great men and women of Mack Trucks.
Mad? What would you do? Just a thought experiment. Doesn't mean zero implications, but
and everybody across this country to continue to maintain America as the greatest country in the world. You are the president that is fighting for all Americans. Thank you for being here.
USA, 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 USA. Dog. That's what I'm saying, bro. Why can't we? Oh, I'd love more.
We also have one of the greatest writers anywhere in the country.
You know what I'm saying?
Who knows more about the Commonwealth, Pennsylvania, I think, than anybody. She's a terrific person. Right from the beginning, she said Trump is going to win, therefore I like her. She said Trump is going to win in 2015. In fact, she wrote an article in 2014. She said this guy Trump should run. I hadn't thought too much about it. I was having a lot of fun putting up buildings. But she was very early on, and I really mean, I don't think there's anybody that knows more about it. They used to call it the Rust Belt. I call it the Money Belt now. It's gone from the Rust Belt to the Money Belt. Either one is okay, but there's nobody that knows more about it than Selena Zito. She's fantastic. Where are you, Selena? Where are you, Selena, with your beautiful daughter?
13 minutes remaining.
Thank you, Selena. Selena's an incredible woman. And her daughter is following in her footsteps. She's just been so good. Very powerful writer, actually. Some of the biggest papers in the world. It's nice to have good stories on occasion, truthful stories. Thanks as well to the president of the NRA who's here with me, Bill Bockenberg. Bill?
We're going for quite some time now. We've actually been doing this for about an hour. I was just 20 minutes ago. Market, you got the freeze effect, remember. We were kind of dumping when this started and the market was ignoring it, but the Trump freeze kind of worked. Again, 10-minute rig right around the corner right now. So get ready and wrap-a-roon. Again, you have Cerberus earnings today after the bell. And then you have Micron tomorrow. And then no data. Whatever the fuck the Koreans do tonight. We better hope we'll wake up without any phone calls. You know what I'm saying?
That's my free poll. You know what that is? It's a free poll. I don't have to pay $300,000 to somebody that doesn't even do polling, you know? You give you phony numbers. See, those are real numbers. National right to carry. Yeah, we're working on it. And we have a very special guest who you just saw on the highest rated fight show ever in the history of television, the UFC Freedom 250. So this guy, well, I just have to set it up a little bit if I don't mind. Because I'm thinking, you know, I'm a similar size. I weigh more than he does, actually. So therefore, I have a tremendous physical advantage over him.
My money don't jiggle, it folds. Dude, I forgot about that.
But I think I can do it because I'm a great athlete. He knows I'm a very good golfer. And
he made the other reference, but holy shit, I forgot about that song.
Against him than
I low-key memory hold that song.
But he went virtually undefeated. I mean, he won 4 years. He was the top wrestler. His friend, Tony, was
10-minute rig, a little jumpy.
Introduce you to Tony. But these two guys were on the Penn State team, and Bo Nickel, but, I mean, you couldn't defeat the guy. And then, he had every battle. I guess he was a 3 or 4-time All-American. But then he turned pro and he went to the UFC. Did you find them tougher? What? Yes, a little different. You know, a little different. But he's won just about everything. But he had a big fight last week with a lot of pressure, with the White House in the background. And he's a guy that I like. I met him a while ago. I looked at the years. I said, man, this guy's a fighter. You can tell a lot by the years. And he told me, no, he doesn't mind the years. He likes it. It's almost a symbol for great fighters. It's a symbol. That's why I'm worried about you, Tony. You have pretty normal ears. But I got to know Bo a little bit.
Trump talking about cauliflower ear right now?
Like his father up there. His father's great, but I don't like his father, so I was nervous for the fight. And he was fighting somebody that Dana White, the great Dana White.
And why do I think the fact that he understands cauliflower ear is like amazing?
I said, why do you do that to him?
That's what I'm saying, bro.
Because if you lose at this night, it was the
Let's
biggest
cut the
audience
bullshit.
I've ever
Do you
had.
think
By far.
Biden understood what cauliflower? Like, have Biden explain cauliflower? Why you got vegetables out here, you fucking prick?
People in the park right next door. We had the largest television audience I've ever had by far.
I don't even know what my ears
So
look
why do you
like.
have to give him such a
How do you
tough
fucking
opponent?
look at your own ear? It's
He was
fucking
pretty
crazy.
tough. But then it happened. So Bo is known as a great wrestler because he was the best wrestler by far in college. Nobody could beat him.
Dude, this guy.
And I figured Bo would be wrestling.
ears like that.
But no, he wasn't wrestling. He was punching. I said, Bo, grab his legs and start wrestling. That's what you do. But he didn't do that. He didn't listen to me. And he got a shot off that was brutal. And in the first round, right, knocked him out. He was really knocked out. Great
Really
fighter.
knocked
The guy was a great fighter. Is a great fighter. So I just want to thank, he's from Penn State. He loves Penn State. He is the NCAA wrestling champion. And just fantastic. And his friend, and you probably know, is also, I think you were roommates, right? That's a tough room. I wouldn't want to fight these two guys. Let's go pick on those two guys. I don't think so. But he was the heavyweight.
I don't think so.
And he lost a lot of weight. He weighed 35, 40 pounds. I asked him, how much did you wrestle? About 40 pounds heavier. In other words, you want to live, right? You decide to listen. But he was also
He didn't say shit. None of the wire hasn't even fired up on anything he said.
So come up here, fellas, because I want to just ask you
very, like, PR rally. In the beginning, it was kind of moving on. And then a couple of ran updates, but then it stopped after
he really worked. Could I beat Bo or Anthony in wrestling? You're very disloyal. You're very disloyal.
Tyson was ripping, but then BG's going down. I think ADM they're on the low too.
Wow, what an honor to be here. I think walking up here, I was almost as nervous as the fight, but it feels like a fight. Yeah, it feels like it, but this is exciting. I'm grateful to be here with everybody. So grateful to President Trump for making an event that, in my mind,
let me
never
see
seemed
your
possible to
ears,
happen. UFC Freedom 250 on the White House lawn.
Okay, look at that. You see that? Look at it. Have they always been like that? How long?
Have the courage to do something like that, and just so unbelievable. For me, both my parents were high school teachers. My dad was a wrestling coach. My grandpa was a wrestling coach, and I grew up around sports and just competing from 5 years old. And so to be able to do something like that is a dream come true, and it's just through hard work, effort, discipline, and a lot of time in the wrestling room,
Fun
a lot
fact,
of time in the
Joe
cage
Biden
that
did wrestle,
I was
yes.
able to do that, and that's really
With
because
consciousness.
America is the land of
Are
opportunity.
you kidding me?
And if you
With
set your mind
awareness.
to something and you
With-
feel passionate about what you do, you can accomplish anything. And thank you. I don't want to take too much time, but I want to tell a quick story about the first time I met President Trump. It was in 2019 at the White House, and our team and I won the Nationals, the NCAAs, and at Penn State we are. And we were given the opportunity to meet President Trump, and it was really special because he took a lot of extra time to talk with us as wrestlers. I think he respected the wrestlers a lot, and I told him that when I'm done wrestling, I was going to fight, and he asked me if I needed a manager. And I thought that he has better things to do than that, but really since then, I feel like we've had a
I ended up signing with Trump Sports Management, LLC, and it was the best decision. Get your Trump iPhone shoes, fighting boxing gloves today.
President Trump is right next to him.
USA!
And so it felt to me like he was in my corner. I know that was something that was just so special, and I feel like just incredibly grateful. And overall, the whole week of the experience, everything, the word that kept coming to mind and the emotion that I kept feeling was gratitude. And I'm grateful for President Trump, grateful for all my friends and family and supporters, and I'm grateful to be an American, and it's the best country on earth, and God bless you all.
How's everybody doing? This is an awesome crowd. I'll keep this really short. It's just an honor to be here. Bo and I have been roommates since our freshman year at Penn State, and never could imagine this, but it's an honor to support Mr. President, this great nation, and the American workers that build the foundation of the United States of America. So as a small business owner, real estate investor, I just want to thank President Trump for the big, beautiful bill, all he's done for small business owners. And most importantly, I pray that God will continue to bless him and guide him to lead this great nation, and God bless all of us. Thank you.
Two great champions, that's great. It's good to have them here too. We have a lot of champions in the audience. These are two very special people. When you do that, I was saying to myself, you know, going into that ring and you got all these people, we had the richest and the biggest politicians, we had the biggest of everything. You couldn't get a ticket. The tickets were selling for some crazy numbers, I heard. We gave them away to everybody, but somehow some got out. And I was saying that's a tremendous amount of pressure, and you're fighting the toughest people on earth. I mean, these are the strongest, toughest men on earth. No women in the crowd, but which is nice. But these are the toughest men on earth, and it's tremendous pressure. And you know, the muscles, you got the muscles, you guys, you got the big strong muscles, but you got this muscle too, because it takes much more than just the normal muscle to win those matches. I mean, the strategy and the genius that goes in. It is a genius. A lot of people wouldn't understand that. But there's a genius. There's a genius in sports. But there's a great amount of courage and power that you have that a lot of other people don't have. So congratulations. Really great job. Great job. Good to have you here. In everything we do, we're once again fighting for the people of Pennsylvania, and that includes our amazing Pennsylvania oil and gas workers. And I ended last administration's war on Pennsylvania energy, and I signed an order to drill, baby, drill. That's what we did. And you helped. The United States is now the #1 producer of oil and gas on earth, larger than Russia and Saudi Arabia combined by a lot. Look at that. Who would have thought that? We were in 4th place. Now we're larger than, that doesn't include Venezuela. Include Venezuela once, because it's essentially should be included. I also ended the war on clean, beautiful Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania coal. In fact, in my administration, you're not, because you know coal was dead. China uses it, other countries, very successful countries use it.
1 minute! 30 seconds, really. Go, 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 go! Ladies and gentlemen, boys and gals, time to wrap it up. Bring it home. Finalize those plays. Speak now or forever hold your peace. Shares, options, futures, Rapparooney. Make your mind up. Again, you got Cerberus earnings after the bell. If you're going to play it, play it. Otherwise, fade it, fade it. And see where this leads us into tomorrow. 3, 2, 1. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, nah, Chatadonia. 3.3% down on the NASDAQ. 1.4 on the SPY. Russell down 0.9. And the Dow down 0.09. It could have been worse. So not bad, though. But, yeah, day 3. And on higher volume. So take a look at that. But yeah, I mean, it sucks. I don't like it when Trump is at the end, but GG, baby. Let me get a good game. And God bless. God bless all of you, man. Thank you for your time. Okay? It doesn't matter if you're a member or not, a non-member. Stream alerts, locked in. What matters is you contributed. What matters is you got a long term. You kept up the honor of the long term. You kept up the honor of yourself, your future self. You know, you actually made it real. You became something is what matters. So good game, bro, and thank you. You had good questions today. Good involvement, bro, and you are a part of it. I appreciate you. And everybody who does support, man, thank you. And thank you for all of your time. I hope you have a good day. I will see you on the watch list tonight. I will try to get you an Instagram video. You know, I don't know. The calls, people were fascinated and confused. I feel like that's a common reaction to a lot of things. So we will see. But Chad, I don't know if he's going to end it or not. But
we paid the highest drug price in the world.
Fucking Donnie gets in the way. He's like I said though, we haven't seen a rally like this. We've been seeing usually be in the Oval Office.
So in New York, think of it.
Chad. Have a good day.
It was costing a fortune.
And that's I don't know. Where's Cerberus? When did Cerberus come out?
$1,300, and in London it was $87.
GG.
And a friend of mine who's extremely fat, sloppy.
Oh, FedEx.
Very brilliant.
Oh, that one's. I forgot about that.
He's a slob, there's no question about it.
Oh, FedEx, Habibi, the shipping packaging.
Person, which you need sometimes to be successful. But he called me up. He used to call me Donnie. Now he calls me Mr. President.
They haven't made a big move in a while. Damn, bro. It's earnings season, though. You get the FedEx and the Nikes.
But I bought the fat truck. I said, I didn't know you used it because it's not working. And I used him as, he's begging me not to use his name, so I won't. But he's a very successful guy. He's actually a pretty well-known guy. Brilliant business guy. Worth a lot of money. And he checked. He just, you know, he said, well, how come in London I just sent out and I'm paying $87 and in New York I'm paying $1,300? I said, because that's the way the prices are rigged.
The favorite recurring character.
It's rigged. The whole world is rigged against us. And
fat guy on
you know what? You brought it out better than anybody.
See, I'm telling you, you touched all of the best topics today.
And I went to the drug companies. I said, well, it's not going to be any more. You're going to raise their price a little bit. You're going to lower it a lot. Because
you actually, I mean, you closed, right? Like.
So it really worked that way.
What?
And they said, well, we'll do it.
Right above where we were at 6:30. 7 hours to nowhere, Chatadonia. All right, Donnie boy. I'll get you FedEx earnings in a little bit once the easy numbers are out. I'll see when Cerberus comes out later. I'm not going to wait.
We're paying 10 times more than you. And you're going to have to raise them a little bit. We're going to drop ours a lot. He said, no, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will. He said, I will not do that. I said, yes, you will. We're putting a 100% tariff on all wines and champagnes coming into the United States. He said, yes, I will do that. Okay. And I had the same conversation with
FedEx, their guidance is weird, but EPS, 631, estimate was 590, that's adjusted, even 660 on non-adjusted.
And
they
we
beat.
have gotten the biggest price
Revenue was 25
in the
billion.
history
Estimate was 24.
drugs,
Net was 1.6 billion. I
Nobody's
think
ever seen
estimate was
anything like
1.9.
So,
Not bad. I don't see the margin number.
$1,300.
And then
You'll be
full
paying
year
about
EPS at 16.90 to
Nobody's ever done
18.18 or
And this is on
18.10.
many trucks. A pill that sells for $10 in London and selling for $150 in Texas, any place, it's all the same in the United States. They basically discriminated, so now instead of $10, it goes to $20, because again, the world is a big place. And we would bring ours down to 20, from like 150 down to 20. This is the kind of price reductions you're getting. Go to Trump.com, by the way. And I didn't name it. That was
Go to
Kennedy
Trump.com,
that did it with
by the
Dr.
way.
Oz. Everyone thinks I named it. I did not name it, but that site is through the roof. And these are the biggest price reductions in the history of our country for anything having to do with drugs, prescription medicine. So that alone should win the midterms. And there's a real chance that they would end it, because they're totally controlled by these foreign countries, the Democrats. So, starting
I don't
next
know when
week,
Cerberus
weight
comes
loss
out. It
drugs
just says
will be available
aftermarket.
for
The call
just
says 5 p.m.
$50. Think of that. For seniors who
LFS.
previously had to pay $1,200, $1,300, $1,400, couldn't pay it. Think of that. Now, they don't want to write. Look, they turn the cameras off when I talk about it, because they don't want good stuff for us, because they don't want us to win elections. And why, I don't know. Why they want to have people pouring into our country, why they want to have high taxes, why they want to have all of these problems that took place over the last 4 years in the last
acquisition
administration. One
into
of
child
the
care
worst
sector.
administrations in history. But the other ones wouldn't be much better, because they have all of these crazy policies. They've gone communist. But just over 1 year
FedEx was
ago,
a
we
beat, but I don't know
inherited
where
the
the
worst
guidance
border in
stacks up.
history. But I quickly turned it into the most secure border in the history of our country by far. Almost nobody's ever going to
All right, Cerberus. I'll give it 4 more minutes.
And in the past
And then I will
13
depart.
months, and this is a chart kept by generally
Good man. I'm gonna ball out today. I didn't ball out last week.
in the past 13
I gotta
months,
ball out this week a little bit. I'm
zero
gonna give me a
illegal
run in.
aliens have been
I'm
admitted
feeling like I
into
can
the
run.
United States.
Okay? I'm feeling like I can run around.
And even I find that hard to believe, but it's zero. I mean, they'd love to have it be high, but we can't do that. We have a country, and we're going to run it well. We don't want to have prisons released into our... Some of these countries were emptying their prisons into the United States of America through the southern border. Prison population. Some of the countries had no prison population left. You know what that saves them? Some of them had no mental institutions. The mental institutions were taken. All of those people were taken to our southern border and allowed to just walk freely into our country under Sleepy Joe Biden and his group of thugs. Their group of real thugs. Weaponization, that's all they're good at. Weaponization and cheating on elections. In 2025, we achieved the largest drop in the murder rate ever recorded in the history of our country, despite the fact that we haven't gotten all of these criminals out of our country. We had the lowest since 1900, that's 125 years ago. And we cut the flow of fentanyl across our border by 56%. That's a big number. And we cut the flow of illegal drugs coming in by water, coming in by ocean or sea. We cut it by 97%. 97%. It's very drastic, but people aren't traveling that way too much anymore. We have the most powerful. I built the military in my first term. We used it in my second term, more than I thought, but we have no choice. We have no choice.
No choice.
But think of it. We cut fentanyl. For years, they've been interdicting. They've been grabbing boats, bringing them in, putting them in court. They go out by the same night. They're back sending drugs by the ocean, by the Gulf, by the sea. And now it's down 97%. And we're looking for the 3%, because I think those 3% are more brave than Bo Nickel was any day. The 3% of the people that are willing to get into a boat to deliver drugs now, they're the bravest people perhaps anywhere in the world. But it won't happen long. But what
what we've done is amazing. Our military, we have the greatest military in the world. We have the greatest law enforcement. And we have the highest number of recruiting. So a year and a half ago,
yeah, Sarah, but I don't have nothing on Terra Boss.
The Army, Navy, Marine. Nobody wanted to join any of them.
FedEx had a wide range too. I don't. Maybe that's why the reaction was kind of underwhelming. So they beat, but there was a really broad range.
Even it carried over to the police. We have great police here. The police and the fire departments. Nobody wanted to do anything with the name America, anything with the uniform. And today, we have the highest recruitment, the most successful recruitment. Every single slot is filled. And that includes, they want to be policemen, and they want to be firemen and women. So we went from the least successful in our
history, Sarah Boss,
David, to the most
I'm about to Sarah dip. You know what I'm saying? I'm about to Sarah leave. I'm a Sarah bye. I gotta go. I gotta poop again. I gotta get ready to. I gotta poop before I ball. You know, I can jump higher when I poop prior. But I appreciate you, man, and I hope you appreciate everything here by appreciating your future self and by getting a long term. And you know, I'm telling you, my highlight out of this whole entire speech was the fact that Donald Trump really brought up long-term monthly. You guys understand? He legitimately brought up what happens when you just hold your long term. In this case, it was 401k monthly, but oh man, you have no idea how honored I am for all of this. So that being said, thank you for your time. You can read the books Richest Man in Babylon, Proverbs New Living Translation, and The Strangest Secret in the World. And just don't forget why we're here, baby. Why we keep going. And why my friend, the only thing that gets destroyed is the thing that doesn't change. You know, and why we know the harvest is always gonna come. It's always there, my friend. Don't pull the fruit before it's ripe. Why, baby? Why? Finger to the sky, baby. To God be the glory, and through the grace of God alone. Amen. Amen. Chatatonia. Amen. The fruit is always bitter if you pull before it's ripe. So tell me what we doing. I stay standing if they shooting. Enough about problems, talk solutions. Oh, Uncle, I don't know. Anyways, but thank you to our sponsors as well. And we wouldn't be here without our sponsors. To even see the president of the United States acknowledge it. Wow. And yeah, honestly, like, you know, you don't want your wife to not love you. So I learned that today, that if you don't get a long term, your wife might divorce you. That's the president of the United States said something similar, but with his anyways. But take a moment, just enter code SAVE 10% at checkout, and thank you for your time. And have a wonderful evening. I'll see you later. Goodbye.
Put your moderate to severe volatility in check with long-term once-monthly savings and high-quality ownership. Before I started using long-term monthly, I was an absolute degenerate who couldn't sleep because they said don't hold overnight. Oh, I could sleep. My husband said he was investing for our future, but he was just gambling at 8 in the morning. But now, thanks to long-term monthly, we're about to buy our second home. Before taking long-term monthly, I used to get really bothered by the politics on the television and YouTube. Now, I don't care who's president. I know I'm still going to make a profit and have a financial future. Long-term can lower your ability to blow up your account. Before treatment, watch Trading Fraternity and Stock Market Live videos. Serious faith, hope, and love might occur. For patients above 20, discipline and goals are a common side effect. Nausea, upset stomach, and diarrhea may occur if you are trading in your long-term account. Consult your broker and ask them why they are charging you above the Fed's funds rate to hold your money. Long-term monthly is not a one-time treatment and will have to be kept up for several years. Long-term monthly. Pay yourself.